You are now listening to Mr. Z Blackneffect.
What's going on, y'all? What's going on? What's going on? Fair use, fair use. Fair use, fair use. Z, you pushed the time back a few times, then you was still late. God damn, what you got going on, life? My apologies, everyone. We will get underway shortly. My apologies to everyone. So we start our Saturday afternoon on, right? For those of us on the East Coast, we start our Saturday afternoon with the BS already. And the title is "The Ladies Are Talking About Dating Side Eye," right? And they are, and they're copying us. Really, what the ladies are doing is copying us. What do you mean by that, Z?
What it do, Big Money? My youngest, she 3 months. You laying down? I wish I was laying with you. Yeah, my bad. I fell asleep last night.
You know, you beautiful and everything, but I'm a high value man, so right now I'm really just trying to get myself together. But you know, females just, oh, you cook from scratch. Okay, I love that. You know, females these days, oh, you over there stretching for me, huh? I can't believe a beautiful female such as yourself is single.
What it do, Big Money? My youngest, she 3 months. You laying down? I wish I was laying with you. Yeah, my bad. I fell asleep last night.
Hello, yeah, I just found out my grandma died, so I won't be able to make it into.
I'm just really trying to holler at you for real. What you doing?
You want to just come over tonight and have a sleepover?
Can I ask you a question? Listen, I'm serious when I ask this question. How you feel about a poly relationship?
Get that? Like I'm the prize. Like
a real plan. When I signed my first deal, I signed the most fucked up deal in the world.
I bet you got all the dudes in your inbox. No, I'm saying we ain't divorced yet, but we sleep under 2 different covers. I know we just started talking, but can you send me $20 real quick? I'll pay you back. You finna get in the shower without me? I mean, we really ain't gotta go out. You just come over here and chill. Nah, but for real, like, when you gonna come cook for me?
Why they gotta copy us for? Ladies, y'all created this environment. See, when our foremothers, your foremothers, decided to destroy the dating scene, they destroyed it for you too. Oh wait, y'all thought y'all didn't have to play roles, but men had to still play roles? You didn't have to be traditional, but men had to be traditional? That's what you thought, huh? So you thought, hey, wait, isn't that what the ladies say? Isn't that especially a black female saying? So you thought? Yeah, so you thought. Ladies, Mr. Z's not actually taking full on laughing at your expense. We ain't laughing at your expense all the way. But what we are saying, you are laughing at the expense. I'm really not. What we are saying is this is what your foremothers fought for. Who told you that you didn't have to play traditional, but the men did? Huh? Who told you that was going to be the game? We know that's what y'all want.
The next man to enter my life literally has to kiss the ground I walk on, worship me, yearn me, give me my autonomy. You're going to let me live my life, and you're going to be happy for me, and you're going to be my yes man, and you're going to provide for me without making me feel like shit about it. If that doesn't ever happen, then I don't want to be with anybody else.
Let me explain something. If this...
Pause for the cause, Z. You did not catch them saying it out loud. And there you go, FD signifier. And there you go. Y'all thought Mr. Z was making it up. She wants you to worship her. Let her live her life. Let her have her autonomy. She said it. And you go fund her and worship the ground she walk on. She said it verbatim. Oh, once again, to today's title, to today's stream, the ladies are talking about dating, everyone. And what did she say? If I can't have that, then shrugs to all the technocrats. You want to know what your birth rate is? Huh? Where's your birth rate? Dr. Richard Reeves, where's your birth rate? Professor Galloway, Professor Scott Galloway, that's where your birth rate is. She's looking for Paymaster to let her live her life and let her have her autonomy, her freedom, her independence. She want to be in a relationship and have her autonomy and then be independent. What? Uh-oh. The ladies are talking about dating, everyone. Yeah. The dating struggles. You want to know where Sexy Flexy and Body Beautiful come in and where Paymaster come in? Paymaster Extraordinaire, the walking ATM machine, the walking wallet. This is the ladies. With Sexy Flexy and Body Beautiful, what he represents is the bedroom fun, the autonomy, the guy that just come through when she needed itch scratched, scratch that itch, and she could send him about his way. Huh? And Paymaster allows for her to have her autonomy, which means if she want to work, she could work. If she want to be a stay-at-home, not even wife, girlfriend, she could do that. She could have her own place. He could have his own place while he's still contributing to her bills, if not paying all her bills outright. Wait, what, Z? Yeah, it sounds crazy, don't it? Because it's crazy. Damn, Z. I know. The ladies are talking about dating, everyone. It sounds absolutely insane. You damn right. Yes, it sounds insane because it is insane. Yeah. Y'all thought Z was making it up. Oh no. Huh? Y'all thought Z was making it up. Z's not making it up. Huh? Well, damn. Play it again for the people, Z. Play the whole thing this time.
The next man to enter my life literally has to kiss the ground I walk on, worship me, yearn me, give me my autonomy. You're going to let me live my life, and you're going to be happy for me, and you're going to be my yes man, and you're going to provide for me without making me feel like shit about it. If that doesn't ever happen, then I don't want to be with anybody else.
Let me explain something. If this is the way that you're running your dating life, you will never be happy. Because you will always have this checklist of, well, he didn't do this one, so I'm gonna have to let him go. It's the whole, what is it, 90-20, 90-10, whatever the fuck that statistic is. It's like a woman could have 90% of the man that she wants, but she sees this other 10% and wants this 10%. And then when she gets this 10% without the other 90, she yearns. She's sad as fuck she's not in this 90. You can't go into a relationship expecting this. Because if you want to live your life and la vida loca and not be told no ever and always have a yes man, you don't want a boyfriend. You want somebody to back up and enable your shitty fucking behavior. This is why women
Ding, 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 ding.
This is why birth rates are down. Women are delusional.
Not a woman, a white woman saying it, but it's not just a white woman saying it. Follow through, sisters.
Men never approach me. Men never approach me. Y'all always say this on live or at my comedy shows. And I say, well, why don't you think the men approach you? I don't know. I have resting bitch face. Who want to approach a resting bitch? If I see a bitch, I'm going to let the bitch rest. If I see her trying to rest, I'm going to let her rest. Why would I approach you? You got a resting bitch face. You leave a bitch resting alone. That's the point of the phase. It's a leave me alone phase. Okay, so if you want somebody to approach you, you gotta let your bitch wake up. You can't let your bitch rest. Okay? Okay.
For all of you that want to know why this background, Z, why this background, we gonna play it again for all of you that were not looking at your screen for the part of the stream. Look at your screen and you will understand why Mr. Z has this as the background. Play it again, Z.
Men never approach me. Men never approach me. Y'all always say this on live or at my comedy shows. And I say, well, why don't you think the men approach you? I don't know. I have resting bitch face. Who want to approach a resting bitch? If I see a bitch, I'm going to let the bitch rest. If I see a bitch trying to rest, I'm going to let her rest. Why would I approach you? You got a resting bitch face. You leave a bitch resting alone. That's the point of the face. It's a leave me alone face.
Y'all saw homegirl face? They be single as hell. Thank you, Adric. Let a yitch rest. You heard what she said. That's it. That Mr. Z over here stumbling and bumbling, trying to not use profanity. That ish was hysterical. That was hysterical. Huh? Yeah. Shout out to all the folks telling us to approach. Huh? Shout out to all the folks telling men to approach. The ladies are talking about dating again. And they're letting you know why men are not approaching. Shout out to all the folks, including the men. And shout out to Dating Right. How did Mr. Z not thank Dating Right? We are using clips from the channel Dating Right from a video that the brother put out a day or two ago. And yeah, shout out to that brother, right? But folks are saying to men, and they're challenging men, and they're telling the men they're scared, right? The men are approaching women with faces like this. That's what you want them to do? Take that back, Z. Say it better. The men are not approaching women because their faces look like this. Sir, what are you talking about, Z?
When you don't approach women when you're out, you're doing not only yourself a disservice, you're doing her one too. And I want you to really think about that. I talk to a lot of women, their friends, their coworkers, their family, their girls that I'm dating. They all have the same complaint. They cannot find men to save their life. And these are good women. They're not low quality women who don't have their shit together. They have good jobs. They're emotionally intelligent. They're feminine. They're submissive. And they all have the same complaint. They can't find guys. I need some of you guys to touch grass. Social media is not real. What women say online and what they actually live is two different things. There's a woman right now waiting for a guy like you to approach her and say hi, but you're too afraid to do it. So when women can't find guys they want to date in person, they'll go on these dating apps. Dating apps be a cesspool of bad quality people because the men on the apps, they will be too sexual too soon. They won't plan a date. They'll just talk and say, what are you doing all day? So a woman will download the app and then eventually get off of it because she can't find a man she wants. This is why I always say cold approach will always be king because guys are not doing it anymore. Most of you are so weak. You will see a woman out, let's say at the gym, as opposed to going up to her and saying what you want to take her out, you want to date her, whatever the case is, you will literally go on some creepy shit, go find her Instagram, and then DM her later. Hey, was that you at the gym? You already lost by doing this because you proved like every other guy. Any guy who approaches, he proves a few things. He's clear, he's confident, and he says what he wants. So I beg you, please just commit for the next week to say hi to 3 women every single day. And I promise you, it will change the trajectory of your dating life.
Nope.
Just saying hi to 3 will build your confidence, it'll give you the reps, and it will make your dating life significantly better. The women are out there and they want to meet you. So go out there and get them. Kill the fantasy, build the dream, shatter the illusions.
We appreciate you, my guy, but it's just not worth it for us. Now, for us to really approach a woman, that woman got to be throwing some major choosing signals. I mean, pretty much waving me over there. Or I noticed that she keeps coming over, getting near me. Then fine. But going out of my way, chasing her, approaching this lady, it's just not that big of a deal as far as my confidence or my self-esteem. A lot of us men, we have no lack in our lives. We are not pressed to chase women. But sometimes if we're in the mood, then maybe we will approach them. But no, we got work to do. We don't have time to pursue these approaching games with women.
Wait a minute, Dating Right. Wait a minute. Brother, he admitted that the women talking crazy online, but that's not them in real life. Or that's a different type of woman. See, the women online are talking crazy, but the women in real life are not talking crazy. Actually, the women are talking crazy in real life and online. And it's the same woman. The same woman telling you that's not me is the same woman in the comment section for Real Talk with Yanni, for Chrissy, huh? That's the same woman in Lexus Exodus comment section. Huh? That's the same woman following Cynthia G. That's the same woman flaming black men when they call into Kendra G. It's the same woman. It's the same woman with the face looking like this. Huh? It's the same woman. And Getmo says, and thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Getmo says, let me find out that imitation is the best form of flattery. And what Getmo is referencing for all of you that weren't here in the beginning, we're going to play this a few times today on today's stream. The ladies got a response to us and what we said about dating. Here's the ladies copying us because, of course, they're copying us. What did y'all expect?
What it do, Big Money? My youngest, she 3 months. You laying down. I wish I was laying with you. Yeah, my bad. I fell asleep last night.
You know, you beautiful and everything, but I'm a high value man, so right now I'm really just trying to get myself together, but you know, females just, oh, you cook from scratch. Okay, I love that. You know, females these days, oh, you over there stretching for me, huh? I can't believe a beautiful female such as yourself is single.
What it do, Big Money? My youngest, she 3 months. You laying down. I wish I was laying with you. Yeah, my bad. I fell asleep last night.
Hello, yeah, I just found out my grandma died, so I won't be able to make it into.
I'm just really trying to holler at you for real. What you doing?
You want to just come over tonight and have a sleepover?
Can I ask you a question? Listen, I'm serious when I ask this question. How you feel about a poly relationship?
Get that? Like, I'm the prize. Like,
A real plan. When I signed my first deal, I signed the most fucked up deal in the world.
I bet you got all the dudes in your inbox. No, I'm saying we ain't divorced yet, but we sleep under 2 different covers. I know we just started talking.
That's funny though.
$20 real quick, I'll pay you back. You finna get in the shower without me? I mean, we really ain't gotta go out. You just come over here and chill. Nah, but for real, like, when you gonna come cook for me?
Now, honestly, he shouldn't be asking you to cook for him. God damn. So you should already did that depending on how long y'all been dating. If y'all been dating for a couple months, you should already been cooking. Ooh, god damn. See, you should have never said that out loud. I meant it too. Ooh. If we working on 3 months and you ain't cook yet, I mean, if you ain't bring food to the job yet, I mean, do you even really like me? Damn, Z, you said that out loud. He shouldn't even have to ask. You lucky you meeting him and he asking. Mr. Z ain't asking nothing. You will find yourself blocked. I don't know what happened. Z just stopped calling. Exactly. If we working on 3 months and you ain't bring food to the job yet, ain't offer to bring food to the job yet, ain't offer to bring food to the house yet, then I don't think you like me. You lucky he asked. Huh? You lucky he asked. Ask. Huh? Well, damn. AB said, stop saying that out loud, Z. That's my job. AB said, if you ain't bring food to the house in 3 months, right? Sherelle said, what's the problem with sleeping under 2 different covers? She's saying that, well, what she's saying is that dude is saying, give me a second, y'all. Dude is saying him and old girl, his girlfriend, his wife or whatever, they separated, but they sleeping under 2 different covers. if I'm not mistaken, right? She tried to be funny with it. Yawn, right? And the problem with the cooking is that he asked. Mr. Z ain't posing no questions. Huh? And thank you for the super chat once again, Gitmo. Thank you for the super chat. Right? Y'all lucky. And for all of y'all that still don't understand how miserable and horrible of people your daughters are, god damn, Z, that's kind of heavy. I'm just saying. Continuing.
Hardest thing about being a chick in 2026?
Fuck. Honestly, feeling safe at night around men.
What's the hardest thing about being a woman?
Men not understanding us.
How do you want a man to treat you?
Like we are precious gems.
What's the hardest thing about being a woman in 2026?
The men are nowhere near as hot as we are.
What's the worst thing about being a woman in 2026?
I don't know who needs to hear this, but women of today are objectively bad people. Let me explain to you guys what I mean by that. You guys, if you just watched the video, you would understand that this is a interviewer going around asking women what is so hard about being a woman in 2026. And every single thing that they said in that video is just a negative thing about men. And I keep on trying to tell people, like, objectively, women are bad people. We live in a generation of women who are so privileged, and we're told that they are so much better than men. They have no idea how self-absorbed they actually are. And why is that? It's because we tell women from a very early age that they are better than men. We tell women that they're more empathetic. We tell women that they're more nurturing. We tell women that they're more morally superior than men are. But what do we tell our boys? We tell our boys that they're monsters, and the only thing that they should be doing is treating women well in this society. And now we're wondering why the average woman is a narcissist. It's simply because women don't receive criticism in this society. And if they do receive any criticism, what do they label it as? Misogynistic. And then once again, a lot of these women today, they don't cook, they don't clean, they can't take care of children on their own because they're never taught to. And yet these are the same amount of women who want men to make more money than them, provide for them, have leadership skills for them. They want men to be the traditional men they always were. But women don't have to be the traditional women that they always were. In America, these are the same women who divorce their husbands at a rate of 90%. But the thing is, what do we say? We don't say that women break up their homes. We say that men aren't good husbands. Because no woman leaves a good man. We tell women if they want to abort their children, they have every right to. But we tell men who don't want children that they're a deadbeat and should take responsibility. Women do less in society, but get more appreciation, while men do more in society and get less appreciation. Like I said before, you guys, the backbone of families are not the mother, it's the father. That's why our families today are so bad, because they have female leadership instead of male leadership. But then again, that's why you see so many men today not becoming husbands or fathers or boyfriends. Why? Because they're not appreciated. Once again, being a father, being a boyfriend, and being a husband is harder than being a mother, being a wife, and being a girlfriend. I don't care what you have to say, it's the truth. So why would men be these things if they won't even get the basic appreciation that these men deserve? Let alone a good wife. They don't even get appreciation for the hard work that they do. I truly think we're going to look back at this generation of women in history, and we're going to say this is the worst generation of women to ever exist. So moral of the story is that objectively, women are bad people. Not all of them, but most of them. So if you're a guy, I hope this helped.
Oh boy. And to back up what he's saying, we got a lady saying this insanity.
The next man to enter my life literally has to kiss the ground I walk on, worship me, yearn me, give me my autonomy. You're gonna let me live my life, and you're gonna be happy for me, and you're gonna be my yes man, and you're gonna provide for me without making me feel like shit about it. If that doesn't ever happen, then I don't want to be with anybody else.
Let me explain something. If this is the way that you're running your dating life, you will never be happy. Because you will always have this checklist of, well, he didn't do this one, so I'm gonna have to let him go. It's the whole, 90-20, 90-10, whatever the fuck that statistic is. It's like a woman could have 90% of the man that she wants, but she sees this other 10% and wants this 10%. And then when she gets this 10% without the other 90, she yearns. She's sad as fuck she's not in this 90. You can't go into a relationship expecting this. Because if you want to live your life and la vida loca and not be told no ever and always have a yes man, you don't want a boyfriend. You want somebody to back up and enable your shitty fucking behavior. This is why women are 50 and single. This is why birth rates are down. Women are delusional.
Men never approach me. Men never approach me. Y'all always say this on live or at my comedy shows. And I say, well, why don't you think the men approach you? I don't know. I have resting bitch face. Who want to approach a resting bitch? If I see a bitch, I'm going to let the bitch rest. If I see a bitch trying to rest, I'm going to let her rest. Why would I approach you? You got a resting bitch face. You leave a bitch resting alone. That's the point of the phase. It's a leave me alone phase. Okay? So if you want somebody to approach you, you got to let your bitch wake up. You can't let your bitch rest. Okay? Okay.
What it do, big money? My youngest, she 3 months. You laying down. I wish I was laying with you. Yeah, my bad. I fell asleep last night.
You know, you beautiful and everything, but I'm a high value man, so right now I'm really just trying to get myself together, but you know, females just, oh, you cook from scratch. Okay, I love that. You know, females these days, oh, you over there stretching for me, huh? I can't believe a beautiful female such as yourself is single.
What it do, big money? My youngest, she 3 months. You laying down. I wish I was laying with you. Yeah, my bad. I fell asleep last night.
Hello, yeah, I just found out my grandma died, so I won't be able to make it into.
I'm just really trying to holler at you for real. What you doing?
You want to just come over tonight and have a sleepover?
Can I ask you a question? Listen, I'm serious when I ask this question. How you feel about a poly relationship?
Get that? Like I'm the prize. Like
A real plan. When I signed my first deal, I signed the most fucked up deal in the world.
I bet you got all the dudes in your inbox. No, I'm saying we ain't divorced yet, but we sleep on 2 different covers. I know we just started talking, but can you send me $20 real quick? I'll pay you back. You finna get in the shower without me? I mean, we really ain't gotta go out. You just come over here and chill. Nah, but for real, like, when you gonna come cook for me?
And my apologies, and the Arena Revise is correct. I did read his super chat with the mute button on. My apologies, everyone. And the Arena Revise says, let's read it again. The Arena Revise says, the goofies probably think we don't notice that the audio is staged, unlike the audio from the men's TikToks. My apologies, everyone, for that quiet. And yes, and so I said all of that. Get the video ready, prime the video, and y'all didn't even hear Mr. Z. Anyway, shout out to Arena Revise. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe to the super chat. And so that's why I played the video again, right? And as the Arena Revise says, these goofies don't even realize that we realize that it's staged, but that's besides the point. The ladies are doing the anything you can do, I can do better, right? That's what they're engaging in. That's what the ladies are engaging in. But the women are the assholes. The women are the ones talking like this. And I love this video. That's why I was spamming it the other day. We're going to spam it again today. Goddamn, Z, we're going to play it over and over. Shout out to the technocrats. These are your daughters. The white ones, the black ones, the Latina ones, the Asian ones. Play it again, Z.
I've been hearing this discourse online of men saying that they don't want to pay for dates. They don't want to buy drinks at the bar. And to that I say, you know, do whatever you want to do with your money. I don't support or discourage that. But they're all using the logic of why should I pay for what another man could get for free or is getting for free?
Right.
And that's the whole point. It's always going to be another man and not you.
And I don't give a fuck.
Oh!
And I don't give a fuck. I don't. Next.
Because there's always going to be another man that's more attractive than you. There's always going to be another man that has more personality than you. There's always going to be another man that has more resources than you. And the only thing you're doing with this logic, this mentality, is disqualifying yourself and making sure that it's not going to be you if you don't want to use your money to level the playing field. Okay? Sex is not charity work for women.
Message!
We do not just have to give our body away if we don't feel like it's benefiting us.
And I don't have to pay.
Oh!
I don't have to take you out on dates. I don't have to use my money to treat you right. I don't have to treat you like a queen. I don't have to be there after I bust in you.
Oh!
I don't have to protect you if I see somebody whooping your ass in the streets. There are a lot of things that we as a man, we ain't got to do. So by your logic, we don't have to do nothing for you, bitch.
Huh? Yeah. The ladies are talking about dating. The ladies are talking about dating, everyone. Shout out to the brother dating right. The ladies are talking about dating, and it sounds absolutely insane. This is the part that you, FD signifier, that you, foreign man in a foreign land, that you consciously, that you, Dr. Richard Reeves, that you, PBD, Patrick Bat David, that y'all refuse to acknowledge. Huh? These are your daughters. Yes, they sound absolutely insane because they are insane. Yeah, they sound like that. That's really them. Continuing.
Let's just have a quick discussion on what I seen this lady say on TikTok. She say every time she go to the bar with her friends, you know, dudes don't approach her and they don't offer to buy her a drink and stuff like that. And from my experience and what I've seen at bars and clubs, well, for starters, one, you're always mean mugging. You always frown up in the face. Yeah, I understand. Oh, the resting bitch face.
Message.
It doesn't fly right sometimes. Definitely in different settings. Two, when a man do approach y'all always like, a man will be like, hey, how you doing? What's your name? You'll be like, oh, I like a lemon drop. Or for three, you'll have that nice guy that approach you like, hey, how you doing, beautiful? Can I buy you a drink? And your friend or your sister, whoever this lady is to you, on the side of you, is always like, no, she good. She don't want nothing from you, girl. Why is you talking to him? And this and that. Why, get him the fuck out your face and this and that. And they're always built like a refrigerator. They're always built like a fucking square. They're always built funny. And the last one, which is number 4, is always that girl on the side of you saying, oh no, she talked to somebody. She don't want no drink from you. She don't even know you. And I think you should just, go away. When you and your friend know that me and that dude I'm talking to, he haven't established a relationship with me not once. He haven't told me he wants to be with me not once. We're just chit-chatting. So why would you bring that up? So that's 4 reasons on why men don't approach women nowadays.
And shout out to this lady who seemed like she wanted to get it off her chest, and we are glad she did, because women feel the same way men feel. Why are their single negative friend always hating when a man come up and approach them? And the answer to that, we know why. Single women love to keep women single, just like they behind are single. So ladies, before you go out and wanting men to approach you, just let your friends know to keep their mouth shut when that man do approach. And guys, it has got so sad out here for women that we got men out here trying to encourage other men to come back to the table and start approaching women again.
Right. So this is the dating scene right now. This is how women are talking again. So you got the women talking crazy, and then you have the women trying to put sense in the women talking crazy and tell them you talking crazy and you dating crazy. And your ideas of dating and your ideas of what a man is and Captain Sable, and essentially that's what you need him for. All of that's insanity, right? All of that's insanity. Y'all, excuse me for the beeping in the background, right? Yeah, it's absolute insanity. And I covered this before. We're going to play a clip that I covered before, but I'm going to play it again because it was part of dating rights coverage. So we're going to play it and give some commentary about it again. Shout out to Dating Right. Continuing.
Hello, reporting live. Do not come to Old Maids. It's not worth it. Opinion will be updated once I'm inside.
Yo, for real, I think I know why.
Go ahead. Why?
Because I heard it plenty of times.
Okay.
Men don't speak no more because women have nasty attitudes, and they hate rejection. You feel what I'm saying? That's why men don't fucking speak no more. Real talk, they don't speak. So now they feel like we have to speak to them.
That what
Real talk, they feel like, yeah.
Men don't chase women anymore. Because honestly, y'all these days are really some bad bitches.
Are you guys single?
Yes, sadly.
So you are meeting guys at bars and clubs, and they are coming up and talking to you.
No.
We covered this before.
I don't know who's teaching y'all.
That part. Would you prefer that guys walked up to you?
Yes, but like, it depends. Gotta be a good line. Gotta be yeah, really strong line.
I think a guy walking up to you talking about, "Hi, how are you? My name is Joe. What's good?" is a good line.
Yes.
Like, what's good? Yeah. Then what's your name?
If they notice that you're interested, like if we're making eye contact across the room or something, if a random guy just comes up to you out of nowhere and you weren't like giving him the signs that like you wanted him to, like that can be.
Pretty much, if you're not the attractive guy that she's interested in, don't approach her. But I find it real interesting that these women keep making videos telling men to do something, but at the same time, they're not willing to do something and just approach the men that they want.
Men never approach me. Men never approach me. Y'all always say this on live or at my comedy shows. And I say, well, why don't you think the men approach you? I don't know. I have resting bitch face. Who want to approach a resting bitch? If I see a bitch, I'm going to let the bitch rest. If I see a bitch trying to rest.
Look at that face. Look at that face.
You got a resting bitch face. You leave a bitch resting alone. That's the point of the face. It's to leave me alone face. Okay, so if you want somebody to approach you, you gotta let your bitch wake up. You can't let your bitch rest. Okay? Okay.
And y'all give Z a second, y'all talk amongst yourselves. And we're back. Hold up, Trill. What you say? And Trill says, "Hi, I'm Joe. What's good? Get the hell out of here. Get out of here. Get the F out of here." And this is the face she gonna give you with that intro. If she's not interested. Now, let's be clear. If you are a specimen, or if she just finds you attractive or appealing, your intro could be whatever the hell it is. She going. But if she don't find you attractive, your intro could be whatever the hell it is. She not going. Goddamn, Z. Huh? The ladies are talking about dating. They sound absolutely insane. The ladies are talking about dating once again. Huh? Yeah, it sounds crazy because it is. Continuing.
With women.
Okay, men, I kind of noticed a trend, okay? And that trend is that you guys no longer approach us women in public, like at all. What's up with that? Like, I saw a gorgeous, gorgeous girl the other day and nobody talked with her at the bar. And she was hot. Like, she was very beautiful and nobody talked with her. What's up with that? Are you guys scared of women? Are you guys scared of rejection? Are you guys scared of being labeled as like creeps? What's up? Like, I don't like this at all.
45 to 50% of men nowadays, like ages 18 to 25, are scared to approach a woman. Mainly them reporting that they're worried they're gonna come off as creepy, like women are gonna find them creepy, which is why obviously we have more of like the shift to cuffed or hinge, because I think on both sides people feel like you can maybe get to know a person a little bit better than like maybe having some sort of awkward interaction in person. I think it's good that we have options, right? Like people can do the dating app, or maybe if you're a little bit more confident to approach someone, like you can do that in person. But it is kind of crazy that almost like half the men out there just don't want to do it. It's wild.
Okay, so when my friend and I go out, we don't get approached by men. And it's happened like a handful of times where we'll go out and we look nice, you know, we're putting our best foot forward, we're fun, we're talkative, we laugh, the whole nine, okay? We don't get approached. We live in LA. I don't know if that's part of it. I don't know if men in other parts of the country are different, but in LA, it feels like that just doesn't happen anymore. I don't know. I'm gonna put a picture of us and you guys can see what we look like. I don't think like we're bad looking, you know? Like what is it?
Why did she feel the need to put that picture up there like she was going to show us that her and her friend are not average looking in a city like LA? She genuinely threw the pictures up there like we didn't understand how bad her and her friend were and don't understand why these men are not approaching. In a city like LA, that's not enough to really make a guy go out his way to approach you guys.
Right? I need to play that clip again, the one I played before this, where they were calling us all type of vagina and soft and yawn. Always question a man's sexuality and his manhood when he's not doing what you want him to do and not moving the way you want him to move. And that's why the dudes ain't approaching y'all now. Huh? That's why they're not approaching you now, ladies. And y'all give Z a second again, and we will be right back with you. And we're back, and Mr. Z made sure not to mute himself, keep himself muted while he's talking. And we're back. Okay, all right, let's make sure that works. That's good to go. All right, everyone. Let me play that again because I got some stuff to say about that clip. Where's that? Which one was it? Ooh, I don't remember. Was it this one?
Let's just have a quick discussion on what I seen this.
No. It was this one.
Hello, reporting live. Do not come to Old Maids. It's not worth it. Opinion will be updated once I'm inside.
No, for real. I think I know why.
Go ahead. Why?
Because I heard it plenty of times. Okay. Men don't speak no more because women have nasty attitudes. And they hate rejection.
Wait, pause right there. Women have nasty attitudes. And she said that so flippantly, like it was nothing. Like, because women have nasty attitudes? Like, that's why y'all not approaching? Yes, absolutely. Who wants to be verbally assaulted? Just trying to get a woman's number or her social media information, or her IG, her Snap, whatever the hell. Who want to be verbal? Nope. Huh? No, we'll leave that for the guys who are glutton for punishment and like being rejected for the one-off chance that one of you are attracted to him. Let's be clear. He ain't gonna have to work that much. If he's the type of guy you like, he ain't gonna have to work that much anyway. Look at the way she said it. Oh, because the women got nasty attitudes? Yes, lady. Yes, absolutely. Yes. Yep. That's a good enough reason. That's a good enough reason. She said it like it's nothing. Like, because we have bad attitudes. Did you believe that? Continuing.
Hello, reporting live. Do not come to Old Maids. It's not worth it. Opinion will be updated once I'm inside.
No, for real. I think I know why.
Go ahead. Why?
Because I heard it plenty of times.
Okay.
Men don't speak no more because women have nasty attitudes. And they hate rejection. You feel what I'm saying? That's why men don't fucking speak no more. Real talk. They don't speak. So now they feel like we have to speak to them.
That what
real
it
talk.
is?
They feel like, yeah.
Men don't chase women anymore. Fuck this. Because honestly, y'all these days are really some bad bitches.
Are you guys single?
Yes, sadly.
Let's pause. They want to be the prize. Now y'all want to be the bad bitches. Yawn first. Secondly, once again, insulting men's masculinity, questioning their manhood, questioning their masculinity, calling them bad bitches instead of the women being bad bitches. Pause for the cause. Oh, Z, you about to say it. This is what y'all fought for. So what if ASAP Rocky is calling himself a pretty Negro? So what? So what if these young dudes said, yeah, I'm a bad hitch, I'm better than you. Ooh, goddamn, Z, you didn't say that. That's not manly, and I did. Ooh. And the problem is, oh wait, y'all thought it was gonna be all upside. Like, I'm saying this in a mocking tone, but I really mean it objectively. Ladies, no, all jokes aside, Mr. Z will retract the mocking tone. Let's say it without all the animation, without Mr. Z being animated. Let's calm down, slow down, say in a more stoic voice, in an NPR voice. Dear American women, Western women, it was never going to be all upside. Yes, in the 21st century, in 2026 and beyond, in 2025 and beyond, in 2027 and beyond, this might be the new paradigm. And yes, you will have men waiting for you to approach them and to speak to them if you find them attractive. Because when you burnt the playbook on women having to comport themselves a certain way, speak a certain way, present themselves a certain way, especially in public, especially concerning men, when you burnt the playbook of what ladylike looks like and what it sounds like, what it smells like, you burnt the playbook of manhood, of manlike. You didn't appreciate it at the time. Your foremothers did not appreciate it at the time. And this is the new normal. I am not advocating for this to be the new normal. I am not saying that this should be the new normal. I am saying this is the new normal. When you burnt the playbook for you, when you, air quotes, liberated yourself, when your foremothers liberated you from having to play a particular role, your foremothers inadvertently, whether they realized it or not, liberated the men and the boys from having to play a particular role. What you will not get is you having your autonomy, other women having their autonomy, and saying F being ladylike because it's constraining. F being ladylike, right? Because I don't want to subject myself to that. If you see it as embarrassing, if you see it as lacking dignity to have to play this role, which you don't appreciate, is you also, your foremothers liberated the men and the boys and the men. And so now, what you will not get is this little weird thing you are trying to do, Exhibit A.
The next man to enter my life literally has to kiss the ground I walk on, worship me, yearn me, give me my autonomy. You're going to let me live my life, and you're going to be happy for me, and you're going to be my yes man, and you're going to provide for me without making me feel like shit about it. If that doesn't ever happen, then I don't want to be with anybody else.
Let me explain something. If this
And I'm going to play the rest of that in a minute. I wanted to play that once again to emphasize you're not getting that. The masses of you, the vast majority of you, Black, white, Latina, Asian, or otherwise, particularly in America, across the West, you're not going to get it. So to the ladies pretty much doing shrugs, I guess I'll be single. By the way, that's temper tantrum talk. That's challenging God if she believes in it. That's challenging the society. That's challenging the system. That's challenging the technocrats. I understand and I appreciate what the young lady is saying and what she's really getting at. Young lady, you will be single. Good luck. Good luck. The second men smell, even the white men, goddamn Z, not even the white men, even the white men, the second they smell that this is your real ask, this is your real demand, this is your challenge to the society and to him, he's gone. No man worth his salt is going to have you say, yeah, you're going to be my paymaster and you're going to fund my autonomy. Wait for it from you. Yeah, you're going to bow down. Yeah, you're going to kiss my ass. Yes, you're going to kiss the ground I walk on while you're paying for me to walk on that ground. Absolutely not. Good luck. Huh? You might as well go find another woman to munch on and have to munch on you. Good luck. Huh? Once again to the title, the ladies are talking about dating. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Huh? That temper tantrum talk, I want everyone to appreciate. Everyone with ears. Man, woman, child. Huh? Everyone with an internet connection. Everyone with a YouTube account. Those of you without a YouTube account. This is the demand of your modern woman. This is the demand. This is why the marriage numbers track the way they do. This is why marriage has become more and more of a luxury item in a class game. This is the demand of your modern 21st century woman. You damn right, Mr. Z gonna clip this out and keep this clip. This is going in the archive of the women talking. Let them talk. Bring them to the deep end of the pool. Listen to them when they're frustrated and angry. She meant this. Let's be very clear. She's triggered. Oh, she definitely speaking from a triggered place, but she mean every bit of these words. She mean it now. She's going to mean it when she gets happier. She's going to mean it when she's in a relationship. She's going to mean it when she gets back single. She's going to mean it when she's married. She's going to mean it when she's divorced. She's going to mean it when she gets pregnant. She's going to mean it when her kids are grown. She's going to mean it when she's 60-something, 70-something. Huh? She means every bit of what she said. The only reason she might have not said it like this in the past, maybe, is because she wasn't triggered enough to say it. Not only does she mean it, just about almost every goddamn Z, all of them mean this. Play it again, Z, in full.
The next man to enter my life literally has to kiss the ground I walk on, worship me, yearn me, give me my autonomy. You're going to let me live my life, and you're going to be happy for me, and you're going to be my yes man, and you're going to provide for me without making me feel like shit about it. If that doesn't ever happen, then I don't want to be with anybody else.
Let me explain something. If this is the way that you're running your dating life, you will never be happy. Because you will always have this checklist of, well, he didn't do this one, so I'm gonna have to let him go. It's the whole, 90-20, 90-10, whatever the fuck that statistic is. It's like a woman could have 90% of the man that she wants, but she sees this other 10% and wants this 10%. And then when she gets this 10% without the other 90, she yearns. She's sad as fuck she's not in this 90. You can't go into a relationship expecting this. Because if you want to live your life and la vida loca and not be told no ever and always have a yes man, you don't want a boyfriend. You want somebody to back up and enable your shitty fucking behavior. This is why women are 50 and single.
Bingo!
This is why birth rates are down. Women are delusional.
And this is why the young lady said women are delusional. This is why men say that women are delusional. This is why the Black manosphere in specific says women are delusional, especially Black women in our case, because this is the demand. To every single one of you white knights, stop waiting for the women to say it because they get irritated enough, because they're annoyed enough, because Chisel Chin Chad didn't take them seriously enough and they're annoyed that he told them, oh yeah, you're gonna have to share me. Oh yeah, I want to do a threesome. Huh? Oh yeah, I'm juggling you and 4 and 5 other women. Stop waiting for the women to be irritated enough to say this. This is the demand in the 21st century. This is the demand. This is, if you want to be nice, the ask. No, it's a demand. The women mean it. She meant it. And other women mean it whether they ask for it, demand it, or not. It's actually very cowardly of you as a man, to all you white knights, for you to wait for the women to actually say it. Z, they're not saying it. She's the only one that's saying it. No, she's the only one with the ovaries and irritated enough to say it. This is the demand. The women are holding your society hostage. They're daring you not to give them this. This is the demand, everyone. The young lady had the ovaries to say it. He will yearn me. He will worship the ground I walk on. He will essentially subsidize my autonomy. And it is cowardly of you as white knights, technocrats, I'm talking about the male technocrats, the social designers, for you to be waiting for the women to say this. Well, they're not saying it, Z. She did. Huh? She did. Huh? We're going to do a stream that says the obvious. And this is going to be woman after woman. Y'all start sending the videos in now. Woman after woman just saying it, just like this young lady. Huh? The bow down videos, the videos like this, where she's saying, yeah, you're going to pay for me to be autonomous from you. Right? The ladies are just saying it. Some of them get frustrated enough in the dating scene. They get frustrated enough. They get their little heart broken because their delusions ain't pan out the way they thought it was. And they just say it because they're angry now. They're tired of playing. They're angry enough. They're sad enough. They're lonely enough. They're horny enough to just say it. And this young lady was. Huh? When they're on those panels with each other and they're egging each other on, and they're calling men yitches and soft and mocking men. Yeah. So what if we being sassy? So what if we're being mean? So what if we got a resting yitch face? Looking at like the young lady on the screen right now. So what? I want to say this for anyone that didn't realize it yet. The women look at dating as their domain. Because at the very tippy top of this society are elite rich white men. The women look at it as their right to be mean, to be condescending, to be rude, to use men for their money, to use men for dinner dates, right? To compartmentalize, to have this man for Splackavelli and for bedroom fun, have that man for the dinner dates, have that man for mechanic, right? Have the old dude sliding them a few dollars here. They look at it as their right. That is my right. I'm supposed to do that. If I'm not going to be the rich white woman, if I'm not going to be the wealthy white woman, if I'm going to have to work, huh? Then it is my right to use you. Why not use y'all as a tool? Huh? Why not use you as a tool? You're paymaster, you're Splackavelli, huh? You're the guy in the friend zone, giving me compliments, being the shoulder to lean on, huh? Being the comforter. Shout out, what was it? Bill Bell DeVoe, whatever. Look, Mr. Z getting tongue tied. Comforter, the comforter, and they made a song about it. Boy, 90s R&B was good, it was bad. It was good, it was bad. It was rhythmic with horrible messages. Right? It was shy. My apologies, y'all. It was shy. Beautiful song. That was a beautiful song with the worst message in the world. It was the worst message in the world, everyone, but it was a beautiful song about being the comforter to a chick. You told her to lay down and tell me all your problems about the other dude. Right? And that bridge was a dope-ass bridge on that song. Huh? And the ladies actually expect that. Once again, to the title, the ladies are talking about dating. They really expect you to be their comforter. Thank you. Belle Biv DeVoe. Thank you, Trell, because I was getting tongue-tied like a mug. Huh? Yeah. And I still was wrong. It was shy. This is the goal. So yes, the young ladies are going to have resting yitch face. The resting yitch face is for the non-select man. The women that are complaining about men not approaching need to modify their statement. The men I want are not approaching. The men I find desirable are not approaching. Here's the thing. Y'all only find a handful of men that desirable. So y'all all want the same 10 dudes to approach? The same 15, 20 men on planet Earth y'all want to approach. I'm exaggerating, but y'all get the point. Huh? It's the same 37 dudes on planet Earth y'all want to approach. The dudes are flooded. Of course he's not approaching. What? Huh? Dear ladies, make your statement correctly. The men I find attractive are not approaching. The men I find appealing are not approaching. The type of guys I like are not approaching. Y'all say men are not approaching. Because you're making the assumption that we know it's the type of guys you find attractive. No, say it correctly. Huh? Out of those 150 guys over there, the 7 I find attractive are not approaching. 7Z, you might have did too much. The 3 I find attractive are not approaching. Say it correctly, ladies. Huh? Pathetic. No wonder they have the resting yitch face. The mean mug, as we would say in the black community. Huh? Complaining about the men not approaching. Come and get your wife. Yawn.
The problem is, men are not approaching women like they used to. They will look, but they don't approach. I've been told by some men that apparently I look intimidating. Guys, if you see me in real life, I'm 5'2". I'm so small. I'm always smiling. I don't know what's intimidating about me. And I said I believe in their source. Do you know what I mean? But like, what is the way around this, please? What is the way around it? Because yeah, I think that's convenient. But then apparently from apps, then makes me a low value woman, makes me a loser, makes me this, makes me that. So what's alternative?
Men don't approach women in real life because you told us that we're creeps, you told us we're dangerous, you told us you don't like it, you called it harassment. And believe it or not, although a lot of men are guilty of contributing to making women feel uncomfortable, it's not actually something that men want to do. Honestly, rejection is not great. Yes, we've been trained to do it all our lives, but bro, no one wants to be rejected, fam. The problem with women who want men to approach them is there's no change in your behavior when you want the attention or when you don't want it. You are the same person.
Yo, so I'm in HEB, right? And I come across this fine brother. He's so fine. Anyway, I didn't even notice him at first because I'm minding my own business shopping, right? But I noticed somebody keeps stalking me, and it's him. So he looking at me. I'm looking at him. I'm looking at his finger. I notice he don't have a ring on his finger. I obviously don't have a ring on my finger. Sir, what is the issue? Come get your wife. I'm right here. Why are you afraid to approach me? I don't get it. I don't get it. I guess we're going to be single forever.
This man probably got PTAD. So what is PTAD? Post-traumatic approach disorder. That is a real thing.
I've come to realize how many men there are that think that they need to be socially confident to approach women. And if they're not socially confident, like that man that walks in the club and, you know, walks around like he owns the place and he can walk up to a girl like it's nothing, a lot of you will sit there and compare yourselves to men like that and think, oh, you know, she's going to go for someone like that instead of someone like me. Let me tell you right now, the girls that you're going to want to approach, those girls are going to be more than happy at the fact that you thought about it 3 times, you started walking to her, you thought, shit, this is a bad idea, and you've gone back to your table, and then you've sat there thinking about it for 45 minutes, and then you've gone and actually done it. You've gotten the courage to do it. The fact that you've had to hesitate and think about it shows more that you care, shows that you've got more respect, and you know, you're willing to read the room, you're willing to read her energy, you're actually thinking about it, you've got a conscious about it. Because the men that don't have a conscious about it, and they'll just go up to anyone, no matter how confident they are, just trust me, the girls that you're going to want to actually approach and take home to your parents, they're the girls that are going to admire the fact that you've thought about it a million times before approaching her. If a guy comes up to me and he's shy or he's stuttering in his words, you know, and you can tell he's so nervous, that means more to me than anything.
Now, see, she was making a little...
Yawn! And let's read Gitmo's super chat because it goes perfect with what we're saying right now. And Gitmo says, I didn't know no risk, no reward was not gender compatible. Look, the lady said, I don't want to do it. Huh? I don't want to do it. I don't want to have to do it. Huh? I'm gonna try to pull a panel today, but it look like we might have some issues. Oh boy, I'm gonna try to pull a panel, y'all, but you know, reckless, right? Yeah. So we gonna make sure we read the super chats. That's for certain, right? But yeah, Getmo, I didn't know no risk, no reward was gender compatible. That's what it looked like. That's what it looked like. The ladies are saying, and they're challenging the men with these damn insults to approach them. Meanwhile, while in the dating phase, they doing this.
What it do, Big Money? My youngest, she 3 months. You laying down. I wish I was laying with you. Yeah, my bad. I fell asleep last night.
You know, you beautiful and everything, but I'm a high value man, so right now I'm really just trying to get myself together. But you know, females just, oh, you cook from scratch. Okay, I love that. You know, females these days, oh, you over there stretching for me, huh? I can't believe a beautiful female such as yourself is single.
What it do, Big Money? My youngest, she 3 months. You laying down. I wish I was laying with you. Yeah, my bad. I fell asleep last night.
Hello, yeah, I just found out my grandma died, so I won't be able to make it into. I'm just really trying to holler at you for real. What you doing?
You want to just come over tonight and have a sleepover?
Can I ask you a question? Listen, alright, I'm serious when I ask this question. How you feel about a poly relationship?
Get that? Like I'm the prize. Like
a real plan. When I signed my first deal, I signed the most fucked up deal in the world.
I bet you got all the dudes in your inbox. No, I'm saying we ain't divorced yet, but we sleep under 2 different covers. I know we just started talking, but can you send me $20 real quick? I'll pay you back. You finna get in the shower without me? I mean, we really ain't gotta go out. You just come over here and chill. Nah, but for real, like, when you gonna come cook for me?
And shout out to Els Active. And Els Active says, and thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Mrs. Z holding back a sneeze. And Els Active says, being hot doesn't mean you're entitled to attention. No, that's what they think. That's what they think. That they're hot and they're entitled to some damn attention. Huh? Yeah. No, that's what they think. And they think they could walk around, honestly, with these hair rollers and with that face too. Look at that face. Jesus, whoever the artist is for this. I bet you they didn't think this was going to be used this way. Anyway, like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Huh? Jesus, look at that face. How many of us seen this face before? Like every black man in existence has seen this face before, especially in America. We definitely seen this face before. Huh? Oh, man. And let's read this from KMS. And KMS says, and thank you for the super chat, these birds clap back is the equivalent of seller lambasting the buyer for not buying instead of looking at the product. Z, you sure they ain't stupid? Look, because they think it's their domain, KMS. What we should do is bow to this and accept our lot in this dating world. It's not fair that we don't lessen ourselves. There's a word I'm looking for. I can't get it out. I've been trying to get this word out for the past couple days, where you offer up yourself to the dating scene to get chewed up and spit out, and not in that way either. Not in the way you would like either. Not in the way that's pleasurable, giggity, either. Huh? It is your job, because this is women's domain. It's not fair that you are not sacrificing yourself. Huh? Genuflect is the closest word I could think. Yeah, yeah, Tro. Genuflect is the closest thing. Yes, right. Because this for them, this is what they get off on. They're supposed to use you. They're supposed to have a roster of men. This guy for that thing, this guy for the other thing, this guy for this other thing. I got the mechanic. I got the old guy that slides me a few dollars. I got the young guy for the peen and the excitement. I got the friend that I put in the friend zone. I got the other guy who does my homework in college. I got the guy at work that buy me lunch occasionally. It's not fair that enough of us aren't playing our role. Prostrate is the word. Thank you. Thank you, Telescope. That's really what the word I was looking for. Genuflect is the other one. That was good enough, but yeah, prostrate is the word. Thank you, Telescope. Not enough of us are doing that. Do we expect the women to say that out loud? Absolutely not. Do not expect them to admit it. Do not expect for them to say it out loud. But that's why they feel so insulted that not enough of us are doing that. That's why they're challenging your manhood and your masculinity, especially the black women, because black women don't know nothing other than to imply, suggest, infer that a black man or black men who ain't doing what a black woman or black women want you to do is some type of LGBTQ. They don't know how to talk any other way. Huh? They really don't. Huh? Well, damn. Well, let me see if I could, because I know I got a few more super chats. Let's read this one from Getmo. And Getmo says, it's funny when you play that and then they got the nerve to say, what's meant for me is for me. Well, you can't complain about what you get. True. But that's actually, we already don't know, and me and Gitmo had this conversation in private. That's them being complacent and lazy and saying, I'm not going to do the things to, appeal to the type of men I want and that I desire. So I'm just going to give it to God or give it to the universe, right? That's what they're saying. That's what they're saying without saying it. And y'all give Z a second, y'all talk amongst yourselves. Reckless! We're going to see if we can bring a panel up. I'm going to see in a minute. We're back, y'all. I'm about to bring up a panel in a minute. It's still reckless. Y'all know what it is. So we're going to bring up a panel. We'll have certain people read the super chapters. We can still be reckless. We just got to be careful how we're reckless. So the link going in the comments, y'all gives you a second. And continuing, what we gonna play? Z, there's a clip I didn't play. Is there a clip I didn't play? I feel like there's a clip I did not play. Did I play all of them? I think I played all of them. But I think no, I didn't. Here we go. While y'all following in.
Stop telling me to go meet someone in the wild when I go in the wild and someone will be staring at me the whole entire night and won't come say hi. How many more times is that going to happen? How many more times am I going to be in the bar, playing pool, at the coffee shop, on a walk, and I will be staring down another person who is staring me down, smiling across the table, whatever, and you don't come say hi? Oh my gosh. What am I meant to do, you guys? Am I going to have, like, we always have to make the first move or something? Because, like, oh my gosh.
Ma'am, you can say, oh my God, 3 more times. You still got to approach the men that you want in 2026. And don't tell us women are not going to do that, because women are doing that, just like this lady here.
So irritated with myself. I just saw this fine ass man on the trail and we walked by each other twice. And I just didn't say anything. He was so fine.
Hello. How are you? I'm okay. I saw you looking at the shoes. Are you trying to buy a shoe?
No, I'm saying, how about you just sitting there?
Yeah, I mean, I was looking around, but I got a little tired, and
the men's section?
Yeah, but okay, yeah, the men's section. You caught me. I thought you were cute, so I came to sit here. Nice to meet you too. What's your name? Oh, Rosemary. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, nice to meet you. So you don't like anything at Nike, or?
I mean, like, I have a lot of sneakers, so I don't really like. I just came here to window shop, just looking around.
Window shop, window bag.
I mean,
window shop for men.
My phone is in my pocket. I have my keys in my pocket, so I didn't feel like carrying a bag.
You didn't buy anything?
Yeah, I'm not gonna buy anything. I'm just walking around. I'm a little tired. What about you? Like, are you hiking? Why do you have a backpack on? If you don't mind me asking. Oh, your motorcycle. So, what kind of motorcycle do you ride? 2? Oh.
I rode my M1000R.
Oh, M1000R. Okay. Is that a BMW?
Yeah.
Okay, that's good. And the second one?
Second one, the Triumph Street Triple.
Okay.
Do you ride?
I do.
You do?
Yeah, I'm just playing. I don't. But I'm trying to actually learn how to ride, honestly. Would you be down to teach me?
I mean, I could teach you.
Okay. I mean, I hope your girlfriend wouldn't be upset that you're teaching a stranger how to ride a motorcycle.
I just need y'all to know, I shot my shot yesterday for the first time in life. I made a first move, and I'm very proud of that. Honestly, it wasn't like the first move, but I had to circle back. I walked away, I said, I liked him. What if I never see him again though? My drum lesson got canceled. I said, oh, this is a sign. I walked back to where I was before. He was still there. I said, so were you just flirting, or are you just this nice to everybody? He said, oh no, I was definitely flirting, absolutely 100%. I said, would you like to take my number? He said, yes, absolutely, I would, verbatim. All right.
Congratulations to you, ma'am. The Brotherhood is very proud of you. And thanks for putting out a video encouraging your stubborn sister to do the same.
Gun. Go ahead, y'all.
Yeah, what up? I couldn't help but notice that the women that you were playing that were talking about, not being approached, were way more attractive than the women who were actually like doing the little hang up parody. I couldn't help but notice that. So let me get this right. The women who are more attractive than the women who are actually out here that are talking smack look better. You notice that dynamic?
To be honest, I think all of them are getting caught up. All of them, because the young men. If you're hella, I gotta go download that clip of South Korea where the women are complaining, or was it Japan where the women are complaining? And they're saying, like, us average women, the 2-3 strikes you're out rule, where a man can approach you more than 3 times. It's causing us average looking women to suffer, because the super attractive women, the men are going to take the risk. So going to what you're saying, somewhat in America, I think all the men getting hit. I think the young men are fed up with all of it. The men are fed up, but especially the young men are fed up with all of it. They're not approaching them chicks because it's not worth the risk. It's not worth being recorded recorded and posted on the internet. It's not worth it. It's not worth the nuclear rejection. It's not, and you can't have a society where your young men are afraid to approach and your young women think they're too good to approach. Or they're only going to approach the most specimen of specimen man.
I mean,
Right?
that's gonna
Because
come
that you can't scale that. You cannot scale that. You can't have a society built off of that.
Nope. So I'm waiting for these videos. I'm waiting for these videos where these shit's gonna have to start going through classes on how to approach men because it's coming. It's coming. Y'all gonna have to. Chicks gonna
They
need
tried
game.
that
They gonna
already,
need
though.
game coaches.
They
Chicks
they
gonna
they
need
they
game coaches.
they tried that, but it doesn't work because these chicks, they're still the sellers. They're not the buyers. Like when they start providing protection, they become the buyers. They're still the sellers. It's not gonna work. It just
I
isn't.
know, but I wanted to see it anyway because as current the dynamic that is certainly kept up is not working either. So there's going to have to be something new.
Yeah. I mean, what we're dealing with is the first and second order effects. So the baseline was that, okay, we don't want men talking to us. The first order effect is that most of the men who would be considered quote unquote good men are like, okay, fine, hey, I will acquiesce and not talk to you. The second order effect is that the men who are going to talk to you are the psychopaths. So
and the women, once again, though, KMS, they're not saying it for real. It's the men I don't find attractive. I don't want to talk to them. That's the unwritten part. Go.
But this ties right into my super chat about the second order effects. These women, and I'll read the super chat verbatim. Fuck it. I will take the clapback at face value. If your product is only attracting subprime pookies, then what does that say about your product and its actual value against its perceived value and against its market value? What these Yellow chicks are dealing with is yellow Jordans, right?
Yeah.
No. What these chicks are dealing with is the second order effects. If the only people that are talking to you are subprime pookies, I'm just using it as a placeholder. You can figure it out later. Then that says more about your product and the marketing than it will ever say about the buyers that are showing up. Correct. Exactly. But
the same thing is this: they're gonna have to go. You're gonna have to go back and make a better product, but you don't want to. You feel like you don't have to.
Then you will be dealing with buyers that do not take you serious.
Just like the girls talking about their dating experience. Those are the buyers that's not taking you serious.
Those are the second order effects.
Right.
The only buyers out here now are the ones that ain't gonna take you serious.
So if you're not going to approach, that's what you're going to end up with. Is my point, and you can't complain about that.
Exactly.
You don't want to put forth no effort, then this is what you get. So you can't complain about what the fuck you get. Excuse my language.
No. We are 1,000% in agreement.
The second and third effect of hypergamous failures. I told
Exactly.
you.
Yeah.
I told you. Hypergamous failures is their destiny, and this is what it is.
Low key, high key. That is what it is. That is what it is.
The second and third effect of a bunch of hypergamous failures, because now y'all so damn bad, y'all gotta start approaching.
And let me do KMS justice real quick. Because he read it, but I'm gonna read it because I can't have him read his own super chat. And KMS did. I will take the bird's clapback at face value. If your product is only attracting subprime cookies, then what does that say about the product and its actual value against its perceived value? ? And there you go. And thank you, KMS, for the super chat, even though you're already here and you read it. All right,
I would also like to say, speaking to that damn video and we taking it at face value, I'm like, yeah, because you want to hang up on the dude because he having this youngest 3-month-old child. Okay, that's fair enough. But y'all are the same women that are out here dating while pregnant.
But okay, now think about this. Every situation that they describe, they put themselves in. You put yourself in the bed with the dude with the 2 covers. You the one that put yourself in the other situation to begin with. So how did you get there? Is my question.
That's the only people coming to the lot. It's
right.
Second order effect.
It's renters and fucked up and buyers with fucked up credit. That's the only people coming to the lot.
I'm glad you said renters because that is what you're dealing with now. As a person that travels a lot and deals with rent, it does with enterprise and Hertz. here's how I think about cars, and you can extrapolate that on this if you will. I
Right.
want the car to be the model that I paid for. I want the car to be clean. I want the car to have the ability to go to point A and point B. And then I will pay the surcharge to never have to deal with that car ever again. After I'm done with it, I don't give a fuck who drives it after me. I really don't care who drove it before me. As long as it's clean, the model I picked out per the price I'm willing to pay, and it functions to how I need it to function. You can extrapolate it on that. Well, I know women and people hate to compare women to cars, so I'll just leave that as a pinpoint right there.
I mean,
y'all can type in if you want.
Nah, I'm just gonna say, never mind if they hate it or not. Nobody wants a car with 3 owners over 400,000 miles, and we can't see the Carfax, and it's a salvage title. Nobody wants it.
Yeah, I don't care. I don't care about a rental. I don't care about a car with has multiple owners, 400,000 miles. If I see that Enterprise, and I'm just renting it for a couple days. Sure,
but eventually, they're gonna want somebody to buy it. They're gonna try to sell it.
That's Enterprise's problem.
Yeah, I know.
Well.
Hey, here's something. Wait. When does here go KMS to complete that analogy? When does Enterprise or Avis or Hertz or any of them, when do they get rid of the cars again?
When they're on their last legs.
Pretty much once it's out of warranty, so about that 50,000, 45, 48, 52,000 mile mark is when that's when everyone wants it the least, actually.
Correct.
Yeah, and then
sounds like I just described the majority of black women, but anyway.
Yeah. And then I'm glad you said it. And then after you say that point, you can go ahead and run that video about all them chicks hanging up on all those subprime bookies, because that's where they at.
Yep.
You are beyond the rental phase.
You are buy here, pay here.
you are buy here, pay here.
Yeah.
And this is a perfect time to read Inspired Truth super chat real quick. And Inspired Truth says it's not charity work. What kind of work is it? If it's not charity work, what kind of? But we are doing charity work.
No, we're doing dirty jobs. Dirty jobs. Like the TV show.
Exactly. What's the name of dude again? Something Low, Robert Lowe or something. What's his name? Something Low. I forgot the guy that did with the show Dirty Jobs. Yeah. I forgot his first name.
But I'm just speaking as a dude who doesn't mind. I'm speaking as a dude who doesn't mind approaching, but I just couldn't help but notice the stark contrast between the women who were on the video.
Thank you, Starman. Mike Rowe.
Talking about not being approached as opposed to the women who were doing the hang up gang. I couldn't notice that. Like, yes, I would much rather take my chances, just being practical for me personally, and approaching women who look better than y'all. The women.
I got y'all. Let me play the video for you. Let me play it for you. Let me play it for you, Lon. Let me play it for you. There you go.
What it do, Big Money? My youngest, she 3 months.
No, that. Man, your gut is too big for that shit.
I wish I was laying with you. Oh. Yeah, my bad. I fell asleep last night.
Wait. Before I finish that, let me go to some. Wait, Lion. Wait, Lion. Wait, because I gotta say this. Because I gotta say it more concise. This is what you qualify for. Yeah. Homegirl, this is what you don't appreciate. You think because you got a degree or you got your own place, if that's really her apartment, it look nice. It look like a nice apartment with a nice view. What you don't appreciate is those are pluses to men. Those would make you drool, but it don't make the men drool. So you qualify for the nigga that's calling you big money because you earn more than him, or you earn less than him, but he's not what you exactly want. You are supposed to be getting knocked on by Uncle Earl. That you don't appreciate. That's what you qualify for. You want to know how you know you qualify for it? Because the men sit so. Because that's the niggas that's talking to you.
You shaped like an Aveeno lotion bottle. What the fuck you?
No. It ain't even that, bro. Like what Z is saying. I mean, it's that too. It's the overinflated ego. But it's like
you got to remember. This is what everybody got to remember about Lion. Because Lions is in the gym, he go to the physique first. We going off of other shit more often than not. Like going to that first and then
I'm
trickle
going
down
the
from
very
these
first
to all of
thing
that
that,
shit. Yeah.
I'm going
Go
to
ahead,
the
yo.
very first thing that would even make me want to approach you, which everybody which men and women already know. It's about your looks. If you are
Yep.
not, if you don't
Yep.
look like a woman even worth approaching, it's an automatic no.
No,
No.
you're absolutely right, Line. But the thing with those ladies is that she still thinks her '89 station wagon with the external wood panels ass still
Stop it, sir,
desires
because
to go.
those are back cool. She's not. Go ahead.
That's cool.
Yeah,
She can
yeah,
think
yeah.
she can think whatever she want.
She thinks she should be equivalent of the latest 2026 model, but she ain't.
That's one.
I know this chick. You know the cold part about it is I know good and damn well if this chick would be on a dating app, she would send me a like. This same big back Tesla shaped 7-Eleven looking ass chick would have the nerve to send me a like on a dating app.
I will. Okay. I'll use one more car analogy, and I'll stop with the fucking car analogy. Even though this is a Mrs. E car stream. Okay, all right.
Thank you. I was about to say you good with me.
I was in a pinch. I had to do an emergency meeting in Salt Lake City. I flew out there last minute. I did not have a car. They had a conference there. Someone had a conference there. Most of the cars were out. I ended up going to the meeting in a fucking IT truck. It had a gate in the back with IT shit in. That's the only car they had left. I had to take it. So situations with that chick that looked like a fucking '89 station wagon, that's the dude she deal with. The dude that deal with her have to take her. That's why they play in her face and talking all crazy to her, and she's frustrated about that. So that meme about these chicks hanging up, they've hanging up because they don't have no options. The options that they do have are clearly either they clearly playing in that bitch face or they have to take her.
Yeah.
So that's where they're at.
There's another part of that. Wait. There's another part of that can't miss. Where if she's trying to date, she gotta take them. That's the part she don't want to accept. If she don't got nowhere else to go, that's the part she don't want to accept.
Yeah.
I just came up to ask a question because like all the ones I see is like shaped like F-350 with a bulldog face. So like where the Tesla ones at?
For real, the only decent one was the one that hung up on that she was wearing a blue tank top and she hung up on the dude talking about his third youngest child. I'm like, man, that it may not be you, but I'm pretty sure you have a friend or a friend of a friend that's pregnant and has the nerve to talk about like trying to be out here dating. So I wouldn't talk.
Of course.
This is the natural endpoint of all the societal misandry that we have. Like when you devalue men, when you say that men are unnecessary, men are redundant in terms of parenting, that men are basically don't bring any value, then why would you not despise something that's just there and taking up space and whatnot? So this is all a propaganda initiative, like, and they've bought it. If they believe they're in a superior position that they clearly are not.
Let me play the whole thing again. Let me play the whole thing because I ended the first one. Here we go.
What it do, Big Money? My youngest, she 3 months. You laying down? I wish I was laying with you. Yeah, my bad. I fell asleep last night.
You know, you beautiful and everything, but I'm a high value man, so right now I'm really just trying to get myself together. But you know, females just, oh, you cook from scratch. Okay, I love that. You know, females these days, oh, you over there stretching for me, huh? I can't believe a beautiful female such as yourself is single.
What it do, Big Money? My youngest, she 3 months. You laying down? I wish I was laying with you. Yeah, my bad. I fell asleep last night.
Hello, yeah. I just found out my grandma died, so I won't be able to make it into. I'm just really trying to holler at you for real. What you doing?
You want to just come over tonight and have a sleepover?
Can I ask you a question? Listen, I'm serious when I ask this question. How you feel about a poly relationship?
Get that? Like I'm the prize. Like
A real plan. When I signed my first deal, I signed the most fucked up deal in the world.
I bet you got all the dudes in your inbox. No, I'm saying we ain't divorced yet, but we sleep on the 2 different covers. I know we just started talking, but can you send me $20 real quick? I'll pay you back. You finna get in the shower without me? I mean, we really ain't gotta go out. You just come over here and chill. Nah, but for real, like, when you gonna come cook for me?
All right.
Funny.
I'm gonna use that line. We ain't divorced yet, but we sleep under 2 different covers. I'm gonna use that.
Nah, but time out. I know this shit is goofy. First of all, like the dude, like the one with the chick with the contacts and the push-up bra. You hanging up on dude when he said, I just found out my grandma died? That's how goofy y'all sound. That's how goofy that is.
No, what it is though. Those last 2 women who I would say are objectively good looking, they the fucking problem. If you run across dudes like that, says more about your character than anything else. You must be getting deducted into marriage as soon as you open your fucking mouth.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's not the looks thing for the last 2. For the first 3, yeah, baby, you look like an '89 station wagon. All right, they approach you because of that. Those last 2, that's a character thing.
Yeah, but even the light-skinned chick too, because like we tell by the tattoos, I'm like, ma'am, you are 85 too. You are 85. You are 85 amongst other 85, even though you light-skinned. Or brown, or even brown caramel skin. You were 85. Y'all don't qualify for no 89 dudes.
I mean, unless you're renting.
Yeah, unless we can do a month-to-month plan.
Yeah, hey, look, man. Enterprise works. Enterprise works.
But yeah, that's all I'm saying is like y'all. This just sounds like a bunch of hypergamous failures because y'all were using. First of all, 3 of y'all were using the same dude's voice.
Yeah, I mean, in line, just to expand back out to it, as they're trying to falsely equivalent themselves to men, which are the buyers. Here's the whole thing: I can take my resources in my structure, in my protection, in my ability to protect and provide elsewhere. I can just fund another car lot. Bitch, you just the car. So you're gonna have to support whatever your value is what it is, unless you're trying to flip the script and protect and provide for me.
Or you're going to send your ass back to the man. Or as he says, you're willing to send yourself back to the manufacturer.
Just imagine you go to Rent-A-Center and the appliances are hanging up on you and telling you what they're not going to accept, but you're the one that got to take them home. Basically put. So I go into Rent-A-Center and all the appliances is talking shit, but at the same time, I'm the one that got to take you home. I'm the one that's got to sign up to the agreement. So you can say whatever you want, but I don't have to buy it. Point blank, period.
That's exactly what is happening. What actually, because this false sense of equality and this false sense of equal work in the relationship got them pretending and acting like it's equal share of equal everything. No. It is what you just said. What you just said, Mo. It is what you're actually demanding here. And I'm gonna play this clip as I really want y'all to respond to this one. What you're actually demanding here is to be the appliance telling me what you ain't gonna do. You imagine a toaster oven saying, nigga, I'm gonna heat up when I want to. I might not work for a week. I'm gonna burn the toast sometimes. I'm gonna burn whatever you put in here sometimes. Sometimes I might not work. Sometimes I might electrify you. Sometimes the hatch won't open, the door won't open. Sometimes
but you gotta take me
open,
home.
right?
I'm
but
not gonna
take me home and pay for me at the highest bidder. Go ahead.
I'm not gonna blame. I'm not gonna blame. Bitch, you a fucking blender. The task is your goddamn name.
Well, hold up. Z, quick question for you.
Go ahead.
What happens to a tool or an appliance that no longer serves its purpose?
It gets tossed out.
Yep, discarded.
You become Vivica Fox and what's the other chick's name?
Lisa Random.
Lisa Random, yeah.
Or you go to ReTube, or you go somewhere that looks like Harbor Freight. My bad.
Or you find yourself somewhere in India at scrap metal.
Or you can find them in.
But Z,
don't make me say that.
Wait. Before you go tunnel runner, because I gotta play the clip. Now that I said somewhere in India at scrap metal, and we got our own Black Manosphere highlight. Shout out to Edward Anderson. Go ahead, Ed. Tell him what it is.
Mario, Jorge, Cartwright, Shane Sung. We got a thrift store of leftover bitches. They're leftover because apparently it ain't enough niggas is worth a damn. Whatever. Point is they left over. We need you to come pick them up. No instruction manual. Figure it out. Sprinkle some white ice on it. Maybe, I've heard the white ice is colder. Sprinkle some white ice on it. It goes with everything. If you come within the next 24 hours, we'll give you a complimentary book on how to date black women for white men. That's a $4 value.
Say that. Go ahead, Tunnel Runner. Go ahead.
Hey,
Wait, everyone. Tunnel Runner got it. Tunnel Runner got it. Go ahead, Tunnel Runner.
Imagine just saying the same thing that the brother was saying in Spanish, and she says, "Yes, oh yeah, abuela muerte, she died. Oh, I want to cry for you. Let me come and bring you some soup.
This nigga bragging even when he not bragging. Listen to this. Go ahead.
But that's imagine that's why these women are winning over here. Some of these foreign women with these American men because they're not giving those answers. They're saying when they say come on with children, like, oh, when I'll be there as soon as I can get there. They're not. They are appreciating what the brothers try to give them. They're not looking for you got to do this. You got to do this my way. I'm willing to go your way, and that's you know what brothers are looking for.
Let me say this to Longo. Longo says $4 actual value, $4,000 perceived value. No, brother, $40 million, $4 billion, $400 million perceived value. Right? $4 actual value. $4 billion, 400 billion. They think they Elon. They think they a trillion up. That's what they think. Go ahead, y'all.
That last look, yo, I missed that last look Ed does in the video. He actually looks in the phone. That shit funny as hell. When he actually looks in the phone. Oh, but this is exactly what it is. Like the fact that they were all using the same voice and it sounded like the same dude, I'm like, yeah, that sounds the same caliber dude y'all qualify for. But you were 85, 87, and all you get is 85. Baby, I don't know what to tell you. You were 85, shaped like an 85 Chevy. Which I would complain if you want to. Then on top of that, you got on fake makeup. Your hair ain't that long. Your breasts ain't that big. You probably got gout.
But see, look, this is the thing. We're not grading them like they grade us. Meaning, she probably do got all that, but the house is supposed to cover that up. The fact that she knows how to do the splits is supposed to cover that up. The fact that she wants to look like the it girl is supposed to cover that up. So to her, why wouldn't you want her? But we're not grading them on the same thing that they grade us is the problem.
No, I think we are. Hence, why they had to use the same voice throughout that video. They only used the same two voices. The other dude talking about sleep, the dude that used the word sleepover. I'm like, yeah, that sounds like a younger dude, but like, ain't no grown men, even younger dudes using the word sleepover. Like, stop it.
No, I feel you on that. I'm saying, like, for instance, when the first girl, the one you said, the big girl, right?
Yeah.
She thinks the house is supposed to be like, well, I got a nice ass house. It doesn't matter if I'm big. That's my point.
No,
yes, it does matter because we don't grade you on your house.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
If I can offer an opinion, there's a generational aspect to this that I can't really relate to, so you guys could maybe refine my view somewhat. But I look at women, the women that you showed in the videos, their appearance, their countenance, the hair, the nails, the tattoos. To me, and again, this could be generational, they're guaranteed to attract a certain kind of dude who might have some of those responses. And in some of those interactions, it's clear or implied within those responses was that they had sex with those men at some point. So you had reinforced a certain character, by what you accepted and were willing to lay with. So when those men say those things, well, you actually earned that by how you presented yourself and what you were willing to do with those men. And again, it could be a generational thing to me, because I don't know who y'all do. I don't know how you all know who is and who is not beautiful these days. I really don't know that. I see just a damn clown show across the board that I don't know how you decide which is pretty and which is not. So, but again, that's just sort of an old man's opinion of things. Take it for what you will.
I mean, clearly they're not. I mean, given you look at these women that we were just looking at, and I'm like, clearly they're not beautiful.
But nowadays, you can't even judge beauty just on the outward appearance.
No.
Like we just said earlier, you said, well, I know she got knocked off some merits when she opened her mouth, right? Because aesthetically, she's fine. And sometimes it's not even worth the hassle when they are pretty, because that's what you have to deal with the entitlement. You have to deal with, like you were saying, the girl like that in the first clip, she'll feel like she deserves to meet you, or she deserves for you to answer her because she slid in the inbox.
No.
That you don't necessarily qualify for that. Even when we deal with the girls who are basically, average people date average people, average looking people date average looking people. The problem is they don't think they're average looking. You get to put on the hair. You get to put on the hair and the nails and wear a costume every day of the week. I used to be with a girl. Hold on. I just want to say this. I used to be with a girl, right? And she would not let me see her without her hair done or without a lace front on or some shit like that. So basically, I don't never know the real you. I only know the character that you're portraying.
Why were you dating her though? If that's all she represented of herself.
Well, I'll say this. In the beginning, I wouldn't always worry about necessarily what I would want. Like I could say, okay, I like this, I like this, I like that. But just because I like a girl in a certain way, I can tell her she's beautiful all day, but she might not take my word for it. So she'll go do what she wants to. Like a lot of these young ladies, we can tell them we like them just the way they are, and they're going to present themselves the way that they feel like they're beautiful, how their peers say they're beautiful.
The costume, yep.
You see what I'm saying? It's not like we're all asking them, hey, go get BBLs because we like them. No, they champion that themselves amongst each other. We don't champion that, but they don't care what we like.
And again, there's obvious generational. I mean, I wouldn't want to be around a woman who was a damn clown show all the time.
That's with that being said, look, Black Uru, with that being said, then that's why many men are withdrawing, because they don't want to be around the clown show.
Well, yeah, I mean, and that's the point I guess I'm trying to emphasize, because like when I looked at the video, I see all these rather garish looking females, and I'm like, well, what do you expect to receive when you look like the It Clown or some shit? To me, I mean, I'm exaggerating the point, but
this is the thing. They all have the same attitude if they came from a AKA branch where they supposed to look a certain way, or they come from the Sexy Red branch and they look a certain way with the chest tattoos and all that. They still think they all deserve that guy or the dude with the motion. It doesn't matter. The software is still the same no matter what the outside of the product looks like nowadays.
Let me play this clip because I think this perfectly encapsulates what we're talking about Black Uru, and this is the first day I'm playing this clip. I'm gonna be spamming this clip for a little while because I think it perfectly, like I said, encapsulate what the young men are running into, especially after she done got her little heart broken by her preference.
The next man
Right.
to enter my life literally has to kiss the ground I walk on, worship me, yearn me, give me my autonomy. You're gonna let me live my life, and you're gonna be happy for me, and you're gonna be my yes man, and you're gonna provide for me without making me feel like shit about it. If that doesn't ever happen, then I don't want to be with anybody else.
Let me explain something. If this is the way that you're running your dating life,
So yeah, that's it. There you go. There you go. That explains pretty much everything right there. That's what the young men are running. That's what, quite frankly, it's not even just young men. That's what the men are running into, particularly the young men. That's what they're running into. You will worship me and you will pay for my autonomy. You will worship the ground I walk on. You will pay for me. You will do pretty much. You're, like I say, you're a walking wallet, over glorified guard dog, a cheerleader, and a sex toy.
And they will always kick rocks. But anyway.
Yeah. Well, that's what the young men are responding to, that environment. That's the part of the environment that nobody want to mention in polite society.
Sex in the city, dickless in Texas. Sex in the city, dickless in Detroit. Sex in the city, dickless in Miami. Sex in the city, dickless in New York. Sex in the city, dickless in LA. Sex in the city, dickless in the continental United States of America. Period.
See? In the building.
Yeah, I mean, that's a very interesting, perspective. I when young men are encountering these women, when you guys are, I mean, what do you tell them? Do you, because, for me, it's like, well, like who do you think you are? Back in the day, bitch, you ain't shit. Who do you think you are? What
I think the young men that are engaging, let me get this out, y'all, because I'm talking mute up. Oh, okay. To be honest with you, Black Ula, I think the young men that are engaging with them are just trying to get in where they can fit in for however long it lasts. But I think most young men, from what I'm seeing, they're not even engaging with this, because this is the dominant narrative in the society. This is the part that gets real uncomfortable. This is the part that polite society, your technocrats, your social designers, your demographers, this is the part of the conversation they don't want to have, is that when your average chick reach too far beyond herself and she get tossed up and used, this is her response to the society, to the environment, and to the men she actually qualifies for. That's why she has such a stank attitude, right? Because I qualify for better. No, you don't. And so when the society, when that man that she reached for, knock her hand off after he done, right? This is the attitude. And you running into this I ran into this when I was dating, and now I'm back into the dating scene. I know, now that I know what it looked like too. Oh yeah, and I want the men in the comments to tell me if I'm lying. This is the attitude, Yeah.
Yes.
Better you. If you don't mind, better you. Because Better You is doing pretty well in life. Better You, if you don't mind giving us the story again about the sister from Popeyes.
Okay. Yeah. So this was about 2019 or so, right before the pandemic like really hit. I was out there dating, saw a young girl on one of those apps, and she seemed pretty nice. Had a kid, but seemed like she was getting life together and everything like that. Was a little bit younger than me, so I was like, this might work. We meet at a restaurant called Cheddar's. It's kind of like, I would say like an Applebee's, Chili's, like nice bar and grill type of a joint. Like really good spot for a first date. Like you'll get decent food. You won't be too overly invested if something goes wrong. And immediately once I met her, like she looked just like a picture. So I was like, okay, well, that's good. No catfish. And she just was coming out the side of her neck crazy. And she was talking like she was from money. And I pulled up, like I had a Toyota. She was like, that's you? I'm like, yeah. Oh, is that like your daily driver? I'm like, no, that's my only driver. What are you talking about? Oh, okay. I'm like, oh, Well, shit, what you come in? I Uber. Okay. We sit down. She's asking about my job. She's asking about where I stay. Like just really condescendingly. As like, oh, you're only the account manager. You're only making X amount. At that time, I was making about 80,000 or whatever. And I finally asked her, I was like,
damn near double what the American household is, not household, with the individual American is making salary wise. And quite frankly, you making at that time, because I know you make a little bit more, but at that time, you're making what the average yearly income for a household is.
Yeah,
and she's still talking down. Go ahead, continue.
Yeah, medium household is 80 or 90, something like that.
Yeah. And I finally asked her, I was like, yo, you know, what do your parents do for work? She told me, she was like, I want to say dad was like a custodian and mom was a clerk at the courthouse. So I was like, oh. I was like, and what do you do for work again? Oh, she's like, oh, I work the night shift at Popeyes, but I'm in college and I'm getting my associates and I'm doing this, doing that. And I'm like, oh, okay. And one of my colleagues from work saw me, and I was they knew I was writing a book and I was about to release. So she hears book and she's thinking like New York Times bestseller or something like that. Her attitude completely changed. Like when I tell you she heard book, I don't know who spilled drinks, but there was water all over the floor. She came on my side of the booth at that point in time and like was hugging all on me and everything.
Wait a minute, pause. Like, I heard that, sir. I heard that. He said, I don't know who poured drink, but there was water all over the floor. Where did water come from?
I don't know, man. I don't know who spilled their drink. It wasn't me. Mm-hmm. But it was such a turnoff to me. Like I got up and I went to the restroom and I looked at myself in the mirror and I said, you know, you could probably go home and do whatever you want with her. And I really looked at myself for a second. I said, and I would be so disgusted. And I said, self, what do you really want to do? I said, fuck it. Street Fighter 5 done came out. And they got new characters. I want to play with some of the new characters tonight. I said, then we going to go home and play with some of the new characters. Fuck this. So I went to the waiter. It was a black dude. And I paid for my meal. And she tried to order like $100-something worth of stuff. And she looked over at me after she ordered, was like, that's good. It's not going to break you, is it? I was like, nope. So I paid for mine. And brother was like, yo, what you going to do about her? I was like, hey, she'll figure it out. He started laughing, and I tipped him. I basically paid double whatever my meal was. I tipped him. And I was like, hey, just whatever you do, don't tell her I love. He was like, all right, big dog. So I went home, and she started texting me after a little bit, like, hey, you okay in the bathroom? And I'm like, yeah, I'm okay, whatnot. So I was just playing with her while I'm playing the game. It was like maybe 30, 35 minutes before she realized I wasn't actually there anymore. And she started cussing at me, but yeah.
Well,
do me a favor, better you read this super chat, please, and thank you.
No placeholder. All the laughing emojis and the hand claps for better use story. But yeah,
but why it's so funny is because that you were doing pretty okay in life, and she's saying, oh, that essentially she was trying to say, oh, that little job, that little position, and she worked the night shift at Popeyes as a shift manager. Nothing wrong with that per se, but
she
it
wasn't
lets
a
you
shift
know.
manager.
Oh, she was.
She
Oh my
just
god.
worked the
Okay,
night shift.
So she worked the night. So, by the way, because you said this story multiple times, so you've been telling me this story maybe for at least a year. At least a year. It might be longer. The whole time I'm thinking she's at least the shift manager at night. No, you're telling me no, she worked the night shift. So she's a regular Popeyes employee. I'm thinking she manager or something. She's a regular. By the way, okay, cool. I'm not even defecating on that. I'm not shitting on that. And yet you're looking down. See, like, and that the reason why I wanted you to recite that story again after the video I played is to emphasize this is the problem. Average chicks are not even trying to go a smidge above. We know they're going to practice hypergamy. That's already factored into your average man's formula, even if they're not red pill. Them bitches trying to go a zillion, 2, 3, 7, 20 times higher than what they are, not just 10% higher than they are. Go ahead.
I gotta play the status game here for a second.
Go ahead.
Which I typically don't do, but I've seen some night shift Popeyes workers, man. You okay, better you?
Oh, Black Ooh, you ain't shit. You ain't shit, man. You wrong, bro.
Man, I've seen some nice.
He say, better you, or you okay, bro?
In other words, let me say it the Z way. As I said, we are the beautiful ones. And what Black Rule is asking you is, or did you get talked down to by a chick that you looked better than on top of that? You was doing her service.
I'm really trying to visualize.
By the way, wait, Black Rule, wait. Better you. That was an actual question. That was a rhetorical question. I'm actually asking you that.
No, she was a pretty girl. Like she was my type. Like she was brown skinned, had pretty big breasts, nice little bubble butt, cute little tight waist. So she aesthetically, like just on the outside, like she looked good.
But the problem is,
better you saying she was
you were supposed to give her the lifestyle that she deserved. That's the point. Meaning when she found that over and she got out from in front of you and got on the side of you and started wanting to hug up and started acting a different way, that's because she noticed that you could give her the lifestyle that she thinks she deserves.
No, I'm still dying on when the water fell and it hit the ground and it got wet. You know that part.
That whole time, by the way, when Better You said that, the reason why I asked him to say it again is because I thought that was a whole sexual innuendo. I thought he was talking about the Johnny getting wet. That's why I asked him to say it. But I think he really meant a cup fell and it got wet.
I don't know how water got on the floor, man. Water flow was wet. Could be water. Could be oil.
In other words, it could have not been the cup. It could have not been a cup. Okay.
It could not have been the cup. I mean, okay.
I mean, her water better not have broke them. I mean, you know what I'm saying?
She was pregnant already. Hysterical.
Right. Her water broke.
No, that was the world's biggest orgasm. One of the two.
Hey, if you in your mind you got a New York bestseller that's on a date with you, hell yeah.
Well, he wrote a book.
What's up, gentlemen?
Well,
what's going on, Louis?
A book is status, man. So
exactly.
You immediately moved up in status. He
moved up 5 pussy notches. That's what he moved up, 5 pussy notches.
A book is status. I mean, and don't let it be like a bestseller of some sort.
On Oprah's book list of the month club, 8 more pussy notches.
Better you Mr. Z. Better you read the super chat.
What's up? Okay, hold on. Better you're a better man than me. I was swung by for a late night 2-piece after a Ghost of Tsushima session.
Hey, shout out to Mr. Donnie Mac. Thank you for the super chat. Mr. Donnie Mac said, I'm going to speak Popeyes for Z real quick. There's good Popeyes references, sir. Good Popeyes references, for real.
To be fair,
exactly.
I would have did the same thing if Ghost of Tsushima was like 2-3 years away.
Right.
Well, October 23rd, I'm removing myself from society.
Why? What did you do?
Modern Warfare 4 will be launched.
No, you were supposed to say Grand Theft Auto 6.
No, that's November 19th. November 19th. November 19th.
That's November.
Let's be clear.
Okay, well, let's officially call that Doomsday for women. That's going to be
real.
Doomsday.
That's real.
It's going to be Doomsday.
That ain't even a joke for real.
I'm serious. I didn't say it jokingly.
Y'all thought the 2K epidemic was bad when you seen the memes about the girls getting mad about the 2K boys playing and breaking up with their girls and all that stuff. It's going to be worse than that.
and Madden and Call of Duty. Like I said, when that 6 come out, man, doomsday. It's over. They can cancel Christmas. They better
And it's
buy
been
all the
confirmed, and it's already
vibrators.
been confirmed that
They
it's right. And it's already been confirmed that that is the release date.
Yeah, okay. They better get all the vibrators, all the roses, buy all the extra fake rubber dildos, cause they gonna have to use them.
Alexa, play Marky Mark's Good Vibrations, please. Makes it worse that he's a white man. Continue.
I would say they need to
You know
they
what?
tired of them too.
Yeah, you know what? Maybe I might take advantage. Y'all go ahead and play GTA 6. I mean, I'm gonna have my copy too, but I'll come through and you know,
This low
smash real
down,
quick and leave.
this low
you gotta
down, dirty
understand this.
Negro.
You got to understand this. It sounds good, but just because we're not out there dating and we're playing a video game, nowadays they're going to come to the house anyway. I'm just saying, for me, I know they're going to come to the house anyway.
I'd rather not. I'd rather not come through. I don't want you here while I'm playing the game. Get the fuck away from me.
She can come to the house. I don't gotta open the door.
Right.
Like I'm not paying. I'm really not paying attention. Once that PlayStation turn on, no.
Man, look here. It like your boy said, it's always room for Uber Beats. I'm sorry.
Hysterical. Not to the door.
No,
ain't
nobody accepting. You cannot come through. Yep, we got a shitload of games, and yep. Shout out to Recluse
Final
Nation.
Fantasy
Right.
coming out next year too.
That Final
Early
Fantasy
next year
2.
too.
That Final Fantasy Part 3. Yep, playing that too. Don't even ask. That's around Valentine's Day as well. I think that dropping around Valentine's Day. Nah.
Hey,
Don't even worry about Final Fantasy, man. I'll take care of them for you, big fella.
And don't forget the other football. Don't forget the other football, that FIFA crap. Because look, quiet as kept. It's a lot of people. White, black, Asian, man, Cuban, China, Korean. I'm talking about men everywhere on that crap. So like I say, I'm just on Madden and 2K and tennis and golf. You got people doing like Z. He races. You know what I'm saying? I used to race, but I got my little 3 little titles, Grand Nationals on them boys. I say, yeah, I was the first to do it. I'm retired. I'm gonna retire on y'all ass the first, and I ain't came back since. I get emails left to right. Come back, James Jesse. Come back.
I'm glad you said that, AO, because Forza coming out a couple months ago. Definitely, Forza coming out a couple months ago definitely did ease up some of the sadness and depression from Z. That definitely, because me and my boys play every Friday. We know every Friday we squad up, and before 4 of us, 3 of us or 4 of us, depending. And so that's. I'm glad that you brought that up, because it does offer a distraction from the bullshit, and we got to be honest about that. It in a world where dating and chilling with women has become so goddamn annoying.
You want to know why, Z? You want to know why it's become so goddamn annoying? It's because they're so goddamn boring. Think about it. They are the most boringest creatures in the world. They have no hobbies. They have nothing to do. All they want to do is have you entertain them. Bitch, I'm not Richard Pryor. Miss me with that shit.
Now look, he's telling the truth, but I'm gonna say this too. Listen to what y'all talking about. We're men really in here for the most part for the last 5 or 10 minutes been talking about nothing but video games. Has nothing to do with women. But somehow they will find the space that you're in and they will invade your space. You do not no longer have a barbershop because they want to be in a barbershop. They want to start braiding hair now. You like sports now, they like sports. You like video games now, they like video games. You like anime now, some reason they like anime.
You know where this started? You know where this started? They wanted to be and get into the country clubs, and the men wouldn't let them. They started pitching a bitch and
but now
pounding.
you don't have now as a man, you don't have no space without them wanting to be a part of it for whatever reason.
Forget the new games. I got over 120. I got a whole backlog of games I haven't went through yet.
Damn. So I'm just saying, y'all, just keep that in mind. You don't have no spaces no more. It's just like
okay.
I'm just saying that's the end of the message. That's it.
Now the piggyback of what brother was saying though, I think that's why, at least in my opinion, that's why the Black Manosphere is overall a great thing, because it's very important to have your own spaces where you can have the freedom of expression, where you can quote unquote be politically incorrect and just simply be yourself. Like when you have to comport yourself a particular way at all times because I wouldn't normally say that around mom. I wouldn't normally say that around my girl. I wouldn't normally say that around my kids.
That's exhausting. That's just really exhausting. I'm gonna be the first to admit it. I don't conform to that shit no more. I've just been thinking so black pill lately. I ain't conforming to none of it.
Yeah, I can't be a kid like that too. I can't be around the dumb shit. I can't step on eggshells with the dumb shit anymore.
It's not even the eggshells. It's appropriateness and expression. Because when I'm with my boys and when I'm with my family, like there's certain things or in certain ways I might talk that I wouldn't talk around them. And,
Right.
And that's the thing that they don't get. Like, wow, they have their own spaces. It's like them coming into ours eliminates our spaces, and that is something that I think is necessary for healthy manhood. Because like the fact that you have the Girl Scouts and then the Scouts of America, it's like, yo, why can't the Boy Scouts? Why can't the boys have their Boy Scouts?
Exactly.
And y'all got y'all Girl Scouts. Why do girls want to be in the Boy Scouts?
Because they want equity in it, regardless. Pretty much, just to be honest with you.
I can't believe I'm
They
about to
convince themselves
I can't
they're
believe
more
I'm about to quote this broad, but to answer your question better, we are women.
Right.
Yeah, I'm gonna play a video later. Chick talking about, hey, can you imagine how great the world would be without men? We could let our titties hang out. I'm not joking. They literally said that we can let our titties hang out. There'd be world peace. I can walk down the street at night. I was like, oh dear.
Man.
That's why I started calling them bird brains. I'm like, good Lord.
The one thing,
but AB in Texas, they can already let their titties hang out openly downtown, all around Congress, all over town. They do it all day.
only thing I'm gonna say is, without a man, they wouldn't have an emotional regulator. Put it like that.
Yeah.
So,
that should be more dangerous.
we already okay. Zeus Network showed y'all what happened when they by themselves. They start fighting each other, throwing drinks on each other, beating each other up. We know this. So left to their own devices, they would fight. You see that on all these reels of girls fighting in the street for no damn reason.
Speaking of which, is Louis still on the panel?
Because y'all know how they get down. I don't want to. I'm gonna tell you.
No, Louis not on the panel no more. No.
It would not be one of them chicks. It would not be one of them chicks, bro. I promise you that. I would never.
I was going to ask his opinion on the twerk fight in New York.
Oh Lord!
Did you see that, Mr. Z? A white
No,
woman.
I didn't see it.
No, a white woman in a big bag got in a fight for twerking on a light, like a traffic light.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, I did see it. I thought it was after the Knicks game, right?
Yeah.
After the Knicks won.
Yeah, I saw it. Let me say something to y'all. Sometimes y'all ask me, did I see a video? And I've seen so many videos. I will tell y'all no. I will watch my own replay and realize, oh shit, I did see that video that you was talking about. Or I did watch that video Vince was talking about or AD was talking about. I watched so many videos within a week. It's fucking insane, y'all. And then I'm watching the stuff y'all send me. So I'll be like, no, I didn't see that. And I'll be like, wait a minute. Yes, I did.
Oh, did you get my email on the bird brain?
It's just, it's the cost. It's the cost, yo. Say that again?
Did you get my email with the bird brain channel?
Yeah. I saw that video. I think I downloaded it too, by the way. Yeah, I saw it. Yeah, and talking about that, talking about that, the this is the pretty almost this is two of one, well, one of the two anchor videos of today's stream.
Men never approach me. Men never approach me. Y'all always say this on live or at my comedy shows, and I say, well, why don't you think the men approach you? I don't know. I have resting bitch face. Who want to approach a resting bitch? If I see a bitch, I'm gonna let the bitch rest. If I see a bitch trying to rest, I'm gonna let her rest. Why would I approach you? You got a resting bitch face. You leave a bitch resting alone. That's the point of the face. It's to leave me alone face. Okay, so if you want somebody to approach you, you gotta let your bitch wake up. You can't let your bitch rest. Okay? Okay.
The resting bitch face, everyone. The resting bitch face.
Why is she talking about Judge FBK Williams like that? Oops, I said that out loud.
Oh man, she's one of them. But there's Lisa Ray's another one.
Yeah.
Auxiliary human approaching. Blocking facial brain.
Who's on the sticks right now? Somebody on the sticks right now. I can hear the clicking and clacking.
Oh, my bad. That's me. That's mine. Pass control,
I'm not
man.
saying it's a bad thing. I'm just saying. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm on. Yeah, my bad. I'm on the sticks. I thought I was muted. My fault. My fault.
Black Uru, if you want to know why we're not going after these mean, rude, asshole women and trying to convert them, because this is what we're doing on a Saturday. We on the stream playing video games. That's what we're doing.
Yeah.
Yep. I'm contemplating
on
on
going
going.
to The Witcher 3 again. That's how much I don't give a shit.
And I'm contemplating on order me something for Five Guys, and I know it's expensive as it is. I only imagine if there was a chick here with me. Like, hell no. So much money saved.
That $25, $30, $35 bill would have easily been $70.
Yep, easy. I mean, this
is the thing of it though, and I know we see like a lot of these videos with these girls and talking crazy and whatnot, but the fact of the matter is, anybody who we come across who aren't showing us that proper level of respect, like, they shouldn't get any attention. They shouldn't get any validation. At least not from us. No. So, hey, leave their ass out in the cold. There needs to be a culling, if you will, through the natural selection process.
Mm-hmm. To the
hey, D, pull my video. I got a video. Pull it up.
It's funny how you mentioned natural selection, Betty.
Disrespect.
When my disrespectful ass, you should let me the fuck alone. You know what this shit came with. What is you talking about?
Them bitches will be fucking grateful as
So
fuck.
go with them bitches. I'm not hurting no nigga back for what no nigga wanna do. You can go with them bitches and I mean, nigga, what? Don't never play with me. Don't never. You better pick your words real wisely when it comes to me, cause you go to a bitch who wanna be grateful for a motherfucker coming on the computer and starting a motherfucking live and taking them on the top all day. I'm sure these bitches already got niggas that do shit like that. Okay. So don't never play with me like that, nigga. Okay. Fuck is you talking about?
Okay.
Fuck is you talking about, nigga?
Okay.
What? You talking about you?
Bro.
I didn't say shit to you. You gonna let me the fuck alone? I didn't say shit to you.
Bro, you better put that
I don't
shit.
give a fuck. I didn't say shit to you.
Put that shit.
I didn't say shit to you.
Bro.
The fuck?
Do you mind putting that down?
I don't care your police ass. I don't give a fuck.
Well, don't break my shit.
Nigga, this is a scandal.
Don't
This shit
break
not
my
breaking.
That's why we're single and not dealing with these chicks.
Pretty much. And those, not saying
I just want to say tonight on Channel 7 News. All right, anyway, continue.
No, but real shit though. Ain't like we saying all the chicks are like that, but in the ones between the ones Mr. Z showed and the one that he showed. Why would you want to even gamble? That's why I always say, why do I have to audition for you to be my responsibility when stuff on either side of the field is at play? I don't want to play no more. I have the right not to choose nobody. I have the right to go to the mall and double down on myself. I have the right to go buy anything I want, a million other things but you.
Yeah, let me put it to you this way. I uploaded that video.
Wait a minute, AB, because here's the issue. it's you at scale, because you're still in reproducing age. Go, get Mo, you still at reproducing age. You at scale is the problem. All of us, pretty much from like 18 to damn near 60, are the problem. Pretty much all the Xers, the millennials, and the oldest of these having this kind of lethargic, whatever the hell, fucking, idea towards these ladies, and their outcomes is a problem at scale. It's not just you by yourself, or Z by himself, or Better You by himself, or Lion by himself, or AB by himself. It's all of us combined. That's the problem. That's and when you watch the interview with Patrick Bet David and Professor Galloway, that's the problem. It's us all together. That's the problem, especially for the Black community, because if we don't pick them up, pretty much nobody gonna do nothing with the sisters. The white boys and the Latinos might pipe a few of them, but they're not gonna do nothing else with them. That's
Okay,
the problem. Go ahead.
Well, I'm saying, look at what we just looked at. I'm asking the question: who house was they in? If you was in that young man's house doing that, tearing up his shit, he done become a victim. Even if you're in her house and she's on that type of time and you get put out, you're still a victim. There's no win there.
I agree.
That's all I'm saying. It ain't no win if you bring her home and she tap your shit, or you try to build with her and she puts you out because she's the one that's her place. There's no win. So why would you want to take that gamble? You don't want to.
I'm not gonna take that gamble. And I'm
There
damn
you
sure
go. I mean, I'm just saying. There you go. Ain't nobody doing that, bro.
All right, let me put it to y'all this way. There are folks, I uploaded that video to Facebook. There are folks that said I'm misogynist, blah, blah, blah. You know, you're intimidated by black women, blah, blah, blah. They looked at that video and said, I had a preacher look at that video and said, oh, hell no, I've been married for 40 years. My wife ain't never talked to me like that. Did he post again? I just looked at looked at the video again. It's even worse. You're like, yeah? You're like, yeah, me too.
Well,
yeah, your wife has never spoken to you like that. That's why you're married. Plus, y'all come from a different era. The thing is, y'all, and not him in particular, but y'all raise y'all daughters, and not his daughter in particular, that this is okay. What Black men are running into this across class. That's the kicker.
Yeah,
across class. It's across class, across background, across upbringing. Black men are running into some iteration of this. It may not be exactly this for a certain class of Black women, although it still can be, but Black men are running across this across class.
Man,
that's
the part Johnny Depp. It happened to Johnny Depp. What?
You see what I'm saying? So like, and that's the part that nobody want to mention. There is no save from this. There's no income save from this. There's no class save from this. There's no upbringing and background save from this. There's no religious, but all of those are mitigating factors that may or may not help. But for the most part, this is the environment.
Y'all might be some rough and tough dudes, bro, but I don't think y'all would beat up on Edward Scissorhands, right?
Hysterical, say that.
So, but yeah, man, you see, you're right though. It's happening everywhere. It's an this is an epidemic.
Man, I don't know if Black will remember this, but the Roger Report covered, maybe 3-4 years ago. The Roger Report covered a professional sister who deleted her son on some discipline shit, and she deleted him disciplining him. And the ex-husband came around and defended her and spoke up on her and whatever the hell. But like, I'm bringing that up to say across class, it's not just the sisters in the hood deleting their kids or letting the white dude do whatever and deleting their kids, or letting the supposed stepdaddy delete. No, it's across class, because the sisterhood is so deep. And it's so real that even with upbringing, even with a background, even with a mom who might not even be on this, the environment, the overarching sisterhood is on this. So a couple of us gonna get lucky. A few of us gonna get lucky. A few of us, to be honest, right? But for the most part, this is the default, and that's the frightening part. This is the default. And it may not be this exactly. So I just want to make sure that all the brothers hear that. You may not run into this exact same archetype because a certain class thing. But for the most part, oh yeah, this, especially in the Black community, oh yeah, this is beyond class, because I could find you supposed educated sisters second generation stable, right? Maybe even third generation stable, fucking, or just came out the hood with her degree, right? And this is the fallback. You see this with, remember we covered it the other a few months ago, where I think the Raj report might have covered it with a middle-aged sister. I think the young man came to drop something off at the house. She was there with her older boyfriend or whatever the hell, and she holding the young man's dreads hostage. She holding him by the dreads. Anybody remember the delivery? The young man that was the delivery guy. Yeah, that was a professional sister. I think she was a PhD, wasn't she? Yeah. That's a PhD black woman, pretty much holding a young man hostage. When they left the house, she holding him by the dreads or something like that. And
I remember that video.
Yeah, you see what I'm saying? Like,
remember he came to make the delivery. He came to make the delivery. She started talking crazy in her robe. Remember?
Yes, exactly.
She went up there and jumped in that man's truck. And
that's the one.
And the other dude that was like, I'm not, he didn't look like, physically he was gonna do anything. It looked like she controlled him. He was
that was like maybe her man at the time or whatever the hell. But I'm bringing that all to say that was a PhD black woman.
Yeah, there wasn't no.
We make fun of Professor Crunk. Professor Crunk is a PhD black woman. Yeah, she overweight. Blah blah blah. That is a PhD black woman. Yeah, Brittany Cooper. I want y'all to appreciate. That's a PhD. We can say what we want to say. That's a PhD. You see what I'm saying? So when you're looking at these black, Ebony K. Williams is a legit attorney. Yeah, she let her bar expire, whatever the hell. But that is a literal attorney, y'all. You see what I'm saying? I'm saying this to say, regardless of position, when it comes to when it comes to black men, black women reserve the right to be neck rollers, to be this loud, to be this obnoxious, to be this violent. When it comes to your ass, and quite frankly, in some videos, you see them trying to pull this shit on white boys too.
Remember the judge that tried to shoot her man? And
I was just thinking about
that one man in Pennsylvania.
He thought he woke up blind. Remember?
She shot her boyfriend. She killed her old man, but she got away with that. But she shot her boyfriend and tried to cover that up and couldn't.
Right.
And that was a fine high yellow. That was a fine high yellow crazy winch.
Yeah, but that's if we're gonna go to that, I'll just bring up the name that we all thinking, Fannie Willis. That's a legit judge, yo. Legit judge. And fuck her having a little side dude. She slid it. Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you, AL. Even higher up. Even higher up. Thank you.
Hey, because y'all know that's BGS's plaything.
Oh yeah. Gorilla Grip, right? Yes. Right. So this is why Fannie Willis is important. To be frank with you, it's not for Z. It's not even the paying dude to come lay down some pipe and travel. To be honest, yeah, it's corrupt as hell. Yes, it's corrupt. Yes. But that's not even the worst of it. When she was in the courtroom, the sass and the fact that other young women were backing that up, the sass, the arrogance, the resting bitch face.
I think
shit.
Fannie Wilson is the reason why Trump came down so hard on DEI and in particular black women.
Yes.
Really?
Yes. Say it again.
I think she represents something more because she went after him.
Her and the other black attorney general in New York.
Letitia James.
Yeah.
Wait, y'all. Let Black Rule get that out. Go ahead.
No, you're right. Her Fannie Willis and I don't recall the
Letitia
name.
James. Letitia
James. I think both of them are. I appreciate you adding that, AL, because I think both of those women are the reason why he went after black women so hard. In particular.
And I want to be very clear. It's not. It's what I would add to that. It's them going at him, rightfully so. If they feel like that's their job, that's their job. But I would argue what black women have to appreciate is the only people that's even remotely used to your attitude and will ever be is black men. Nobody else at scale is ever gonna eat that shit. And even black men are tired of it. That's why they're leaving.
But look, this is the funny part. The same way you're talking about that is the same way you can talk about Tay Diggs Cook. That same attitude, like you don't want to answer the questions. You're going to be defiant. You're going to go around it. You're just going to be defiant. You're going to be reckless. You're not going to say nothing. You're not going to, even under oath, you're still being, I'm going to be rebellious. Same thing. And you know you wrong.
Fun fact. Guess who's
Yes.
mad at Letitia James now, Z?
Who?
Black women.
Why is that?
It turns out, deed theft. You know, people stealing your house is up 200+% in New York State, and a lot of big mamas lost their house. So now black women are pissed at Letitia James for not doing shit. She got like 1,000 cases on her docket with deed theft.
Yeah.
And she's only
Downright.
she only
About right.
and she only prosecuted 2.
Because she's got a hard on for Donald
The reason
Trump.
for that is
Judge Fannie Willis. They got hard ons for Donald Trump.
I agree with Black Guru. That might be the reason he went up to PI.
Let me let Better You go because I think he got an answer for that. Go ahead, Better You.
Yeah, so the reason for that with the deed theft, a lot of people, you have to ask yourself who's doing the stealing. It is
you breaking up.
I thought it was me. You broke up a little bit. Better You say it again.
Yeah,
he's borging like a mug.
Yeah, you way underwater, bro.
Better You, we need to hear this because we know it's something good, but we can't hear you.
Thank.
No, you're not.
No, not yet. Now we can't. Go ahead.
Am I coming through?
Go ahead. Now we can. Yeah, now you can. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. So people doing the stealing in terms of that deed theft are the same ones who done stole the country about 1950 or so, who seem like they got a pretty good hand in terms of stealing our government.
Don't say their name. No comment. I know who you're talking about. No comment.
I ain't saying their name, but I'm just if you know, you know. So that's why she's not going hard there.
Yeah, they're mad.
Are you talking about the people? Are you talking about the people with that little slice of Europe over there that I be referencing?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Hey, don't put in the comments. Y'all all know who we talking about now. Go ahead, y'all.
In terms of the DEI thing, like I know Trump rails against it a lot, but I really don't feel like Trump really went that hard at the black women. The whole thing of it is because of the way we've been situated and government being the employer of last resort and one of the most reliable employers for black people, when you cut the Fed, you're going to cut a lot of their jobs. And the fact of the matter is because there's such disproportionate representation is, they caught a lot of it, but it wasn't like he just went after them. Like, but far more white people lost their jobs than actually black women. A lot of people lost their jobs.
I would like to direct you to the lead Atwater quote. Better you. I would like to direct you to the lead Atwater quote. Go ahead.
Yep. But no, that's it. That's it. Like I don't particularly think they went that hard because I feel like if they did, it could have been a lot worse.
Oh yeah, it could have been a whole lot worse. You're quiet.
Yeah, I don't hear anything.
Host.
Oh,
You just host. Well, but I mean,
that the host got kicked out of his own show.
But I don't necessarily disagree with Black Guru. I think that what he went through with Letitia James and Fannie Willis is part of the reason why he went after DEI. I agree with that.
Yeah. It might not be the total reason, but it had a lot to do, and it was a contributing factor.
Yes.
Make no doubt about it. Yeah, Black Uru was spot on, and he hit the nail on the head.
Well, they let themselves be sort of the visual, and the Democrats basically kind of let
them out there
be the face of the attack against Trump. So it just kind of created a visual image of these, you know, of the enemy, and they were black women, and of course, a lot of people who support Trump, you know, aren't necessarily supportive of black people in general, and probably especially black women to some degree. So they kind of made for an easy sort of enemy, you know, for that side of the.
You know what I call them when I noticed that all of them were all the prosecutors going after them were black. I was like, oh, they're the pawns, and the pawns always go first. I said that back then. The pawns always go first.
Yeah, and they willingly took those positions. I guess they thought, well, look, if they had succeeded, then they come across as these great heroes, these legendary heroes.
Heroines.
So, you know, I can see how, I can see how it may have been attractive to them, but
their eyes got too big. Yeah.
Well, I mean, and the cost benefit of it is huge. And, you know, thing I think about that sort of thing is when you do that, you're not just making yourself a target. You're making everybody closely associated with you targets.
Yes.
And so I think about, in particular, the black men who were fairly close to those women. I can see them in particular having some trouble. Frankly.
Yeah, a couple of them.
Those are the kind of games those people play.
A couple of them, we're not gonna name no names. They became huge casualties in their war because, you know, they were sleeping and playing with these so-called heroines while they was, you know, fighting crime during the day and being lustful sluts at night, you know, i.e. Gold, BGS, and Gorilla Grip. I'm rooting for y'all.
Well, you know, look, I don't begrudge a woman for having a, you know, healthy sex life, but then you also can't be paying the guy $1 million or whatever in the state. You know,
we're just not gonna say his name.
You know,
we're gonna keep some bad. We gonna treat a BJ. I mean, a black dude. We gonna treat him like they treat all the women. We go. He's anonymous. No, we're gonna shield him from anonymity. Ain't that how you do them broads? Because that's how they do them. We don't want to name no names.
This is a perfect time to read this. Somebody read this super chat for me, please.
I'll read it. Was it Mike or Mike of Malice?
It's Leon. It's Leon.
Oh, it's Leon. Okay. B-Dub won't let black men be free. They follow them overseas. Shame, harass. When GTA 6 drops, RIP dating, then they'll find you online too.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, I guess they'll find a way to kind of, you know, commandeer you guys' favorite pastime there as well. But yeah, they won't be deterred.
And Leon, I already told you when it comes out, that's doomsday for them. Doomsday.
Well, you know, it's interesting with the games, you know, because I'm a generation that's so removed from how prevalent it has become. I myself am a little bit. I find the whole thing somewhat peculiar, but in the context of the world we're in, where we got into, I guess I kind of understand how it would pull you away from other things that might have been prior generations, may have been more socially attractive. You know, whenever one thing goes a particular direction, it, you know, leads to other consequences. And I think maybe the failure or collapses of families and relationships and even romance in general, I guess that helps to kind of fill in the vacuum of the loss of all those things.
You know, Black, you said something else, but you said socially acceptable. I think that's what I heard, and I think about pro-social, and you know, it would have been a way more difficult world if we as men didn't have these distractions, the catch-22 is the women have their own distractions, right? We appreciate this, but if men didn't have the video games and social media and the Black manosphere and whatnot and red pill content, this still would be happening, maybe to a slightly lesser extent because the women wouldn't have social media either, but this would still be happening, and we would not have the outlets, number one, as men. Number two, we wouldn't have the ability to explain things to each other. Number two, so it would be just it would be more difficult because it would be like, well, Z thinks this and Z's going through this, and I don't have anyone to corroborate. Yeah, I'm experiencing this in New York too. I'm experiencing this in LA too. I'm experiencing this in Birmingham too. I'm experiencing this in Chicago also. I'm experiencing this in Chattanooga also. I'm experiencing this in Charlotte. I'm experiencing this in, like, so what ends up happening is because I'm experiencing this in London also. I'm experiencing this, you know what I'm saying, Toronto also, because we're experiencing these things and we're able to speak about it. It is a problem to a certain extent. I agree with you that it lessens our urge to go and initiate with the women, but it also keeps us from initiating in a good way, because if this is what they're going to be as wives and girlfriends, and they're going to blow up the relationship anyway within 5 to 7 to 10 years, then what are we really losing? Maybe the kids, maybe that, maybe the babies.
No, I don't make it. I'm not making any sort of value judgment of it. Like a lot of other things, sometimes the cure of things become the cause of other things. And, things are kind of ecological. You could say, porn isn't the cause of the problems, but obviously porn causes other issues, right? For example, in terms of relationships between men and women, and even can cause problems with men, just in terms of their own focus and productivity and even effort to do things, in the world, so to speak, that only indirectly connect to women, because there's a certain energy. There's a certain energy and motivation that, sex sort of, for men in particular, is a part of. And when you kind of artificially quench it or whatever, in some ways, you also somewhat neutralize some other more proactive, maybe more creative efforts, that aren't necessarily just about women per se. Could be, academic, could be in terms of business motivation, it could be in terms of other things you might have to do. So likewise with the gaming, it does often to me seem like an incredible amount of interest in something that might be more productively applied in some more creative pursuits. But I'm not going to go too hard in that direction.
I will say this. Let me say this, Black Guru, to what you're saying. I agree with you. I'm giving an explanation. And what I think the video games represent, especially an RPG game or MMO, something that you sink in 70 plus hours, 50 plus, 60 plus hours in, what they represent is, what you got to do, you got to grind, when you do this, you get that. When you do this, you get that. It is going back to a formula where I know if I go fight this boss, I'm gonna get this drop, and I'm gonna be able to use that to go get this and slaughter the next person. And so I gotta be at least level 50, and I have to have these magic potions to be that boss. When you're out in the real world, especially in connecting with women, there becomes a time where the gamble is not fun no more. There gets a time, because it's fun. It is fun to approach women, cold approach, especially if she's not going to nuclear reject you. Is this one going to say yes? Is that one going to say yes? Am I going to be able to, expand with this one and go somewhere and do something? And maybe I get lucky. That's fun until it's not fun no more. When you scale it, and so many of them are annoying or mean or entitled, materialistic, what ends up happening is it's not fun no more. And because we already appreciate none of this is guaranteed, which is understandable, we're human beings. What the video games represent, especially for me as a racing game person, I know, okay, this is my track. I know this is the track. I know it by heart. I know what car to use. I know how to win. And unless somebody come and blow me out the water, I know what to do. In real life, it ain't that, especially with the women. It's fun until it's not fun no more. Go ahead, Lon.
Here's the thing, like roughly, and here's the thing, like gaming was just as prominent 20 years ago, and I'm as a millennial, as a little bit of an older side of millennial, when the club scene was a thing,
right?
People were going to the club. Video games were prominent then too, but people were still going out and still going to clubs.
Right.
We were still socializing amongst women.
Right. But
Even
you know,
then.
but this is the difference. Look, hold on. This is the difference right here. I'm gonna make another video game reference. You got a thing called skill-based matchmaking. Basically put, to keep you engaged, if you keep losing, they'll throw you an easy win. That way you'll be more in tune to stay focused on the game. Right now, in the market that we're in, we don't have that. If you keep losing or you keep getting a bad deal, you're going to stop playing altogether. You have no incentive because you can't win. Right now, we don't have no incentive. So it's nothing
Yeah,
that.
no, I get that, but here's my, because for me, it ain't just about the women. To me, it's about the perception of sort of like where you're winning something while Elon Musk becomes a trillionaire. It kind of, to some degree, it kind of, I think it's pulling to some degree your focus about, courage and, being valiant and being, taking risk and whatever. And there's this dwindling population of men who are taking all y'all shit, like all of it, while millions of other men can't wait for the next, fantasy scenario to be released, like waiting months for it even. And the women are a part of it, but I think it's more than that. In fact, I don't even think that's the main issue. I think the main issue is, I think there's some real shit that's headed y'all way,
right?
That y'all might need to buck up for.
Well, I would say, wait, real quick, everyone, real quick,
to some degree,
go ahead.
Distract you from doing that. That's my.
Let me say this one more thing. Let me say, so what I hear from Black Guru is Ready Player One. If y'all remember the movie, I didn't read the book. If y'all remember the movie, everybody was playing, and it was a handful of companies that ran the world. Just about every techno dystopian movie you could think of, where it's a handful of super companies that run the world, and everybody is distracted in fantasy worlds and in those isekai.
Even the fact that you could kind of just boldly declare the first trillionaire, they're not even being shy about that shit now, man. And I'm not putting it all on Black men, obviously. I'm making a more broader opinion about the society as a whole, because the majority of the consumers of this stuff aren't Black men, they're white men and other men. So I'm not putting it all on you. I'm just making a broader observation of, I think, it's kind of a let them eat cake scenario kind of going on, or just, it's sort of like throwing, bread at the masses or whatever. I'm very suspicious.
I get where you.
I'm very suspicious of the lure in the draw of the games. I don't think it's just about what you're doing or having a good time.
So I understand. I get where you're coming from there, but I think that it's not like unique just to like the games, because actually, technically, basketball is a game, football is a game, soccer is a game. All of these different things are games. It's just about the social value that we attribute to this form of entertainment that we call games. Like there's even like, and I guess maybe it might be some of the newness of it. It might be like kind of like the novelty side of it.
But even in basketball and football, there's a fundamental physical effort of the men, especially football, because football is very violent, potentially hazardous, even game. Hockey, any sport where you're putting a physical output, there's a certain degree of actual physical effort and risk and reward and failure and success and falling down and getting back up. There's a fundamental training towards a certain level of effort that, in my view, does not exist with those video games.
But let's go with that whole football scenario there. Like, yeah, it is physical contact, but it's like physical contact that can lead to brain damage, though. Like, you're not getting brain damage from a controller.
But everybody who play football are not going to get. And I just use football as an example. I'm not. And in real life, yeah, shit, you are supposed to get hurt, and at some point, you're supposed to get some shit broken or worse. That's part of being a man. You know, I mean, that's just part of it. And that's what keeps things in balance with other men, the potential risk of injury. Because that's why I said these guys these motherfuckers styling on everybody in the whole world and ain't worried about ain't worried about themselves.
Well, let me ask. May I ask a question, Black Guru?
Can I get in?
Hold on. I'm asking like a question. Like, say for instance, we go with the original premise. Say if we put the video games down, and when we put the video games down, then what? What I'm saying is, it can't be just us. Like we said, this happens across class, across ethnic background, and all of that.
If you put the video games down. And again, I'm not saying this is what you should do or must do or what I recommend you do. But I do think if you put the games down, maybe you start to really kind of think about how you need to move the earth. And it's probably going to get risky. It's probably going to get bloody. People probably going to get hurt. But all that's going to happen anyway. So the question is whether or not you're going to be proactive or reactive. Because the way you guys are being set up now is you're being set up to be reactive. And what I'm
asking at this point, like some of us, we already know that some of us are single, never been married, and had no kids. So all of a sudden, especially I'm just saying, so all of a sudden, some of us are supposed to go out here and get bloody and be. In my mind, I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna use this analogy. In my mind, I'm supposed to be the guy who's just walking in a straight line, brother. While they're low,
Listen to me. It's gonna happen anyway.
Okay.
It's just a matter of what position you're in when it's happening. They're gonna make you bleed.
Okay.
I promise you.
Okay.
So it's just a matter of what position you take in that effort.
I mean, that's fine, but for me, I'm gonna say this. Not for me. I'm gonna say this. Period. I've spent a lot of my time being in servitude for one reason or another. In my life, in my late 40s, I finally found peace for me as a person. I'm not willing to just run back out into the world and sacrifice myself and not no longer be here or don't get to enjoy any time that I'm on this earth. I'm sorry. I'm not gonna do it. That's just that on me. I'm not going to run out there and do that. I deserve it to myself to actually be a person that can actually be instead of a person that's forever doing. If that's the case, what would be my whole purpose even being here if I can't experience nothing but being in servitude to the next person for whatever cause they see fit, for the women's cause, to save people's cause, or whatever cause? Do I get a moment as a person, period, man, black, or whatever, to stop and say, hey, do I deserve anything? My bad. Because I still got to make sure I'm not a homeless dude up under a bridge. And I got to do it by myself. I don't complain about it, but I'm not willing to go out here and risk my life for people who never cared about me in the first place. Even when we look around and they talk about people, we invisible. They can be rich all they want to. They can be rich if they want to, as long as I get my peace at this point. I'm 46 years old. I got about 20 years? I guess. And I'm not blowing back trying to be sounding crazy, but sometimes people deserve their own peace, y'all.
I don't think
saying
you
is I
sound
don't
crazy.
foresee
Go
I
ahead.
don't foresee you being able to live that peacefully for the next 20 years, brother. With all due respect, I don't foresee that happening. I'm too much of a student of history to think that you're going to be able to comfortably live out the next 20 years. Not what's going on right now. Not how casually these folks are getting into wars and all this kind of stuff and taking everything and taking home. I don't see you being able to comfortably live 20 years how you want.
I'm not going to be able to comfortably live 20 years no way, because I got to work till I die. I've already took this test basically, and I didn't have no way to study for this test called life. So hold on, just listen, just hear me out. Because my thing is this: we already know that we're the most expendable. I know this. And if you don't agree with me, this is just my outlook. So at the end of the day, I know I don't have no big money. I'm a blue collar dude. The chances is I'm gonna work till I die, and I gotta be okay with that. As a black man, I gotta take care of myself regardless of the matter.
If being able to just work till you die is what I was talking about, that'd be fine. Ain't nothing wrong with anybody working until they die. Ain't nothing wrong with that at all. In fact, that's 90% of all human beings who've ever lived. There's nothing unique or heroic about that. I'm foreseeing you won't be able to comfortably work until you die, brother. That's the point I'm making.
Let me say this. Get Mo, wait, and then you got to tell you what I think. Like you were saying is like how me and you have had that conversation in private. How the women don't let us rest. How they all in the Marvel shit and they all in the and Black Panther and they infuse in the LGBTQ stuff. And even if it's a black man, he has their sensibilities. What I learned from Black Uru is that's not the elites are going to do the same thing. That they're not going to let you have a comfortable place to be. They're going to buy all the things you think you're going to own is going to be for rent now. So there's never going to be a time where you kind of relax, because they're pretty much making you rent out your life, right? The cars are getting so expensive, you got to finance them for 8 and 9 and 10 years, right? The homes are getting so expensive, they're proposing.
There are parts of the country that will find and even arrest you for collecting rainwater. Yeah. That's not a society that's going to let you just comfortably work and do what you want to do, bro. That kind of thing is only when they build up the city size data centers. You think y'all gonna be able to comfortably live in that world? Do you believe that?
I mean, at this point, to be honest with you, the way that the game is already stacked against us, you're gonna have to comply. I believe that. I ain't gonna lie to you. I do believe that.
I'm gonna tell you this. I don't think that's gonna be good enough. I see where Black Uru is going. What he's saying is there is not going to be a comply and then you get to exist, because the oppression is going to be so arbitrary, so scattered that there is no, even your working class white folks is going to be getting hit upside the head. You're not going to be safe. Ain't no safe.
And the AI makes your human productivity nil. It makes your human productivity, what you do, Gitmo, will be replaced. So then a numerical analysis will be done with respect to what kind of air you consuming and what kind of vegetation you consuming, and whether those resources will be applied elsewhere. That's what's going to happen.
Okay.
So y'all look, I see where Black Uru is coming from. What I think is, at the end of the day, it's bigger than the women. The women belong to the game. Right. And I think actually what they are is like kind of a canary in the coal mine and a bellwether for what it's going to look like. I think they're responding and feeling to a real threat, and the real threat is what they're saying is you know what they are? They're the rats scurrying uphill while the water starts to rise. That's what the women are. And the crazier they have hypergamy speaks to the environment. That speaks to what I think what the women are saying is normal ain't good enough no more, niggas. Now, let's be clear. Normal is good enough to float on that piece of plywood, But them hoes is so scandalous, they don't realize, like, bitch, we could be floating on this place of plywood into land. But you so fucking scandalous with your hypergamy that you end up drowning trying to reach higher land by jumping on the male mice's backs and trying to lily pad your way to land. You gonna drown, bitch. You should have used, both of us should have been floating on this little piece of plywood, actually.
I wanted to kind of chime in on this. When it comes to the video games and a lot of what Uru was talking about in terms of success, failure, that trial and error, that actually is the allure, the psychological allure for a lot of games, especially the older games that for folks like me who were millennials that came up with like Super Mario and Sonic and whatnot. It's akin to a more interactive chess. So while it's not athletic, there are a lot of things that we do that aren't athletic, which do have value and stimulate us, such as chess, checkers, poker, and a myriad of card games. But the thing to keep in mind as well is that gaming is, in terms of, and when I say gaming, I mean video games. Like, it's a really niche hobby. Like, the people that play a game on a console or a PC, you're talking less than 10% globally. And that number's been relatively constant, with very, very minimal, if any, growth. But I don't think
to the last 5 years.
Oh, say again?
To the last 5 years. That's when the women invaded the space. Then you had people, put it like this. Misandry has went so far to be like the dude who was playing Marvel Rivals. It was a guy. It was an all-girls team, and she basically told him, shut the fuck up, you don't know what you're talking about. And it was a big scandal. It's a dude named Huntsman in the video game world. What I'm trying to say is we don't have no spaces like that. You've been playing video games even when they wasn't cool. I was playing video games even when they wasn't cool. Now, we have so many girl gamers. When you look on the algorithm for video games, you can't help but to see a girl still selling sexuality, still selling tits and ass, but it's still packaged in something that we like for attention. Same thing with sports. Same thing with anime. Same thing with anything that's a space that's mostly male.
Let me say this, Chris. I got to mute up again, and then you got it again. Better you. I also want to talk about certain storylines, because there are certain Terminator or techno-dystopian or this one company run the whole goddamn city or whole country like Final Fantasy VII that actually speaks exactly what we speak to here, and actually what we kind of witness going on now with the big tech, the Magnificent Seven, and all these companies that essentially are 50% of the goddamn Fortune 500 gross GDP over the past however long, or the Magnificent Seven are what's responsible for the 1% growth in GDP in the US over the past year or two. Like, once you start realizing that, and you link that to whatever Ready Player One movie or game or Final Fantasy movie, and they were speaking more environmentalism, but still it speaks to what we're saying, and it actually, you just like what Tupac said, I'm gonna be the one that lights the next one. Right. Those games do inspire at one or two of us to be, like you said before, Black, the fucking high IQ dude that fucking starts the next revolution, the next Martin Luther, or the next Martin Luther King, or the next Medgar Evers, or the next Malcolm X, or the next Constantine, or the next the next person that. It will be a gamer. It will be. I actually think it's going to be a black gamer.
What's the most valuable aspect of learning to fight? What's the most valuable learning aspect to fight?
I would say to defend, actually.
Nope.
Okay, nope. That's fine.
What's the most valuable aspect to learning to fight? To take a fucking punch to your face, feel the pain of that and all the confusion, the pain, the frustration, the fear, and to keep on fighting regardless of it. That's the most you can build. You can learn how to defend yourself once you've endured that experience. You can learn all the techniques you need to learn once you've had that experience, because you can keep going if you don't have that experience of getting knocked on your ass, getting your nose bloody, endure exactly, getting your nose bloody, you will never get to the position in which you can effectively fight. And the question I have is, how much do y'all want to? Are y'all willing to get punched in the face so you're ready to rock and roll when you got to? And a lot of it's gonna be physical because, yeah, even though I need you to be a genius or whatever, and to do the ready player thing, bottom line, I need you to be courageous enough to endure the fact that I could get hurt or worse.
Some of us is all
with all respect.
Wait. Let him land. Let him land. And then y'all got it. I promise. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. I made the point.
Almost all thing I'm going to say is some of us have not had a rosy life. Like you said, you make the analogy about fighting. Some of us have really been jumped before. Some of us have really been had physical damage done to us before. Sometimes when people think about, I mean, I'm not saying that you think we soft or nothing, but just because I use a controller and I'm playing Arc Raiders, don't mean I haven't had my own physical struggles, mental struggles, or haven't been, better yet, battle tested, because I have. You see what I'm saying? I've been through a lot of stuff. So if something really had to pop off, I wouldn't go crazy like some of these kids in the Army who've never been through nothing. So
in the face since kindergarten.
So, I mean, literally. You see what I'm saying? I don't have no brothers and sisters.
I am making y'all sound like I'm making a general statement. I'm not talking about anything that you've endured, Gitmo, or you've endured, Inspired Truth. I'm not talking about any person in particular here, because I don't know what you personally endured. I'm making a general statement.
Okay.
I'm asking a general question about the preparedness.
In life, we're already getting punched in the face in life.
Yeah, wait, everyone. Okay. Gitmo, finish up with that, and we got to have Inspired Truth because he hasn't said anything.
That's the only thing I'm saying. My life has been constantly. It doesn't matter if it's from my background growing up or
you're still talking about your life.
Wait. Well, listen. It's not about just my life. It's at scale. We've been getting punched in the face. That's what I'm saying. We've been getting punched in the face, and we still here. Like he just said, endure. Some people I know wasn't able to endure for whatever reason. But some of us have. That's all I'm saying. I land my plane. That's it.
Go ahead, Inspired Truth.
Nah, I pretty much said what I had to say. Like, we've been getting punched in the face since kindergarten. It's like nothing new at all. This idea that haven't had to tough it out is kind of it doesn't comport with reality. That's what I'm saying. The whole idea of the games, like everybody has their own idea of hobbies and ways to enjoy life. Some people it's fishing. Some people it's reading a book. Some people it's reading a comic or something. Like there's always going to be some of that in the mix all the time. I don't think that there's necessarily there isn't a real good reason to kind of like go after video games specifically. I will agree, absolutely.
I'm not going after video games.
Can I fix that, Black Room?
But I will agree with you, though. I will agree with you.
Wait, Inspired Truth. Inspired Truth. Wait, everybody. Wait a minute. Let's slow down. When I hear Black Room saying, and he's not really saying video games, I'm thinking more escapism. All of it.
Yes.
He said it might be a video game, but it's all forms of escapism. Go ahead.
You captured that. That is my general concern. Escapism. I'm so glad you used that term, because I hear a lot of escapism in reference to gaming, and there seems to be a kind of multi-world or alternative world kind of aspect to it that appear to emanate very often amongst gamers or people who are big into gaming. And I just and I don't know how prevalent it is. Maybe I'm hearing people who are particularly exaggerate the interest in that. I see a lot of escapism. Meanwhile, They're taking everything. And at some point, there's going to be a reckoning of the two. The women are escapism out the ass. The men are becoming more escapism, while there's a takeover, and you alluded to it, where even in some of the recent cinematic and I guess television or series, where they allude to that very thing, where you have fewer and fewer and fewer people in control and ownership of everything, and people are distracted or have been made to be distracted by other things.
So, and in terms of prevalence, it really is a niche hobby. Globally, you're talking far less than 10%, about 400 million out of 8 billion people gain. And in America, it fluctuates from generation to generation, but it's about 60 to 75, 80 million people. But I really kind of took what you were getting at.
You said 60 to 75 million. What people are you referring to?
Yeah, in America. In America.
I mean, that's a what, fifth of the population, right? Or more? A fifth or a fourth of the population.
Well, this is the thing.
And most of those are fighting age men.
I don't think so at this point, because it really peaked in the 90s, and it's really been fluctuating with that since the mid 90s. So I think a lot of gamers at this point, you got just as many that are my kids' age as are my age and older. And I didn't really take what you were saying as like a dig at gaming in and of itself, but I was thinking of it more so through like barriers to class solidarity, and that, is this and other forms of escapism kind of the opium of our day?
I mean, that's it. And I appreciate you and Mr. Z helping to kind of clarify my position. I mean, we started the discussion with gaming, because to me, gaming is a very sort of obvious kind of thing. It's this sort of artificial, if you will, influence to some degree, so it's easy to kind of focus on it. But yeah, the escapism, the art or the alternative forms of opium or distraction from things is really my broader concern. Because again, just how casually we got into a war that could have been and might still be much worse than it has been thus far. Several combatants in this war have nuclear weapons. Just how casually that happened. I just, like I say, I don't foresee the next 20 years of being able to comfortably escape.
No,
whatever it is that you do.
Well,
if we put the escapism down, then what do we do next? Like, is it going to be
There
us
you go.
attacking each
Back to
other
the
and getting
question.
like a whole bunch of crime and stuff? Or are we going to end up going after the government? What actually happens next?
Exactly.
It's probably going to be all of that and something else. And there's probably going to be something wonderful, and there's probably going to be something terrible, and something in between.
So,
but you know what? People do things, or people respond to things based on what they perceive to be the threat, what the real threat is. And if I think I've got you distracted, escape, whatever escapism you use, I'm a little bit more comfortable about doing what the fuck I want to do. But if all of a sudden these motherfuckers seem to be particularly interested in what's going on, and they're not necessarily distracted by all this other bullshit, then maybe I got to be a little bit more careful about what I do, how I do it, where I put this data center up, all that kind of bullshit, if I think somebody might try to take out that data center, for example. So the behavior of people is a function of what they perceive to be the threats to be. And if I don't perceive you to be the threat, I'm going to be a little bit more audacious about the kind of shit I do.
So you think it'll generate more Luigis?
So
I think Luigi was a great symbol of the direction in which things might have to go.
Okay.
So with that being said, do you think it should be one of us?
That's for you to decide, brother.
No. Hold on.
I say that
I'm curious about
that's
that
for every man. I can't assign you on some kind of
that's okay.
That's not my place.
What I'm getting at is Black American men did not create this problem.
Get low. Wait, y'all. Wait a minute, because I gotta do this. So I have a rule here, and it's elder speak. So when Black Uru's speaking, please let him land. If BGS is here,
no problem.
So I don't have no problem with the back and forth. As a matter of fact, it's enjoyable. But we gotta let them get their point out. And yes, it's not fair because I let them interfere with everybody. They be jumping in and out just like me. But when they're speaking, I let them go. So go ahead and you can ask your question now. So it's like we stop it. Go ahead.
No, I didn't. First of all, out of all due respect, I'm not trying to be overbearing. I'm not trying to be rude in any shape, form, or fashion. I will stop right there and say that because that's not me. But I'm just saying that
I didn't perceive you to be rude.
Yeah, I'm not trying to be, but I know, like, say, if I already have a target on my back because just for my existence nowadays, I'm already getting slighted. Okay, I understand what you're saying. I get it. Something needs to happen. But I don't feel that I'm in a position so far as my demographic background to do something that we've already basically inherited a system that works against us. And some of us are barely maneuvering in the system where we can do something. If something needs to be done from my generation or Gen X generation, I would prefer somebody in their demographic or their society to do that. I'm not saying that it shouldn't be done, but I don't think we can afford that heat.
Okay, so you're saying that basically you want your piece of the pie before we end up saving this country. Like, why is it on us to save it?
What I'm saying is, okay.
Wait a minute, everyone. I'm gonna say this, and whoever is gonna go. But here goes. Did everybody remember? Z been saying for years it's gonna be black men that drag this country kicking and screaming to what it is on paper. I said it first. I said that years ago. I've been saying it, y'all. Who? Let me ask y'all something. Who else you think is gonna do it?
Nobody.
That's my point. It ain't going.
If the ship is sinking, and you're the only one who have the guts and the temerity and maybe the requisite skill to save the ship, because guess what? When the ship go down, you're going down with it. You're going down with it.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like you're gonna be raptured away from the ship while the ship is sinking.
So I'll say this in this part of the equation. I think a lot of times we kind of overestimate, to your point of perception, Mr. Uru. I think we overestimate the lack of willingness to take action and do certain things. But I think we greatly underestimate the environment in terms of information asymmetry that we work in. There was a warehouse fire in California a couple months ago. And I saw a report that's maybe a month ago. There's been 80 fires since then, this year, in warehouses. So it seems like people are getting to that point where they nutting up and they having enough. It's just because we don't necessarily know.
Sounds like the plantation to me. Sounds like old school UK to me. I'm just saying, go ahead.
Yeah, it's one of those things because we don't necessarily know about each other, and the media is only going to show us so much. It's one of those coordination things. I think if you really have an even halfway accurate news reporting that was like, hey, you know what? There's been 80 fires since February this year. I think this thing might be smoking.
Information blackout, not connected matter.
Yep. I think that's the biggest hurdle to anything being successful. Because that information asymmetry, like, in order for anything to become a national thing, that's the problem you got to solve.
I just want everybody to know that ain't been nothing that's popped off in the West, quite frankly, globally, in the West, worth a damn, that didn't have bloodshed. Ain't nothing happened at all where, whether it's your workers' rights, whether it's your civil rights, whether the only thing that done popped off without some bloodshed is the female rights and the civil rights, the feminine and all that other good shit, which is a lot. But everything else in this bitch didn't have bloodshed. Every single thing else. Everything.
And I'll say this real quick, and I'll get the floor back to whoever wanted. As a man, I feel you should have 3 firearms. One of them should be a pistol. One of them should be a long gun, like a rifle of some sort, like an AR. And one of them should be a shotgun.
I got the other 2, but I don't have a shotgun, so I'm prepared for whatever.
I got one of 3, and I was going to double and triple.
Let me do this real quick. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Go ahead, Inspire you.
No, I'll just add on to what he
you
said.
have a pistol to have on you to carry. You have the shotgun to defend your home, and you have that rifle if you need to go on an assignment.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I got 2. I got 2 out of 3. I'm covered.
Hey, Lion. Panzer Arms AR-12. Get the extended mag.
Thinking about it, I need a shotgun though. I want
it. No, it is a shotgun.
Oh, which one? What'd you mention?
Panzer Arms AR-12. Get the extended mag. So it's a 12-gauge shotgun on the AR platform.
Oh.
It cycles buckshot smooth as butter. That extended mag is 10 rounds. I can empty it in about a second and a half, maybe 2 seconds.
What?
Get that rifle though, because like I say, you might want to take on some assignments.
Yeah, I need armor and some mask. The only thing I realize I need armor and some masks.
I will remind Black Uru something that he said years ago, and it stuck with me, and it's always gonna stick with me. He pretty much, and I'm paraphrasing, knock on wood, if anybody was to do something to one of his daughters, she wouldn't be the only one chilling it that day. That shit stayed with me since you said it years ago, Black Uru.
I've had this conversation with family members. This is the protocol. If some shit go down, this is the protocol.
No, we got power. We got power. Hey, we got power too. We have answers for for stupid ass questions.
Yeah. But you ain't got the answer, Sway. Actually, I do. Go ahead, y'all.
Because I really wanted to take it to somewhat away from this whole issue with the women and just the whole, like you say, escapism or the opium. That's really my greater concern, because the women are just sort of, an ancillary to that broader thing, because the women have always been used to distract men in one way or another. And to a large extent, that's what we see in a lot of the social media, although to the credit of you younger men, you're becoming much more astute about that thing and are learning to kind of shield yourself from a lot of that. But the broader issue of escapism and distraction from what's going on around us is more about my issue. Now, look, as I said, my response to Gizmo earlier, look, I can't tell you what you should be prepared to die for, bro. That's your own decision. But I will say this: sometimes history will require you to make that decision regardless of whether you want to make it or not. So sometimes you have to try to figure out on what side of the equation of making that decision you want to be on, the proactive side of it or the reactive side of it. The choice is yours.
No, like 99% of us are going to be on the reactive side, so that's just what it is.
I was about to say, don't leave my goddamn line mute. Somebody say something. Go ahead, line.
Like 99% of us are going to be on the reactive side. That's just the reality, because as video games ain't the only form of escapism.
Right.
Books are escapism. Every damn near you can come up with a lot of things that are a bunch of escapism that everybody's if majority of the gender, if not both genders, are into. So 99% of us are gonna be reactive any damn way.
Right.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. And maybe, you know, again, the issue isn't gaming or to game or not to game, but just the broader, how astute you are about the direction in which things are going and how you're going to be impacted for it. In every state that we're in, there are myriad bills that are being proposed. Some of them have some rather ghastly intent behind them, and you won't even really know about it until, for whatever reason, somebody done bought up the requisite number of state bureaucrats to push it through. So
I see this
Yeah.
as like the critical flaw of a representative democracy. Like, if we had a direct democracy, then we would actually have to deal with all of these issues ourselves, as opposed to deferring to somebody else that's making these positive deals and these little hidden fine print statements that are the real actual effects of these laws. If we actually had a direct democracy, a lot of that nonsense would fall away.
I agree.
Yeah, I agree. That would require a great deal of education and
That's like us as the public don't have a personal retainer.
Hell, I just realized like a majority of the majority of Americans don't even own a gun. I know most women don't own a gun. Like 5% of women even own a gun, but because they don't think they need to, obviously. But
Like
a lot
when
of
you
people don't even own a gun.
Well, I'll simply say this: if you get that sidearm, that long rifle, and that scatter gun, make sure you get yourself a sight.
Black Uru.
I call
Z,
it
Z said, will you please read the super chat?
Yeah,
Please and thank you.
Split Jim, thanks for your super chat. There's values taking your body through pain and pushing that pain threshold. All men need to know what they can withstand, regardless of their personal trials. Escapism robs us from that pursuit. And that's kind of the broader. And again, I don't know what any of you all have been through individually, so I'm not going to debate any of you whether you have gone through the some noble personal quest of some sort, because I don't know. I'm making a broad opinion. I do see increasing levels of escapism, not exclusive to black men. I think maybe men in general. I think part of what's going on is because of not having families. Because look, when you have children, for example, when you have children, when you have families, when you have wives, certain kinds of tests you're going to be forced to endure. Certain levels of courage, certain levels of physical effort, certain risks, protecting people, confronting the schools, whatever. A lot of this stuff is just by a natural consequence of being a man and a protector of a household, you're going to have. So when you don't have a woman and children, et cetera, whatever, a lot of that experience, those tests, you're not going to necessarily have, or at least not necessarily have through those more traditional venues.
No, I agree. I mean, me personally, like, for instance, I've been through exactly what you're talking about. I've been the dude at the PTA. I've also been the dude when the child was getting bullied to put a protection plan in place. I've also been the dude that's protected them from being in the street and getting into actual physical danger. And this is all while being a stepfather, not even a real father. Like, I'm doing this for somebody else's kids, not my own. So sometimes having a woman at that point and me going through stuff like that, I've done that before. So, like I say, I'm not everybody, but some people have already had those experiences from women they weren't even married to. That's all.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, and there's some generational aspects to that because when you said you're 46, so you're what I guess Gen X. So
Yes,
you're
sir.
kind of on the tail end of where you still had this sort of traditional protector thing and all of what came with that. You know, of course, I went through that as a boomer, silent gen people before, but now as we're observing, younger men, they're not taking them on those roles. You know, they're not taking on those positions. They're not protecting some other man's children and that stuff to the degree and the way in which men of our generations did. So again, those duties where you would have those tests, where you would have those trials that you describe, the young man may not necessarily be having because they're not assuming that burden, whether they should or shouldn't. I'm not making a value judgment of that. I'm just
Right.
saying they're just not having those experiences as much anymore.
Some of them tell me they're not willing to go through that. They're not willing to be one that is good enough to raise one, but not good enough to have one by, or watching their uncle get balled up and destroyed in court, or the uncle, or their even their own dad is a former shell of what he used to be for trying to be that stand up guy.
Hey,
So
well,
Let me
sometimes
say
so
this real
we'll,
quick. Thank you for the super chat. Hey, a split Jim. Thank you for the super chat. Go ahead, finish off.
yeah,
I'm
what
just
did
saying,
KMS say? KMS who said it, and I love that quote. If I don't get a family, you don't get this. If we don't get a family, you don't get a society.
there you go.
You know,
And by
I
the way,
used to
go ahead.
I used to hate I hated the Pistons, you know, Chicago. Hated the Pistons because, you know, what would happen in those series in the 80s and coming into 90, you know, particularly how like rough and brutal and physical
Hmm.
that those series were. And sometimes they were nasty even in attitude. But if I'm a fan of Michael Jordan, and if I think he's the GOAT, you know, the greatest of all time, I have to credit the Pistons.
Yeah,
I have to credit the Pistons.
that's facts.
You know, and so, you know, if you know, if you don't have that experience, if you don't have those trials, if you don't have those frustrations, I remember Michael Jordan would in anguish, he would congratulate the Pistons when they beat them, and good luck, you know, against the Lakers or maybe the Trailblazers. I guess you know that's who the Pistons played in the finals
Hmm. Hmm.
years. But I remember almost like in tears, he would be congratulating those guys. But he had to go through that in order to become, you know, again, arguably, I guess, the greatest basketball player of all time. And you know, but that was getting a lot of getting knocked on the ass and getting hit across the face and getting snatched out of the air when he was dunking and you know
Are you talking
you
about
know
football, Black Room?
a lot of trouble. Yeah, exactly. And it was fun. Go back and watch some of those Bulls Piston series.
No, it was
And
nasty.
that shit was crazy, man. It was crazy. But it made him and made Scotty and Horace and them guys, it made those guys into champions. And you know, what happened if you don't have those hardening, those toughening experiences?
I can.
What happens?
Well, I think that there's a distinction. Like there's pain with a purpose, and then there's pain without a purpose. And not all pain has purpose.
That's fair.
Well, all pain will educate you. It's just a question of how you respond in the educational process. But all pain will educate you.
When it comes down to, I think what he's getting at is the willingness to undertake it.
Yeah, we're talking about making the calculated risk of taking on that pain.
So like
great example, sticking with ball. For the most part, I was the X factor for my team. I did a lot of the dirty work. I got under people's skin. I took a lot of fouls. I took charges. I dove for loose balls. And I didn't always land on something soft. But I knew that was my role, and I knew that was how I helped my team win. And it was in pursuit of that victory that, yeah, I do all that. But I ain't about to jump and dive on land on bleachers, land on God knows what else, just to be doing it. So I think that's kind of what inspired
you know what? It's
getting
no guarantee had you done all that you would have been successful.
There's no guarantee
of it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's no guarantee. That's true. But it's one of those things where I knew, and all of us knew that had our roles. Hey, look, if I go out here and I do my role, and particularly for me, since I was the X factor, if I do my role and I come, especially if I have a game where I get 18, 19, 20 points, we probably done won. Because I really ain't supposed to be scoring like that. Most of my points, we didn't have no plays for me. I would get 10 points just off pure hustle. So if I get off, I hit you at 20. Yeah, we had a great night.
I guess what I'm talking about here is kind of something that's more akin to pain that's for somebody else's purpose and pain that's for somebody else's entertainment. You know, like there's like chicks out there that'll just kind of like get different dudes into situations where some violence has to happen, where a dude has to fight or a dude has to risk something, and it's just fun for them. It's like just fun for them to be putting like dudes into these like conflict situations, and the pain out of that it could even be lethal, but the pain out of that doesn't really serve a purpose beyond entertainment.
Let me I got you, Inspired Truth. I got you. Because this is it's entertaining to her what she's about to say, but it's coming from a place now that she's had a broken heart. She's gonna say something, and I played this a bunch of times today on the stream. But going to what Inspired Truth is saying, listen to this young lady and listen to the angst and which she speak, the passion and which she's speaking. Here we go.
The next man to enter my life literally has to kiss the ground I walk on, worship me, yearn me, give me my autonomy. You're gonna let me live my life, and you're gonna be happy for me, and you're gonna be my yes man, and you're gonna provide for me without making me feel like shit about it. If that doesn't ever happen, then I don't want to be with anybody else.
Let me explain something. If this is the way that you're running your dating life, you will never be happy, because you will always have this checklist of, well.
And there you go, Black Root. Inspired Truth. Does that make sense? Like, does that kind of speak to what you're saying?
Yeah, a little bit. Like, yeah, pretty much. You end up having these situations like that where okay, you got the pain, or you got the effort, you got the energy, and all these other things, and it's for this, like what you just showed there.
But that's the thing, though. But the thing about this, though, here's the thing about this: all these videos you see Z playing, clearly these women are not getting it. If they were actually getting like the things they were declaring or were so bold to declare on the internet, they would already have it. They wouldn't need to make these videos. So clearly they're not getting it. So that's why they have no choice but to go out and be bold and say it. Because that's all they can do instead of buckling down and actually doing the work to obtain this fantasy land that they want. They would rather just go ahead and be bold and say that and think that's supposed to garner some sort of inspiration. So that's just how ass backwards women are. So I love that they're being so bold and saying this shit, because what they're telling you is how unsuccessful they are at obtaining it if they didn't have that damn phone. So we do have to remember that. If they could get it, they would have it already.
Right. She is showing the 10%. What she's saying is, I got my heart. Pretty much this. I got my heart broken by who I got my heart broken. Probably because of Cashapp, right? And so now from this point on, well, not fuck you niggas, but fuck you, I do. And all of you, I'm gonna make you pay for what you do. Right? I'm gonna make you pay.
You muffled, Z. We can hear you, but I can't hear you, bro.
My apologies. Okay, I see what the problem is. All right, can y'all Can y'all hear me now?
We can hear you now.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry
No,
because
what?
I knew you was on the run. But go ahead and repeat.
No. So what I'm saying is, what she's really saying is, I'm gonna make y'all pay for whatever this dude did to me, whatever heartbreak Shizzle Chin
No,
Chad, because it's probably Shizzle Chin Chad, whatever he did, I'm gonna make y'all pay for it.
and the answer
I'm
is
gonna make
no.
y'all pay. Yeah.
You
And that's
gonna
all.
try it?
And I go.
You trying to run up? Yeah, you trying to run up your price on that damn lemon lot because no one's buying.
Mm-hmm.
You
Yes.
just like you were just like the Transformers movie. Shout out to rest in peace Bernie Mac when he was trying to
Mm-hmm.
overcharge for that Camaro, that old ass
Mm-hmm.
Camaro.
Mm-hmm.
That's you, lady.
Well, yeah,
No.
but it's coming from a place of frustration, anger, sadness, and like realizing, like, okay, fine, you
Yeah, the
did what you
self
did, whatever you did,
actualization. Yeah, the
and
self
now it's like,
actualization of a
who?
hypergamous failure. That's what it is. The
Yes,
self
yes,
actualization
it's
of a
anger.
hypergamous failure.
Yes, it's anger. It's I didn't get I didn't get who I wanted to get to do what I wanted him to do. So now the next man gonna have to pay for that shit.
No.
And yeah, no, and it's I wanted to play. I'm glad it's a white woman that did it, because that show you it's all of them that be on that type of time. No, excuse me, that type of time.
Yep.
Yeah.
And that's cool. I guess that y'all just gonna be like the car market, just like my man the man behind the channel about following the money. Y'all just gonna be
What
just like the car market. Y'all just gonna
and
sit.
what I like about that clip is she said it. She said, and you gonna like it. You essentially you're gonna pay for my autonomy, like I've been saying that's what they wanted. FD signifier. I told you that's what type of time they on. I told you that's what type of time they on.
See,
You gonna pay for my autonomy. You gonna subsidize my autonomy. You gonna subsidize my middle finger at all men, including you. You gonna pay for it, and you gonna like it. You gonna do it with a smile.
Let's
She
ask
said
the
that shit.
but let's
Hmm.
bring them to the deep end of the pool, as you say. How are you gonna get a man to do that?
right.
How do you plan on pulling all
Wait,
that sound nice?
remember what
How
she
are you
said?
pulling that
Remember what
off?
she said? What she said is, if I don't get that, then I'm okay. Then I'll be single. That was that whole I'll be single. That's what she said. She said,
But guess
if I
what? Like
can't
I
get no dude to
look,
do that,
So
I'm
in
gonna be
other words,
single.
men have free
Z,
will to not sign up.
right. But guess what? Like I keep saying,
Mhm.
that doesn't mean she's not gonna stop sexing. I don't care what you say,
Oh,
my girl. You're still gonna let people drive the car. I don't give a damn.
Yeah.
At most, she tried to be in celibate for like a year, 18 months. At
It's not
most,
gonna
I don't
work.
even see it. Yeah, that ain't gonna work.
Come
That ain't
on,
gonna work.
man.
She gonna relapse. At most.
That's what I'm saying. I'm like, yo.
My thing is, no matter what they say, you don't have no discipline. It ain't no fun when the rabbit got the gun. Meaning, it ain't no fun when you get horny. You don't have to make nobody jump through hoops. You're gonna go get it when you want it. I'm just gonna be the person that you get it from. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, I don't ever
This is
believe
go
a
for it.
woman who claims to be celibate, because it's too easy for her to get some slide dick on the side and nobody got to know anything about it, because the man is not at all motivated to tell it, because he know the better willing and able he is to keep secret, the easier it is for him to get the next time. So I don't never believe any
Never.
woman who claims to be celibate.
Ever.
Not ever. I don't believe any of them.
Nope. Don't. They're lying.
Unless that bitch got an adamantium chastity belt on, and I'm the only one with the key to it, I don't believe it.
Nope. Never believe them. Take it from me and my own experience of being out here. No, don't believe them.
Now, Black Uru, I wanna say something to you. Like, for instance, I was talking to a chick last night, and she admitted that she has somebody that knocks the cobwebs out. So when she goes out on a date, she doesn't feel the urgency to try to really connect with somebody. She don't feel the pressure of the dating market or society, because she knows she still got that dude in her back pocket. And she says, well, why don't we just get to know each other first? You can't get to know somebody when you're still having, sex with somebody else. And that's how a lot of these girls are moving out here. They can make their demands, and if somebody doesn't do their demands, it's still going to be somebody in the cut who's willing to do it. Might not be us, of course, but it's still somebody else. So it takes away that sense of urgency.
Yeah, look, I mean, like I said, I wouldn't really believe any of it. The only thing you can do is, that's why, the passport, SYSBM, you just avail yourself to the best the biggest and best possible pool available to you of women, and you figure it out from there. But you know, when you limit yourself to any group of them at all, whether it's Black women or, you know, particularly liberal American women, this is what you end up with. So you're going to have to be diverse. And that's why I said before, learn a couple of other languages. I mean, if you learn a couple of languages, it just dramatically expands the pool of potentially good women that are made available to you. But that's the only thing you're going to be able to do. There's nothing they're going to tell you, you know, unless you're Professor X and can read these whole minds, you're never going to be in a position to be able to trust any of them for real. The only thing you got is to, like I say, expand the best possible pool to yourself and just work from there. But I will say this, in most cases, and I would recommend this, if you get a chance and it's convenient for you to do so, take a course or whatever, some study or maybe YouTube or whatever. Observe some body language and nonverbal training, because even though women often will not tell you the truth, they will almost always show you the truth. Two different things. And a lot of times they almost they don't hide the nonverbals. They will obviously hide the verbals. They don't even know how to hide the nonverbals, because they don't even know what they're doing that really shows the truth. You know, maybe a few of the very smart ones know, but very few of them do. And they're almost always going to show the truth, even if they don't tell it.
Somebody do me a favor and read. Oh, as a matter of fact, no, it got to be Black Guru, because it goes to something that Black Guru said earlier. Black Guru, if you don't mind reading this for the season,
thanks again, Split Jim. The pain I'm referring to, excuse me, has nothing to do with a woman or women. If even for ourselves as a group, learning resilience physically and mentally. Okay, you dropped it.
Yeah, you dropped it. Put it back, Z.
Yeah. Well, I'm looking at the other screen here. Even if for ourselves as a group, learning resilience physically and mentally not only gives you tolerance, it also gives foresight. I agree. Like I said, pain is instructive. It's education. It teaches harsh lessons. And sometimes we don't necessarily aptly learn and follow the results of those lessons. But pain always teaches. Pain definitely teaches. And like I say, the best way, the number one way of learning, or the most important aspect of learning how to fight, is being able to take a fucking hit. Especially one that you were not expecting to take. That's not
a sucker punch. Not a sucker punch.
Those are the ones that hurt the worst.
It's often a sucker punch.
But by the way, literally and figuratively.
Yep. Literally and figuratively.
Hey, the figurative sucker punches are the worst ones. Trust me.
Physical sucker punches. I think we've all had some figurative sucker punches. I think we've all had a few.
Hey, the figurative sucker punches hurt worse than the literal ones. I got hit with both.
Oh yeah. And sometimes with a lot of those figurative sucker punches, they last longer and are very often more difficult to recover from, because there's a lot of guys in divorce courts every day suffering some very harsh figurative sucker punches. A lot of them are surprised they're even up in there in a lot of cases.
Divorces.
I think that one of the I think that one of the reasons that we end up accepting too much pain is because of beliefs or belief systems sometimes. I know you have a certain viewpoint of that, but I'm not just talking about like religious stuff. I'm talking about like basically the viewpoints on life that we end up becoming something that ends up having us tolerate and accept more pain than we should. And accepting it doesn't make it necessarily a good thing. Saying that, okay, look, I accepted and absorbed all of this stuff. It's like not necessarily great to grind
Well, no,
yourself into dust for no purpose.
I'm not saying accept as much as learn, you know, be able to endure what comes of it and then respond positively or productively from it. I'm not saying accept getting your ass beat. I'm saying most times we're not going to be able to go after anything that's important and necessary. There's going to be pitfalls and things that happen and things we aren't necessarily prepared for it. Even if we think we're prepared for it, discover we really weren't prepared for it. But to be able to get on the other side of it and continue to be productive and continue to be focused will determine the probability, at least, or increase the probability of you being able to learn from it and go on.
That ties into the concept of risk. Risk averse versus not.
Let me do this. I'm sorry, Inspired Shoes. Let me do this because I want Lion to read this. Lion, read this super chat for me, and then you got to back Inspired Shoes.
Okay.
Lion, unmute. Wrong button. I think that might be you, Lion. Lion, unmute and you pressed the wrong button. Read this for me, please, and thank you. And don't kill yourself on the road. You're pressing the wrong button. Okay, all right. It can't be you. Then it got to be Inspired Shoes. Because I wanted it to be one of y'all brothers that read it because you'll get a kick out of it. Wait, go ahead.
Yeah, I was thinking that what you just mentioned there and about pain or avoiding pain versus accepting pain, or not necessarily accepting it, but like being tolerant to it, kind of ties into the concept of being risk averse versus not being risk averse. Like there's certain levels of risk that you should and must take on in order to make any kind of progress whatsoever. And then there's certain type of risk that you absolutely should not take, and balancing it out becomes the issue.
To kind of tie back into the video game piece.
You're the next one up. When you finish with this, please. When you finish with your comment, please read this. But finish with your comment first, because I want to hear you laugh. Go ahead.
Yeah. So the funny thing about that is the article I read that was talking about why video games appeal to certain people. One of the hypotheses that the author had was that essentially video games allowed people to exercise their risk taking, and that those people seem to, at least compared to those that did not play video games, engage in riskier behaviors and were better at calculating risk and things than those who didn't, who enjoyed more passive forms of media. But what's the Tunnel Stunner? Thank you for the super chat, Tunnel. Yes, we can. Si se puede. Black Uru passport. What's that, Dominica?
I can't. Let me see what flag that is. I think that looks like the Philippines. That looks like Colombia and the Philippines, maybe.
Is he repeating the yes, we can? What is he saying there? I'm sorry.
When he said "put," it means yes, we can in Spanish. Yeah, it is. It is yes, we can again. Yeah. Yes.
Thanks, Tunnel. And Tunnel's obviously a great example of the message I have. You expand.
Like, you know what Tunnel Runner told me when he heard the story, and I'm sorry for cutting you off. Tunnel Runner was like, "Hey Z, the second wife is better anyway."
Yeah. So look, when I see the videos and the women, to a large extent, and maybe because I'm a father of grown women, I've seen, girls go from birth to adulthood, 30s or whatever. It's hard for me to take serious. So, a lot of it seems like a lot of little girl play acting. It's just the old father part in me when I see a lot of that. So it's hard for me to take a lot of it too seriously, although unfortunately young men are witnessing it and it's affecting, your perception of things. But a lot of them need to have been somebody to tell them to shut the hell up and sit the hell down somewhere a long time ago, unfortunately. And that didn't happen. So it has perpetuated a lot of immaturity you're seeing a lot of immaturity because somebody was supposed to get slapped in their mouth and it didn't happen, unfortunately.
I want to say this, Black Rule. I established on my channel, I call it temper tantrum. I know it's a temper tantrum. My subscribers know it's a temper tantrum. But as you said, we try to go to prison, and there's really, like, you see what I'm saying? So like, and it's not even just that. Even the more kinetic, physical ways of dealing with this, we can't even do that shit. We can't. So it really does put us in the position where the system, the law, it's all on their side. It's all upside for them if they decide not to get married. It's all upside. Well, let me take that back. It's not all upside in the long run. But if they decide to get married, it's upside. If they decide to divorce, it's upside for the short term. They get to, do the whole divorce party and all that other stuff. It's later on when they damn near 70 and 60 something. That's when when the rent comes due. Rent's due, motherfucker, right? Like, so to tell you the truth, Black Rule, there is too much upside on their side, and young men, whether they're red pill or manosphere or black manosphere or not, they're responding to the environment. They don't gotta listen to us, as Lion says and as KMS says. It's too much pain in the system, and the young men are responding to a fucked environment where the women win either way. There is nothing making them. There's no guidelines for them, no rules and regulations that say you gonna move like this or else. They're free to do whatever, and they get subsidized by us, by the system. They get subsidized by boyfriends, they get subsidized by husbands, they get subsidized by ex-husbands, they get subsidized by ex-husbands through child support if they don't get alimony, they get subsidized by parents well into their 40s. Go ahead.
But the lesson of Tunnel Runner is he has replaced their presence in his life.
Facts.
See, the problem isn't just, I say this to Roger Report, because Roger does a great job on the show of criticizing women and all the pitfalls and whatever. But unfortunately, you're still a man, you're still a human being, you still have desires for women and maybe for family and whatever. And what do you do with that? Because you're still always going to be vulnerable to that one woman or whatever who you encounter and you're going to take a chance with and end up fucked up like the rest. I mean, we're all like, whole expression, one blowjob away, and it may be sex, but it might not just be sex. It might just be for whatever woman this chick look like Topanga or, whatever, is the magical thing for you, and we're all that one girl away, and you gotta fill that space with something. That's why I say, go travel the country, learn a new language or whatever, fill that space before, unfortunately, you end up, just kind of falling off the wagon and end up in some bullshit.
It is easy to end up in some BS. That's true.
Yeah.
And the crazy thing about it, though, is that, like, you'll be kind of gaslit along the way. Like, if you go and you believe the nonsense and you go, okay, yeah, I'll go ahead and commit to this chick or whatever, and then you get burned from it. And then you go and you get to the next one. It's like, oh, well, you didn't discern right, but but you should trust me. Then get burned by that one. Like, so it eventually you end up with this scenario where you end up either becoming like kind of a little bit black pillish, but not, or you can't look at it the same anymore. You can't look, you want to believe the lie. You want to believe it, but you can't believe it anymore. And more people are getting there.
So
and you shouldn't.
I want to say this before you go, Black Guru, because I'm really, before you go, I want to stress this to inspire truth. I have come to the conclusion that a lot of brothers aren't black pill that's claiming black pill. They're still red pill raging. They're still red pill. It's not black pill. A lot of brothers are not actually black pill. They're finding sarcastic.
Very few people really know what black pill means.
Yeah,
black pill. Black pill is some dark stuff. That's like,
It's a big new Brzezinski. It's black with black pill. Yep.
Yeah, I mean, we're all cannon fodder in a black pill world. We're not. We're all numbers. We're ants on a hill that a human being is getting ready to step on in real black pill. You know, we're all eventually going to get wiped out by a tornado, depending if we're in the Midwest or on the East Coast, we're going to get wiped out by a hurricane. I mean, that's real black pill. All this stuff about women, ain't none of that black pill. Ain't none of that black pill.
Let me say this, Black Room. So it was it
Now,
Family Guy or was it The
some
Simpsons?
people, I'll tell you
Go,
some
go.
people a little bit closer to black pill. And you
Henry
like
Kissinger and them?
them people and them folks on them tapes. Them folks on
Oh
them
yeah,
tapes
yes.
and
Oh,
them folks on the
absolutely,
email. Those folks
absolutely.
are black pill,
Yep.
or they're closer to it than
Yep.
the rest
Yep.
of us are.
Yep. I agree. And your boy from the World Economic Forum that said that thing, right?
Yeah.
Those folks, right, are the black. I agree. Because when I'm listening to men across the board, and not even just black men, it's still red pill raging. Now it might not be the initial red pill raging where you fuck these hoes. It's not that. It is a more intellectual way of dealing with that, right? And I appreciate that. And it's primarily towards the women, but not exclusively towards the women. And I listening to certain men talk, but trust me, if I didn't know, I know now. I get it. With that, you know that we have to come to terms with a lot of these brothers they're not ready for that black pill. And quite frankly, I'm okay with that. I don't want us to be black pill. I don't think you can't do that. Most of us can't even be red pill, let alone black pill. To be honest with you, but I do think
you hear about people. You hear about people on some of them emails offering up their younger female kin. That's black pill.
Yep. Hey, I see what you did there. Black Rule. He said that's white pill. Y'all heard that? Go ahead, y'all.
So I'll just simply say this, like to the point before we kind of went down this rabbit hole. I feel you have to be loyal to yourself. And what I mean by that is a lot of times we put up with bullshit and you can only be gaslit when you allow somebody to keep stringing you along and doing certain things. When somebody shows you that they don't have respect for you as an individual, they don't have respect for your time, they don't have respect for the boundaries that you set, they don't have respect for you in any way, point blank, period, you have to then make a decision to deal with them accordingly. Personally, I think that's, if you feel it's something rather blatant and rather telegraphed, then to me, ain't no conversation needed. Cut them off. Ain't nothing to cut that off.
I think I like one of Uru's phrases, ROI, like just return on investment. Just show me some numbers, like make mathematical sense for me to mess with you.
I don't know if human beings were built to be that way, especially with the introduction of romance and the way we conceptualize love. I don't think even men, I'm gonna be 100 with y'all. I don't think most of us is built like that.
Nah, that's not true no more. Not with this withdrawal you see coming. This withdrawal that everybody's talking about that men are doing. They are asking the ROI question.
No. Don't misread me. Don't misread me.
Men are testing that ROI.
No. I hear what you're saying, Line, but no. Don't misread what I'm saying. I'm not saying that it's there's no ROI.
Nah, you sound like a robot now, bro.
Can y'all hear me now?
Hey, what up? How you doing, bro?
Okay. So what I'm saying is not strictly. Hopefully, y'all can hear me now. But what I'm saying is not strictly ROI. I'm not saying ROI is not in the equation. What I'm saying is not strictly ROI. That's what I'm saying. And the women can't imply and suggest some type of intimacy to get over the ROI. I agree with y'all on that all day, every day. Yeah, go ahead.
I think that it doesn't have to be strictly. The fact that you have these men withdrawing is telling you that their ROI is in the equation, if not the main one. And that's all you need. Regardless if they want to be red pill or not, regardless if they know about Rolo or anybody in this space, they don't need to anymore. They are looking at the tea leaves and they're saying there is no ROI in this shit. So I'm out. That's what men are saying as a whole. I mean, like CJ has this saying, men are in love, women are in business. What you're seeing right now with this great withdrawal amongst men is what happens when men start treating dating like a business. and men are just not investing at all.
What up,
You're already
everybody?
seeing it. You're already seeing it.
Oh,
well, I mean, so you
Hence these
basically
women talking about nobody approaching.
I think, is my mic working?
Yeah, we hear you, brother.
Yeah, I hear you.
All right. So I think the morality and the honor and these words that were socialized around, it has to have context. So I'm gonna give two examples of two things that took place that everyone remembers. The truck drivers in Canada went on strike. People were in support of their strike. They came up with a reason. They had a reason that brought people together, right? We all enjoy watching them go on strike. Then it happened. They cut off their PayPals. They cut off their GoFundMes. They locked them out of their bank accounts. They told people that it was illegal to give them water. It was illegal to give them food. And simultaneously, what really put a halt to their protest and their strike was when the claim was women weren't getting their formula, their Pampers, their necessity goods to take care and provide for their children. And then the government doubled down again by claiming that shipments of medication were being interfered with and not delivered. And everybody turned on them. If y'all remember, this happened during the pandemic. Okay, the second version, Joe Biden with the people that import goods, they went on strike because they're part of the union. They weren't going to pay them more. The only reason they got paid, do anybody remember? What was the reason they got paid? Nobody remembers. The only reason they got paid was a hurricane in North and South Carolina that totaled out a whole bunch of stuff, and Joe Biden came back and cut them their check. He forced the unions to. He signed a deal. Why? Because it was a catastrophe before the election. That's the only reason they signed that deal, everyone, because of the hurricane. So I think when we engage with like actual reality of what guys should do, I look at it as those people were communal and they had a reason to engage in the survival and a better outcome of the people. These people aren't communal. They're individuals. I made the joke to Z, if black guys were out there during the abortion protests, women would have their rights right now. They would have their rights. Guess what? No guys were out there, and all it took was a few women getting pushed on the ground in total confusion. And what happened? They went home. So I think when people engage and they say guys are playing games, they can come up with any reason they want guys to stop playing games. But what if I perform more labor? What does it produce for me? Nothing. It's just more time away from something I like doing. So even if I have kids and I choose to perform more labor, that's more time away from my kids. I make jokes about a particular coworker that just won't retire. If I perform more work, what does that grant me? Nothing. If I was an order filler or if I was in construction and I did more construction, all that happened was the work would be done faster. Then there's no work. So I think we live in this layered society where people want people to take risks, but when you see how everything functions and how everything's intertwined, no one's going to side with you at the end of the day. It'll be your sacrifice that benefits someone else as they replace a group of people and another group of men die in their sister's apartment. I think if people have a goal that they align with and it's an idea, take the risk. But as society attempts to weaponize guys playing games or guys on OnlyFans, you have to really ask yourself, why are you targeting guys as the conversation when clearly women have the right to do it and they do it? But they don't want to talk about that. Guys this, guys that, because they want you to participate and experience a form of pain that you're fully aware of. I experience all type of pain. I'm fully aware of pain. Okay, and I just don't like the morality arguments that's been shaped to get guys to do shit blindly. They want you to learn through experience, not just understanding the environment that you're in. And the environment I'm in is to keep on teaching my son STEM stuff, teach him how to fix stuff. He's reading, he's writing, he's doing all that. I'm not teaching him to sacrifice himself for other people because they're not going to do the same.
If you're teaching him STEM stuff and you're teaching him how to fix stuff, while all the processes are being created where a small group of people are creating all the processes to effectively replace his intellect and even replace his ability to even use his hands, then what are you really preparing him? See, the problem is that it's not just about how productive you are as a human being. When they're creating a society and a community, smaller group of people, where they're essentially focusing on being able to replace everything we do. And so I don't know. So when I say, what I'm talking about is somehow you have to address that issue that is going to make obsolete the life of your son. And I don't think you're going to be able to let me finish. I don't think you're going to be able to passively do that. I don't.
I'm in full agreement with that. So
yeah.
I can go back to when they first created the sword. I can go to the Industrial Revolution of Britain or America. I can take that to any country and show how many people had their land taken or lost their jobs to a machine. It's a continuation of the same thing. And see, that's a reaction to a cycle instead of trying to figure out how you can fit into it so you can continue. Because like I said, a subgroup of people can alter something, but how this society functions is, we got 5,000 guys here and we're gonna do an uprising. Okay, they cut off the electricity, they cut off the water, they cut off the gas. How far can you really get? This is not functionally, and white boys know about all the rebellions that they failed in. You know what I'm saying? And white boys are fully aware of how many of them have been replaced. And I have a belief that is pushed for you to attempt to do something so that others benefit. And that's what especially Black guys have experienced in America. Everybody wants us to do something, but then the outcome is everyone else benefits. And it just is what it is. It is what it is. I think having the privilege to sit down and have Xbox, PlayStation, I got drones, I got airplanes, I got motorcycles. I enjoy fixing shit. It's a privilege to have time to actually do that stuff. Like my world isn't shaped around a woman and solely children. Like if that's my world, that's a limitation. If somebody tries to moralize me with those ideas, fuck you, because I like forms of autonomy too. You can't have these people have autonomy, make choices, and I'm here with people debating on if I should be able to play Xbox or have watch OnlyFans. That's bullshit. It's still gearing it towards one particular gender. What's up?
Sorry to interrupt, but I think where you're trying to get at is no longer society is paying homage to those that sacrifice.
Yeah, they're not.
As a man, you know that there is a certain level of sacrifice, even with your life, but the community used to honor it.
Yeah.
Like, even when, like with the draft, it was compulsory, where you had small towns, where they had like, you know, these parades, especially like on the 4th of July or whatever. They have like the Boy Scouts and then the team band, and
Hmm.
then you had your veterans of Foreign Legion or whatever. They're marching throughout,
Yes.
you know, you're training your youngsters in the warrior culture. And like I
Yes.
remember my Aunt Mildred, her son died in Vietnam, and she had a big picture of her husband that passed away,
Hmm.
and the service picture, you know, when they took the pictures, everything was like in beige color. And she used to take the picture of her son James on his birthday and make a plate and put that picture on the table. No longer like society. We don't even have community, and as Uru always says, we don't
Kinship.
even have God. We don't even have God in our community no more. And I'm not saying what faith you follow, or whatever. You have no moral code. There's no more
Exactly.
community. And I'm like, you raised as a kid, like, you know, if your sister get in a fight, you go fight and defend her. And even if you got your butt whipped, the community back you up. Nobody, there's no reward for sacrifice no more. And that's why
And
a lot of men are
exactly.
checking out.
Yeah,
Well,
like it,
that's
like
why
the
you
whole
have to.
basis of everything is incentive. The incentive. So if guys don't have children, and the concept is, well, get off your Xbox and engage in this, and it takes away from your happiness, knowing more likely you're not
But
going to keep those children.
I want to move away from the video game, you know,
Yeah.
because you know, I mean, I think
Yeah.
we're focusing a little bit too much on that. My point is this: you know, we're evolved to do something and be something, particularly as males, particularly as men. We're all a product of that. We're a product of that for, you know, thousands and thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands of years, depending on what you believe about evolution, all that kind of thing. And always, always in that has been male, female, because that's how you produce the next generation of male, female, who did the same, and then the next generation after that, male, female, that did the same, and on and on and on. So again, it's one thing to say what you should not do and who you should not do it with. But if that's all you're saying, you're in an extinction cycle.
People have to accept that.
Okay,
Like,
okay, let me say, Leon,
and
Leon,
I don't like
Leon.
to
Wait, no,
go
let me
ahead.
say this. Let me say this. What I get it from Black Uru, and he could correct me if I'm wrong. Nigga, you the warrior class. You don't have the luxury, unfortunately. You don't.
Yeah,
That's your
and
job based
that's
off of biology alone. It's gonna be you. It's gonna be, and it's probably gonna be a black man, but more than likely, it's gonna be a man to jump this shit off and to maintain it. And yes, the women ain't on our thing, but it's bigger than just the video games.
It
Going to
ain't
what Black
gonna
Uru
happen
saying.
at all.
like
Yeah, it's
when
not
I
gonna happen at all.
Or
when
some man who's bigger, stronger, braver, and more violent than you is gonna make it happen, and he gonna kill you in the process. That's history.
see, and again, like bigger, stronger, faster, has a ship, has a bazooka, has this, has that. That's history. What it shows is the majority of men never did anything, and it wouldn't alter the outcome of anything. Really, it doesn't. It's just you're moralized with that concept to self-sacrifice. And when I say I can see self-sacrificing for a community because we're intertwined, we have a common goal. The common goal is what brings the people together. And how this system functions, you can have a common goal, but just like what happened to those truck drivers in Canada, they can weaponize that. And it's not like we play games and the idea is I'm gonna enter this door and the final boss is there. You don't even know who the final boss
find the
is.
common goal. You find the common goal, and or make the common goal. And part of the finding and making that common goal is being having the willingness and the resources and the gumption to maybe go where you can make that common goal. And it may not necessarily be comfortably here in America and, you know, all that. That's why I said passport. That's why
I agree with that.
Learn other languages. Every language you learn, you multiply the prospect of maybe finding that common goal with that.
Okay, now,
wait, Leon, wait. I'm sorry to cut you off again. I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
There was a young 21-year-old brother from your city who made them common goals with them other folks, and they killed him for it.
They get killed.
What I'm saying, and they killed. And let's be clear, because that's the cause thing, right? So the reason why that matters is there is no other way. Because I see where Leon's coming from, and there's a part of me, especially right now in my life, that feel Leon viscerally, right? Like to my core. But I appreciate that quite like what you're saying, Black Guru, it's bigger than that, number one. Number two, and number two, there is no other way, because what you were saying to Gitmo, you're not gonna be able to just play your video games. They're not gonna let you have your video games. They're not, at the end of the day, they're not even gonna let you have the escapism at the end, to be honest with you. They're gonna entice you with that in the beginning, but at the end they won't even let you have that. And you won't even have Ready Player One at the end. You won't even have that at the end.
As they do these, because what they do, this is what you know as an accountant, whatever you know, all business becomes this never-ending cycle of attempting to find the way to do more with less every time, every enterprise. So when you add artificial intelligence, when you add robotics, you're pushing that calculus at the nth degree. And in that environment, what is the value of a human being? Yes. I know you enjoy your video games, but nigga, that video game costs X number of whatever to produce and to maintain and the systems and whatever. What's the value of your existence in that hyper-efficient environment?
I got something for you, Leon. Let me speak in video game. Eventually, they don't need the server space from the games anyway. If y'all really want to go there, they're not gonna let you have that server space. Go ahead.
I think when I'm saying things that I enjoy doing, it can be RCs, it can be motorcycles, it can be anything, right? The fact is, when we say that, let's say we all sit down and all we do is work our ass off 24/7, and the goal is to have this outcome before this hits. We live in an economy that adjusts to the dollar amount within a city. They know actively, and they can just adjust money how they want to, the cost of something how they want to. You're accountant, you know this. They adjust. They'll change the tax law. They'll change this. That will interfere. But the fact of the matter is, to tell guys that any activity that they are doing that brings some level of joy outside of the society that benefits the society is just fucking wrong at this point. You're basically telling guys to perform something to have change, but it shows repeatedly that never works unless you're just a person that can do uprise a society like past societies and turn it over. But there's been 300 rebellions in this country where all those people got genocided, pretty much. White boys know it. And I just don't like the excuse of it, of the morality of it, because morality is something you're socialized with. If like I said, if I have 5,000 guys, I totally agree 100% with you now when you say take your skills somewhere else, because that's how societies fall when the men leave. That's the greatest power that you have. It's not actually fighting; it's actually taking your skills somewhere else. That's actively how Rome fell, how Egypt fell, how Greece fell, how Europe fell, how America's fallen. We have the ability to do that, and that's where I agree.
I don't think you have to make, my bad, yo. I don't think you have to make a moral argument, Leon, to be honest with you.
No, I'm just saying, like this idea of what manhood is and all that. That's bullshit. Because you can
Well,
survive
I mean,
between war and
I'm not
peace.
talking about the
Yeah.
idea of manhood. I'm talking about how human beings have actually functioned. I mean, human beings have we have existed as human beings because, to a large extent, the males were sacrificial. The males had to be sacrificial in order for the species to survive. So it's not about what we think or feel about heroism and morality. I'm talking about basically, the majority of males did not reproduce because in between environment and hunting and the woolly mammoth and all this shit that was killing all the men, that the men had to be able to fight against in order for some percentage, mostly of the females and the children and a few men, to survive, to be able to replicate that species going into the future. That's not a morality argument. That's
my belief it is
species and survival and evolutionary argument. Now you can decide it's not worth it collectively, and you just go away. There have been lots of groups of people historically that have come and gone. You know, that's for you to decide.
I agree. But Black Uru, I agree with all that, but the idea that the species won't survive is the conclusion. Is like you go to people that farm those arguments, right? They say all the realistic stuff, and we hear it so much that we accept that end of human race theory that they put at the end. That's so they take a whole bunch of realistic things. We hear it over and over again, and they're like, if these guys don't make the human species, no, it's not. We have the ability to take people from South America, Africa, Europe, anywhere, and assimilate them. The idea of your individual race may disappear. That cultural concept that we believe is ours might disappear if we add different elements into it. But no, the human species isn't going to go away because 40% of humans decide not to mate, because it shows that only 40 to 44% of men actually ever made it. You know what I'm saying?
I'm not saying the species of human beings overall would disappear. I'm saying maybe your particular subgroup of it will disappear.
No, and that's what I'm saying. It's going to survive. It's going to be a simulation. We literally, like they already showed it. I got to go after this because I'm on lunch break. Our female, our X chromosome has over 300 tribes of Africa. It has indigenous blood of America. It has Asian blood mixed in, but for the most part, 300 to 400 tribes. Our Y chromosome mostly come from Anglo-Saxon. Even if our dads are black, the person that inseminated was the Y chromosome was a white man at first. And so when those kids have kids, it still goes back to a European Y chromosome. At the end of the day, our genetics are diverse, and we don't come from one block. We come from an idea of a color and a caste system. So we've been assimilating in other things. My wife is mixed race, but in America, she's identified as black. Just is what it is. Some of the stuff that she cares about when it comes to my son is not what the typical black woman cares about, because she's culturally different. And that's what I'm saying. We're going to survive, but I mean, when you look at just numbers, we're 40 million, 42 million, might be 38 million right now. That's not enough to maintain anything into the future. It's a quarter of that is admixture anyway. You're going to assimilate into something else. It just is what it is. Genetically, we already are. We're just deemed a color and a caste in America, but half these people, Asian black, Indian black, African mixed, Caribbean, it's going to happen anyway.
So you're basically saying it's done, so it don't really matter what.
No, I'm saying it's continuous. I'm saying it's a continuous battle that we will always experience. our genetic material made it to this time in the world, even as slaves.
We agree on that. What I'm asking is, what do you do about it? Now you seem to be saying you don't try to fight against, what's happening.
No, yeah, because the pure fighting never works. It's like an idea that we've been socialized with that the constant fighting works. But what it shows is guys that weren't even the matriarchies. They said when guys built institutions and they finally found out after a woman had a baby, then had another baby, that the child wasn't actually theirs, it was the king's. What did they do? They killed the king, or what they did was they left, and that society started to crumble. They say, and then you read matriarchy, matrilineal books, and they say, oh, the guys would leave because they weren't getting any children or this or that, and what they did was they R-worded women from other tribes. Actually, they had simulated in the nations that incentivized them to do labor, and the outcome was they got something for it. That's how Rome fell. You know what I'm saying? People were just like, screw it, and they left. They're done with it. The fighting measure is like what guys do online when they argue with women. It shows that you still care, that you still believe in this system. And the most powerful thing you can do is go with Tunnel Runner through the tunnel, the Elon Musk tunnel, and find greater pasture where you can clench your seat. Like we're literally in America, right? Where 5 to 6 black guys can live in an apartment or a house together, go to South America or Africa, meet a woman that has a nice sized tribe, clan family, have kids with her, go back to America, work 24/7, every 2 months, fly back down there and see your damn kids and give them the best education. And the majority of the guys are still arguing with these bitches over here. Because you care. I don't care. They can burn.
Well, I think I generally agree with that. I mean, and that is, again, that's what I've been saying. That's what I was saying earlier. My point is, well, I mean, look, you have a family, you have children. Yes. I think you know what I mean in terms of the importance of a man having that, having children, having some sense of your line going into the future. Of course, you can't predict what's going to happen, with your children and with your marriage. Yeah. You can't, predict that. But at least to some degree, it frames your perspective about the meaning of your life and what you should do with yourself and how you should allocate your resources and what sort of messaging you convey in the world, and how you interact with people, and how you set up relationships with people, because not only are you going to have to depend on those people, your wife and your children might have to depend on those people. So those are the kind of things that come from those kind of commitments. And just saying what not to do with, who not to do it with, don't teach you those lessons. You know what I mean?
No, I agree with that. But my thing is, what I'm trying to tell you about when it comes to my kids, say, okay, I used to be with the black socialist, African, all that kind of stuff. The Marxists that claim they about stuff are not moving. They're not doing nothing. The government knows who all of them are. I look at it as between love and war, and that's where I survive. I train my son to utilize multiple skills, whether AI, machines, whatever. Have skills, have critical thinking. Think about when you look at these blocks and he's building all type of stuff. Think like that. I don't push the moral idea of what a man should do. It's more about how you can survive as a man, how you can be beneficial through your labor and things that you do for others, but make sure it benefits you. Because that's how I move. I don't do nothing for free. It's just, and I just think.
Well, nobody.
I think.
I've never said.
Last part, because I gotta go. I believe until women are truly so uncomfortable, the risk is not worth the reward. is people are still comfortable. People are like, oh, we don't have enough money, we don't have this, and what you see people on TikTok, people on YouTube still throwing money. So people are comfortable. They just don't like their slice of white supremacy. You know what I'm saying? That's how I look at it. Until people are truly fucking uncomfortable, it's not worth the risk. Because that comfort that people have can have them sit back as others take the risk and they gain the reward, and those people are replaced. There's always space for others. And that's how I see it in this environment. But I gotta roll. I gotta get back to work.
All right. Peace out, Leon.
Yeah, take care. No, Liam made some very valuable points, and I wish he could have stayed could stay longer for my response, because I don't think I disagree with him. My assessment of this environment is, like I said earlier, I think it teaches a lot what to not do and not enough what you need to do. And I don't think you are productive long-term without some investment in some family, in some community, in some school system, in some business, local business community. I think you lose long-term. And if you observe other people, particularly other groups of people, they're all invested in those things. The most productive people are all invested in those things. The wealthiest people are still trying to get married and have children. You know, so don't let the misbehavior of these cretinous females distract you from that. That's I guess my broader messaging. And encourage you to adopt, quote, escapism or, you know, sort of synthetic opium elements or whatever to distract from that. Because in the end, you know, what's the point of being alive? What's the point?
What I'll say to that, like with my mouth, real quick and partial, because I got to mute up again, my apologies. But what I would say to that is, I think what we're dealing with now is a nihilistic woman. And what I never hear mentioned, even in manosphere spaces, red pill spaces, especially mainstream anywhere, news media, any podcasting, is what do women look like, sound like, move like, dress like when they become nihilistic, when they throw their hands up? How do they view their potential mates? How do they view the system, the society? What are they going to engage in? And escapism? How does their nihilism? My apologies. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, no, apologies. No. What does that look like? And it's a question I don't ever hear answered. I don't even hear the question posed or asked.
It never even gets asked because everybody wants to ask what, because everybody wants to know what men are doing. Nothing.
Exactly. And what I get annoyed by is that we don't go black pill when it comes to women responding to the environment. We don't talk about the dark triad women in mainstream society, in polite company, in polite society, and how they're dealing with a shrinking workforce. All we say is, oh, they're gonna invest in their friends and their family and their community, and they're gonna do all, and that's not true. That's not true, and we're witnessing it, especially as black men. We witnessed it, right? So go ahead, y'all.
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be what it's gonna be. Because as I said before, 99% of us are gonna be fucking reactionary any damn way. 99% of us are going to be reactionary anyway. The economics tell you that. The economics are right there telling you how reaction and how prepared we're going to be. So all we can do is be as productive as we can be. That's all we can do.
I'm in agreement with that.
Look, I mean, I generally agree with that, but how you're productive and how you live and function with other people, it can vary widely. See, a lot of what people do is a function or will be a function of their investment in a community and or lack thereof. I did a lot of things trying to make a community, trying to build and maintain a community that I would not have done had I not had a wife and children. Now, I think my community benefit from that. I know my children benefit from that, from relationships that I created and maintained, and on my word or my position or involvement in things. So you can, I don't rule the world out. I don't maintain any magnificent position in the world or anything like that. But yeah, that's not going to be most people. It's going to be relative to where you are, your station in life, whatever environment you're in. But at least you have the hope that you've done something for which somebody else can build and maintain from.
So,
and maybe
I'm sorry, I don't disagree with you. And I really want to stress this. Because you notice I've been kind of wishy-washy as hell today, because I don't disagree with you. Forget that. I agree with you. What I am saying is we have to be honest about the other half. There are certain ways we can't interact with them because they're just insufferable. That's why I keep on regurgitating the roguish line when he say the hoes belong to the mainframe, dog. This is something that, we have Black men from around the country of different socioeconomic backgrounds, of different upbringings, all across the West, but especially in America, and we're all saying the same thing. And if you could actually expand that out to the broader male society, that it's damn near impossible. The women's minds are fucking cooked. And so you're right about what you're saying, but the problem that we're having is the birth rate is going to shit mainly because of the women. Mainly because their hypergamy has gone unchecked for a couple generations now. And so now they're really, and that's why I played the clip, they're really holding their wombs hostage. That's why I played that clip with that young lady. And she said it. You're gonna subsidize my autonomy. And if I can't have that, then I won't get married. I won't have kids. And so it's not the men who are around her that's the problem. It's that mentality at scale that's the problem.
And the environment is allowing into Leon's point, and the environment is allowing her to be comfortable saying
and playing it out. Not even just she won't feel she won't feel that until she damn near 60, 70 something. That's what she gonna feel with that cost. Like if she become the single cat lady, possibly. Right?
Unless there's some random catastrophic shit that happens in the next 2-3 years. Which I'm knock on wood. I'm not.
Well, look, I think their come up is coming sooner rather than later.
I don't know. I doubt it.
I do think, because look, and we know, all this shit is subsidized. All the attitude, all the arrogance, all the entitlement, it's all subsidized. So it's really just a matter of whether and when the source of the entitlement is taken away, what position you take on to limit. Like I have been struggling through the Trump presidency, particularly the second term of the Trump presidency. I have been struggling to take a position on it internally. But I keep coming back to the thought that I believe if Kamala Harris were president, I still think it would be worse for Black men. Even in spite of all
I was hoping you would say your line, Black Guru. I was hoping you would say your line. Which is the light will be turned off around here. Yeah.
Somebody's got to pay for these hoes.
The other one where she would have definitely turned the lights off around here, like when you say that.
I wholeheartedly, unquestionably believe that if she had gotten in here, she would have nuked this joint from the standpoint of the Black the manosphere in general would be APBs out on. But the Black manosphere in particular, because here's what would have happened to the Black manosphere she'd have turned loose all of those women that y'all complaining about, but the ones that the girl with the Harvard degree, she'd have turned those girls loose on y'all.
Oh,
With
hell yeah. And she would have all, they would have been jizzing their panties.
power of the Attorney
president's-
General's office,
Ooh.
the FBI,
Ooh.
all them
Ooh.
joints are loose on y'all.
Hey, you imagine Brittany Cooper.
Oh.
Imagine Brittany Cooper and Tarana Burke and Kim Foster and,
Man, y'all
and
been on
those
good
type.
y'all
you imagine those and
seriously,
Julesy and oh my God.
You all would
Yeah,
have
yeah,
been,
yeah.
those of you like yourself who who have a certain degree of anonymity, you all would have been what do you call it? What's the
docs?
Oh yeah, y'all
docs.
been doc. Yeah, for
Mhm.
sure, for sure.
Yep.
They'd have came out. They'd have come after all y'all. BGS.
Yep.
They'd have come after all y'all.
Mhm.
So as bothered as I am about all the shit that Trump done, and I am bothered, and not even just from a racial standpoint, which is crazy. I mean, I think he's wrecking shit that don't necessarily have anything to do with just how boldly racist they've been. As bothered as I am by that, I still, for black men in particular, I think we're in even a further regressive state than we would be in today had she become elected. So I take some solace in that, even in spite of what I feel about Trump.
A Black Guru, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
You was talking about that they're gonna get their comeuppance, but how bad does the environment have to get where you got like 2 generations of women that are programmed in a mercenary lifestyle now? Because that's what they are. They're straight up mercenaries. And with that programming in, I don't see them getting out of it. I don't see them changing their behavior.
Louis, let me play this real quick before you answer that, Black Rule, because I want to play it again. Oh my God, I love this goddamn clip because this is what mercenaries sound like.
The next man to enter my life literally has to kiss the ground I walk on, worship me, yearn me, give me my autonomy. You're going to let me live my life, and you're going to be happy for me, and you're going to be my yes man, and you're going to provide for me without making me feel like shit about it. If that doesn't ever happen, then I don't want to be with anybody else.
Let me explain something.
There you go.
And but like that lady was just about to tell her, and then you just won't. Then you just won't. That's pretty with that lady. You should have let the video play all the way through because there's another woman telling her.
I'll play it. Here y'all go. Here y'all go.
Nothing.
Here y'all go.
The next man to enter my life literally has to kiss the ground I walk on, worship me, yearn me, give me my autonomy. You're going to let me live my life, and you're going to be happy for me, and you're going to be my yes man, and you're going to provide for me without making me feel like shit about it. If that doesn't ever happen, then I don't want to be with anybody else.
Let me explain something. If this is the way that you're running your dating life, you will never be happy. Because you will always have this checklist of, well, he didn't do this one, so I'm gonna have to let him go. It's the whole, 90-20, 90-10, whatever the fuck that statistic is. It's like a woman could have 90% of the man that she wants, but she sees this other 10% and wants this 10%. And then when she gets this 10% without the other 90, she yearns. She's sad as fuck she's not in this 90. You can't go into a relationship expecting this. Because if you want to live your life and la vida loca and not be told no ever and always have a yes man, you don't want a boyfriend. You want somebody to back up and enable your shitty fucking behavior. This is why women are 50 and single. This is why birth rates are down. Women are delusional.
Exactly.
There you go.
What you got going on?
It's funny when I see white women do this kind of stuff. I just kind of laugh because, man, I can easily see these white guys getting medieval with these white women. I mean, seriously, I can very easily see, these white guys, they like even like the abortion thing, that was a shot across the bow.
Yes, it was.
To white women, particularly in this. That's not the beginning of the checks they about to start putting on these white hoes, man. So when I see white women popping off like that, I'm like, man, come on, man, y'all European.
I just want to remind everybody, I told y'all vice president is red pill. I don't care what y'all say. Y'all lucky he ain't president to all the white women. You lucky you got the comic, the goddamn Joker as president right now.
That dude becomes president, what kind of law he gonna lay down on these white women?
And I want to be clear. I called it before, and I'm agreeing with Black Ruru. That's why I'm saying what I'm saying. I called it before he said the freaking single cat ladies comment. That's why that scared the shit out of them white women.
I need that paternity test.
What's the name of that? Well, it was a movie and it became a popular series. What's that?
Bridesmaid. Handmaid's Tale. And let's be clear. It's because of his upbringing.
Away from some Handmaid's Tale shit,
and I want you to appreciate who you dealing with when you're dealing with him. He is the white dude that's pissed off at his mom and his upbringing. That's why he married Indian, because the white hoes at Yale thought they were better than him, number one. Number two, because he's the black, in that case, he's almost like the brothers in that case. But I'm so traumatized by my mama, I ended up Indian.
He also pissed that Lion and KMS and them guys busting it wide open with Holly and
with the white girls. Yep.
Oh, hey,
seriously.
Hey, man. Hey,
I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
Hey, bro. I mean, too.
That's part of what's going on.
I see what you're saying, but I'm just saying. Hey, man. Hey, bro.
Hey, man.
Let me do this. Louis.
That BBC juggernaut has wreaked havoc on the landscape.
Right.
Hey, man.
Let me do this. Let me do this before you go live, because you got it right after this. Louis, read this for me, because it's kind of going to something you said earlier, and then you got it online. If he can, okay, he might be busy. Okay, Lion, if you don't mind reading this for me, please and thank you. And then you could go ahead and make your comment.
Not mercenary.
Turkish Tyrone. Not mercenary. They are cartel. These are cartel tactics, extortion. Yes, he's 100% right about that. These are cartel tactics that realize they're going out of business. They are running out of business, and now they just getting radical. They're turning into radical cartels. That's what these women are.
I actually agree with you on that.
That's what they are. They're radical cartels. So yes,
white women in
particular, right.
White women in particular, I hardly even want to listen to them at all. They're so duplicitous, they're so talk all that bullshit and all that. I put no solace at all, and no stock at all in what they say. And like I say, when I see a white woman talking like that, I'm thinking like, yeah, these white boys gonna put y'all shit. They'll have them in baby making cages in a couple of years. So I don't, these white hoes that's talking, I don't know what they think.
White women,
I will say this to what real quick to what Black Ruth saying. Hey, these Gen Z white boys is a different breed. They not they boomer. They're not their boomer granddads. They're not their exer fathers. These young white dudes, these under 30 white dudes, because they grew up with next level misandry. They willing to go full on medieval on white boys.
What I would recommend to you brothers is,
after this you gotta do it.
What I recommend to you brothers is back up off them. I know these white girls are throwing this pussy at y'all wild and crazy, but I would back up off these white girls right now. I really would. I would let them work what Mr. Z is talking about. I would let them work through that shit. I'm staying out of that. I'm staying away from her and let that shit play out amongst them. Because there's a huge part of what's going on with those white Z boys is a few of y'all just done wreck high schools and colleges and everything. It's just made it,
I mean, leave them be.
Go ahead, Louis. Because Louis wait, real quick, Lion, because I don't, Louis at work, so I want to let him get that out real quick, and then you got it.
No,
go ahead, Louis.
With that being said, do any of y'all be on Instagram? Because with my algorithm now, all I'm seeing on Instagram is all of these videos It's motivational videos of white boys going back. It's like a Templar night theme where these white boys are just hitting the gym, and they got like, and it's just showing scenes of like Templar knights just wreaking havoc and reclaiming their glory. Have any of y'all been seeing this on social media lately?
No, I mean, it's just
I've seen on social media, not Instagram, on particularly. What I see it as is the white boys are just reaching for, they're grabbing at straws right now. What they're
yeah.
looking for is something for them to coalesce around and then start making moves like they've been doing for a couple thousand years now. They're looking for the next thing. They done burnt out Christianity. They burnt out Catholicism. They burnt out Protestantism. So they tapped out every part of what they were doing with white patriarchy and capitalism. They burnt capitalism to the ground. So now they're looking for the next stick to coalesce on. And would make it worse, there's no other land to discover. That's the problem right now on planet Earth for the air quotes leadership class. There's nowhere else to go. There's nowhere else to go. There's no Australia to save the undesirable men.
I think it's more sobering than that. They're looking for what they would feel to be acceptable excuses for rewinding the clock in some ways.
Yeah, hence repeal the 19th.
That they can get away to the extent they can get away with doing it. So they're looking for some reason or some justification. And part of the reason why we were having a conversation earlier about, escapism and all that, because I know that's what they're thinking. That's why I'm saying don't get too caught up and distracted by some bullshit. Because I don't think there's going to be no 20-year, just chill into retirement shit for you millennials and shit like that. I don't think that's what's going to happen the next couple of decades. I don't believe that at all. And like you say about the vice president in particular, I think those folks have some strategic plans and kind of want to, reformat back to some things that was a little bit more comfortable for them to be white men. So, I just, look, we were damned either way. Cause like I say, we were fucked if Kamala was got in there, and we're fucked with Trump and Vance being in there. We were fucked regardless. So it was really just a matter of how we were going to get fucked.
Let me mute up real quick. I have to mute up after this. Let me ask this question because Detroit says, look at Jennifer Aniston. Look at what Jennifer Aniston said about JD Vance. What did she say? I missed it. What did she say? Did anybody catch that? Detroit, if you don't mind saying, what did she say? I missed it.
No, I don't know. But let them go. But at the end of the day, that's why on Twitter that's why all you hear is white boys say repeal the 19th. That's all they have. Repeal the 19th. That's their thing about, that's their strategy and behind them going back to the good old days, repeal the 19th. But I'm like, women are 50% of your voting class, bro. They're half the population. Get the fuck out of here.
The 19th did not give women the right to vote. The 19th gave every adult the right to vote.
To vote, yeah.
So when these people say repeal the 19th, are they really
low key talking about you too?
Yeah, but they're forgetting themselves as well.
No, but
you gotta. When did they ever follow the rules? They not talking about
you gotta view how they view their particular positioning in things, which isn't the same as your or my positioning in things. Like they'll pass laws that supposedly are for everybody, but will selectively administer those laws.
And that's where Lee Atwater come in. That's what Lee Atwater was saying. That's exactly what he's saying, where it's supposed to affect everyone the same, but it hits everybody disproportionately. Did we not just see what happened in the courtroom twice this past week?
Yes.
Did we not just see what happened twice this past week?
Supposedly the same legal system, and you got completely opposite results.
And both of them hit black people in the face.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the opposite in terms of the decision, but the same effect in terms of black people, particularly young black men, being on the losing end of it. Yeah. So when I hear repeal the 19th, I think they speaking in a code that we only hearing part of. That's what I hear. I mean, these are people
Exactly
that
my
were
point.
lynching. These are people that were lynching folks up until the 60s who were trying to vote, and those weren't white women.
Hey, it's bigger than white women, but let's be very clear, and it's something Jason Black say all the time. What white women keep on forgetting is that white men go fucking nuclear on them first. They always go nuclear on them first. They always put them under the foot first, and then they come after us. But they always gonna get them in check first. It is the you make sure your home is clean first.
But the nasty business about white women is they'll get into some shit of other people to use them people as a shield against a white man lowering the boom down on their ass.
I mean,
that's why I don't like all these social media things where you got white women. Oh, I love black men, and I don't trust them hoes, man.
Hey,
that looked like a big gigantic ass. Let you and him fight.
He said he don't trust them hoes.
Yeah.
He said he don't trust them hoes.
Let me play this real quick, because this is a prime example what a black guru was saying, where they talking out of both sides of their mouth, and whenever it benefits them, they flip.
And stuff. Yes, I've made a lot of contradictory videos because this whole account has been a stream of authentic consciousness. It has just been me showing up at whatever phase that I'm at in my life, honestly, as a coping mechanism.
Wait, that's not the only duplicitous shit they done said.
In honor of me graduating college this week, I was like, you know what? We're going to rip the Band-Aid off. We're going to check our student loan debt. And I, kind of at a ballpark range, like I knew how much I owed, not down to like the exact dollar amount. I'm the type of person who gets nervous to check their bank account after a weekend out. So I took a look. I took a hard gander at exactly how much money I owe. I'm going to die with it. Like I can confidently say there wasn't even like a panic. It was just like my heart sank to my I'm going to die with it. Like I don't know any way I'm going to be able to pay that off other than selling my organs on the black market. This is why I don't understand why people shit on sugar babies, because like I could get this all paid off tomorrow. Maybe not tomorrow, but you know what I mean, like within the year. If I just found a rich man and everyone's like, patriarchy, don't work for them. Ask not what you can do for the patriarchy, but what the patriarchy can do for you. If it benefits me, then maybe it's not the patriarchy, maybe it's just a helping hand.
If it benefits me, maybe it's not the patriarchy, maybe it's a helping hand. God damn. Exactly. That's duplicitous shit.
Think about that.
You can
There's no sugar babies without giving us some sugar.
True.
Yeah, but giving up sugar, they all hoes, man.
I mean, that's fine, but that's what I'm saying.
No, I'm saying giving up sugar is a minor consequence. My point about her is you could transplant patriarchy with white supremacy, and it's the exact same decision making. So when you hear these white hoes talking all this pro BBC and all this liberal type shit, but then when there's an election and 60% of the white women vote for Trump, that's what you're dealing with. That's why white women are the last people, period, on earth. You should listen to white men before you listen to white women. Those are the most deceptive damn human beings on the planet, as just a course of behavior in history. You should never.
I second that.
I mean, absolutely. I mean, no one's even misreading that or
I mean, they put
that.
the deceptive capacity of black women to shame. How deceptive they asses is. Black women ain't in the same.
Who you think the white woman studies? I mean, who do y'all think the white woman, the black woman studies?
No one questions white women's deceptivism. That's why that bitch got to be on the phone saying this shit with what they're saying. No one questions their deception. Like no one's under any illusions about white women anymore.
But see, y'all get tricked because she'll be doing some deceptive shit like right after she done had one of y'all dick in their mouths.
We're aware of that. That's why she's outside. That's why she's outside and she gets nothing else except dick and disappointment.
Yeah, but y'all get very kind of comfortable. Y'all marry him and believe all this shit and be taking smiley pictures with him and doing all that snow bunny bullshit.
Like 10%. Like, first of all, only 1 out of 4 black men are gonna marry out any damn way.
The
And not just white.
numbers
I mean,
of
that's just small with white women.
of black men marrying these white women are increasing every day.
That's not white, but
That's
that's
true
not
too.
white women. That's a smaller. If
That's
you
not
if you want to
exclusive.
break down
That's
the
not
racial
exclusively
marriage,
white women.
it's
Yeah.
black men and Latino women. As far as black men who are marrying mostly, as far as dating, as far as marrying out, has it gone up? Yes, but that's a very small percentage of a black man and a white woman. It's
But by the way,
extremely
I don't see the numbers of what it's projected to be. We're projected to go up to 15% from 11-12%. I think it's by 20. It's not 2050. It might be a little bit later than that. We're projected to go up to 15%. Latinos are going to go up to 29%. God damn.
Yeah.
Remember, they just passed us, a decade ago, a little bit over a decade ago, to be 16% when we were like 12, 13%. Now they're going to be 29%, I think, by the end of the century, give or take a decade or two. I can't remember what the year was when that poll ended.
And this Latina option, I think, is going to become interesting because I think to some extent, Latinos are going to become just like Italians or whatever before the next new crop of white folks. So I'm suspicious of how viable Latina women over the long term will be, at least Latina American women will be for black men as alternatives going into the future. I'm suspicious of that.
I would like to remind everyone, and Black Ruru could attest to this because he told me I should damn trademark it. Don't steal my shit, y'all. The Brazilianification of America. I said it already. Yes. I've been saying it for years.
Yes, that's the perfect phrasing for it. That's the Brazilianification of America. Yes, I foresee that happening. And that sort of color, this sort of multifaceted, I guess, casting system of shades of color, that kind of shit. Yeah, I could foresee that happening with the Latinos playing a prominent role in that.
And look at the different shades and beauties that we see in Brazil. And guess what? Them dark-skinned black Brazilians, them niggas in Brazil, it's still the bottom. They the ones in the favelas for the most part. Yes, you have white Brazilians in the favelas, but not really. Not like that.
I mean, to have a white in the favelas, I mean, how does that even happen?
You lose your money. I mean, it's multiple things. I mean, it's when we talk about the favela life, it's just, do you got the money or do you not got no money? Do you got the connection? Do you not got the connection? I mean, you really pretty much just a couple words from pissing on the right kind of people, or falling out with your family, and then you in favela world, man.
All right.
I mean, it's all going downhill it's all going downhill for everybody at the end of the day. If a white woman still has to go, because if she's still, because supposedly, honestly, that little video that Z keeps playing, that white girl sitting in that damn truck, that's actually knocking down the notion that a white woman is the beauty standard. That's actually killing it. Because if a white woman was a beauty standard, she wouldn't need to be sitting in that damn car doing this whole fake ass manifestation declaration of the simp she wants. She would already have them. So clearly,
good point. Of any rate, yeah, you're right about that.
Well, I mean, the whole white woman.
So changes are coming for everybody.
But the whole white woman beauty standard, that was largely this black woman guilt complex about her trying to maneuver her position sort of artificially in society in general, and it's an effective guilt trip, or has been an effective guilt trip used against black men. Your failure to elevate me,
I know
your failure to compete in the world results in me being in subordinate status to white women. So that's largely what that whole beauty standard thing is about. It's less about beauty or attractiveness per se, and it's mostly about status or lack.
That's just an ugly girl argument.
I disagree on that too.
I mean, at the end of the day, that's an ugly girl argument, but at the end of the day, it's not my fault you're the ugly girl.
At
Not
the
my
end
fault
of
or
the
my
day,
problem.
at the end of the day, if you want to be in white woman's position, you got to do the same thing that white women do. White
Dude.
women actually do what they can to actually uplift their men. So at the end of the day, it's like we have these false equivalences. Equivalences. As I'm just looking at this thing and say, I don't know. I feel like this, right? As I'm going to work and I'm seeing some of these white guys, I'm seeing some of these white guys are doing some of the same thing that we doing. Like they tapping out and they just going other places. Now, granted, there are a good contingency that's probably going to stay in the United States, but as I'm actually actively talking to different people, let's say even at my job, they're like, "Hey, man, I'm trying to get a little bit of money. I'm going down to Brazil.
Yeah.
Get a little bit
White
of
dudes
money. I'm
tapping
going down
out
to Europe."
too. White dudes are tapping out too because they don't have, because the overwhelming majority of them don't got the money either. The overwhelming majority of them ain't gonna be no Mark.
Don't tell me the white boys got priced out too.
Yeah.
I'm at
Brad
work
and
and I'm
Nathan getting
talking.
priced out too.
I'm at my job. A quarter of the white dudes like I'm talking to, you just had random conversations. Like this manuscript stuff is in everybody's algorithm. So they listen to some of the the same stuff that we listening to, right? Or I'm listening to, which definitely already informs me. They already know what the game is up. So they trying to figure out what's they best method for themselves. That's what I'm saying. I think it's necessary. We got a mad dash for the door. It's just who can get to the door first, and how many of us from what group can get to that door first. That's what I'm really looking at on the ground level.
I want to say something real quick. So we got Zulu up here that told us the white boys in his job ain't fucking around. They trying to make their exit. We had Gitmo tell us that he got a 60-year-old white dude with $1 million on it that he's sitting on that ain't fucking with these hoes. We got Compassionate who told us he got a blue collar everyday around the way white dude who's about to catch a goddamn I don't know military vessel or whatever the fuck to go follow some goddamn whales into the Arctic. So in other words, the white dudes are checking out. It is the way women have internalized their supposed empowerment. They have made it impossible to be around them and to court them and to marry them and to have kids with them. And once again, to what KMS said, there's so much pain in the system. There's too much pain in the system where you find the young men, they throwing their hands up. It's not Black Uru's age group or older, where you catching these brothers who've been married 2, 3, 4 times. That shit's done. Niggas get their heart broken one time, or white dudes get done dirty one time, and they out the game. That's not sustainable, number one. But number two, that does speak to an environment that allows for women to not even just allow. Let me take that back. Encourages women to be like that. That's not sustainable. Yeah.
No, it's not. Which means it's
Yeah,
gonna have to get ripped out from under.
what they did. You know what they killed. They killed the magic of women, or the like. I don't know, because I asked this question. You guys maybe can. I remember as a boy thinking certain women, and not just girls, and maybe female teachers, or maybe even like friends of like my mother. I remember looking at females and thinking there was something magical about them. I remember seeing, like, maybe I'm looking at a movie that features, I don't know, maybe Diane Carroll, I know I'm aging myself by saying that, but to just sort of emphasize where my perspective would have been as a kid, in the 1970s or whatever. But I remember, Diana Ross would be something maybe you guys can kind of relate to because of her current fame that endures, and thinking they were magical. And when you think something is magical, you can excuse a lot of things, or you don't even see certain things, right? Like now you get older and you realize very much the how human women are and flawed women are, and depending on how fortunate you are in your dealings with women, you can somehow reconcile it and still have have productive relations. Like I'll be honest, when I first saw my wife, and I met her through a mutual friend, I had a magical moment when I saw her. And I really felt like I was seeing my wife.
As you should, as the women would say.
Now, have any of you all had that experience? I'm curious. Do any of you have that experience, or have you had that experience?
No.
I have.
I think
my bad. I had that in
honestly,
high
no,
school.
I think I did it. I think I did it one
And
point.
the
And then
point,
the
the
magic.
point I'm
But
making
the
is,
difference is I didn't get the happy ending you did.
yeah, no, and
I didn't get that in.
we're
I didn't get that ending.
you know, I'm a boomer. She's a, you know, I guess she's on the cusp of boomer, and you know, we're old folks, right? You know, so it's a different time, different environment, whatever. And I'm not making the argument of this is how you're supposed to feel. I'm saying, though, when you think of something as being particularly special or magical, it's easier for you to look past a lot of things or figure out a way to make things work in spite of other issues. But once women lose that initial magical thing, then all you see is a lot of cost and risk and attitude and funky breath. And maybe even stanky box, and
That's,
you know, shit get real.
That's why we have to say.
Wait. That's why.
It gets real.
Once again,
what's that?
There's a reason why I'm not sorry for cutting you off. There's a reason why we say either you love them or you understand them, but you can't do both.
Right.
You can't
Or
do that.
another saying, or the other saying, she's pretty until she starts talking.
And,
yes, I've seen women where I was under that spell when I laid eyes on her.
Let me finish my point. I'm saying when I was young, and particularly as a boy, I would have a lot of those moments. You know, I remember at some point being in love with the mother of my best friend. I mean, and it's funny to this day, and thank God she's still alive, even to this day. You're talking about a woman well into her 80s. I still feel that way about her. Whenever I see her, and hopefully I'm expecting to be able to visit with her during the summer, man, I still feel the same way I feel about her in 1970. When I look at her, and I have those magical feelings about her that I had when I first met her. She just was like the most beautiful woman. Like I said, it's my best friend's mother. She was the most just beautiful, special. I used to like to listen to her. That's how wonderful she was to me. They've lost all of that. They've lost.
Let me tell you. You know why? Because that woman for us is Vivica A. Fox. That's why. Lisa raised that woman for us now. That's why. You know what I'm saying? Maya's that woman for us. Maya, look, Lion drew over there drooling. I just mentioned Maya. Lion started drooling, but that's the woman. That's her now. Yeah, Monica is that bitch now. That's who those women. The women you're describing, the Diane Carrolls and whatnot. Those women for us now are the women I'm listing. It's T-Bars. It's Chili. Those are the women that and look at them now. And the problem is social media. There's no mystery no more. So not only did they start doing the reality TV show shit about their life, but then they started getting on social media. They started going on interviews and podcasts. If Maya would have just shut the fuck up, we would still have a mystery about her ass.
Hold on. Now, I don't know if y'all know. Y'all used to watch the Bernie Mac show. I don't know if y'all know that, man. But you know, what's it? Baby girl necessarily coming from the Bernie Mac.
The cute little. Yeah,
we know.
Yeah. Well, I feel like this. I wish I could have that kind of attachment to them. But at the end of the day, I know all them bitches got OnlyFans. all of them is hoes.
Yeah,
So, I mean, they literally.
It's not just baby girl. It's the dark skinned sister and baby girl. Both of them got
Both of them. They got OnlyFans.
I have both. I have both.
Yeah.
Of them.
Do y'all remember we were talking about the older girl? We were talking about her a couple years ago getting OnlyFans. Y'all forgot?
Yeah,
I didn't forget.
I ain't forget.
Yeah.
They all got OnlyFans now. We're not under that mystery no more. Them days is done. Dog.
When that girl, what's her name from Family Matters, did the porn.
We're not doing. We ain't under that. We ain't not under that.
No. To me, in high school. In high school, the chick from the one that everybody drooled over that did pictures was homegirl from Parent Trap. What's homegirl name? The Latina. What's her name? Y'all know who I'm talking about. Somebody gonna mention. Yeah, when she did, was it King Magazine? She did the cover. One of them shits. I was like, God damn, I forgot her name. Somebody gonna say it in the comments. What God damn, something Lopez or something. I forgot her name. But God damn, kind of Latin. Yeah, Latin background. Yeah. That her. So to me, she was the one that killed everything. Once you seen her, it was a wrap. It was we were talking about that shit for months in high school or college, whatever when it came out. Yeah.
I mean, right now I'm talking to some white dudes that's at my job. It's the funniest thing, right? I just kind of it's kind of thing. I wasn't like listening, like sneak listening or whatever. But I'm like kind of like overheard of our conversation with some white guys. They're like, "Hey, bro, we bouncing. I'm trying to build me what I'm saying. It was an apartment down there in Brazil, and they're trying to live their life." Like as I'm looking at it, the problem is the women are so bad here, and the thing is, you can just like look on your phone and then look over and across the pond and be like, "There's a woman who looks 5 times better than you that I have access to. Why would I stay here with you?" Like I don't know if y'all ever seen this. Like some little white guy who basically went to South America. He got like some little. I ain't gonna lie to you. He literally got a chick from out in the bushes. He literally got a chick from some little native chick out there in the bushes. I mean, she barefoot and pregnant. And his videos, I don't know if y'all ever seen it. Man, bro, them white dudes out there talking about, "Hey, bro, I'm trying to leave, go to Latin America immediately." Like it. I don't know. Maybe I just missed it all. Like I think when you just say like, "Oh, the party with MJ," we just missed the party. We just missed the party, bro. There ain't no, it just ain't. It ain't nothing there. All we got was the scraps.
I think honestly, I think they always been like that.
Party, but yeah.
I think they always been like that. It's just that the environment just started letting them, just gave them microphones. The environment gave them microphones.
Yeah, look, they definitely the environment, because obviously my feelings were based on things that very often were not necessarily true. But I think to some degree, men have had to have a kind of vision of women and, of family and of things that sadly very often proved to not necessarily be true. But it was the only thing that kind of kept us sort of moving forward. It was the only thing that kind of kept us believing in something through all the wars and through all the famine and do all the being eaten by saber-toothed tigers and all the shit that befalled human beings when life expectancies was like maybe 28 years old at a certain point. I mean, all you had is some fantasy about some girl that as fleeting and momentary as it was. That's all you had. That's all you had was the possibility of what life might be like being with her. What else did you have? What else did you have? And that's, I think, where you all are stuck now, where, yeah, you're making a very cold, stone cold, sober
decision about how to go
No, I
forward.
thought I was waiting for you because you moved to the side.
I'm looking at you.
Yeah, I'm sorry, y'all. Go ahead, y'all.
But as you make that decision, it does lead you. We were talking before about black pill and whatever. Yeah, but deciding to become extinct, I guess, is a black pill decision.
I wouldn't necessarily say it's black pill. Like I can say at least from the people that I'm seeing at the ground level. I'm talking guys that's 21, 22, 30 and
I
down.
forgot you said you got your feet.
Like when I'm looking at these guys, basically what I'm seeing is they doing some of the social math that we doing. We like, if old girl over here is a 304, that girl over here is a 304, and all the women in this area got basically got, how I like to say, they all got dunked in the same sauce, right? And we all gonna be eating quote unquote with the buffalo chicken. I don't want buffalo chicken, bro. I want spaghetti.
Let me say this real quick. Who I'm referring to is what's her name? Reagan Gomez. That's who I was referring to. The Latina sister from and the King magazine, y'all. King magazine. That's all you need to know. From the Parenthood. I said it wrong earlier. I said Parent Trap. I think it's the Parenthood show. I remember that from when we was younger. Number one. Number two. Going to that. Black Widow, if you don't mind reading this from Leon, okay, please. And Detroit, if you don't mind putting your super chat up again, you don't have to pay for it because I had to back out and then it's still gonna be there, but in the replay I can't read it right now. So Detroit, if you don't mind, you can just put it as a regular comment and I'll read it. Go ahead, Black Blue.
All right, Leon, thanks again for the super chat. White liberal women have a white savior God complex. They believe if they have mixed or biracial babies, that the society will come together as one. I mean, maybe there's some of that. I do think there's some of that, which is always interesting because you hear a lot of horror stories about white women, again being hooked on that BBC, having those biracial children, and then actually very often submitting those children to some rather deplorable conditions, and very often even being very racist towards those very children. So with white women, you can't really trust, they are so liberated to engage in so much shit and ingratiate themselves in places they have no business ingratiating themselves in, that they're capable of taking any position at any point in time and then totally circumventing that shit, right afterwards. So like you'll find some white women hanging out with Al Qaeda, shit like that, or with, Bin Laden, or I mean, they're capable of putting themselves in they can be, for whatever reason, your greatest advocate, and then right after that be the worst possible thing to ever happen to you, particularly as black men. And while you may derive some benefit from dealing with them in some situations, and you'll see some brothers, some of them rather famous, do quite well with white women, from my perspective, white women is a gamble that for most black men, I don't think provides a return commensurate with the risk, from my perspective.
I got a different angle on that one, but I'm not gonna say that ain't no danger. But when you as I'm saying here from the ground floor, I'm saying you a little bit above me. On this ground floor, all I'm seeing is goblins. A white goblin, a blue goblin, a goblin that can do a little bit of salsa on the side. It's still a goblin, though.
Mm-hmm. Oh, no, look, I'm not. Hell, yeah, obviously you got black goblins, you got brown goblins, yellow goblins. I mean, I guess it's all somewhat relative. And look, I'll say this. If you get with a white woman who is extremely connected and affluent and whatever, certainly you might be able to accelerate your advancement in some areas. So if you're playing it from that perspective, I can get with I don't know, a Kennedy, just to use, that as an example.
Shout out to Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Then the cost benefit is there, because even though it will be racially risky, the potential big benefit of the access to that particular female and what she's connected to might make it worth the risk. But I think the average white woman just ain't worth the risk, from my perspective. The average white woman ain't worth it.
Shout out
If
to
you
Jalen
gotta go
Thomas.
non-black, in my view, you're better off going with some other type of one.
And a goblin is a goblin. This one goblin necessarily, she put sauce on her food. The other goblin, she gonna make her chicken extra fried. This goblin, she gonna put some extra mayonnaise
that
on my
white
sandwich.
goblin, it means I end up surrounded by a whole lot of other white goblins. And those particular goblins, I want no part of. I mean, with the black goblins, the black goblins bring a whole lot of problems, and you might not want to mess with most of them either. I would agree with that. But the white goblin is such that I might not even have a problem with her, and I'm bringing other goblins just because she's with me. That I don't need. I don't need to be Jonathan Majors, for example.
Just take it by a case basis, bro. That's all we
Case by case basis.
Just take it by case basis.
Yeah. Because white goblin, you can be just with the white woman, and then the next thing you know, you're getting pulled over by Billy Bob on some bullshit.
It's you gotta take it a case by case.
When you get a chance, read this super chat for me, please and thank you.
What's up, Leon? Leon said, nothing has changed and lost about women. Social media allows us to enter the minds of women. Men do not have to experience the truth blindly. Yeah, pretty much. That's why there's no spell of mystery no more. That's why, we can all recall a time where we were hypnotized and the woman was just generally beautiful and we wanted to know. And some of us men actually went toward that woman and got to know her. And then the bitch started talking. Then all the mystery was gone. I have cut off beautiful women, because that bitch talked too much.
Yeah. And they've been empowered to just say whatever comes to mind, which is a good thing from the standpoint of getting information, relevant information you need about what you're dealing with. But wow, you want to think there's something there that you can appreciate that is intangible. See, the thing with a woman cannot match a man in terms of being do certain things physically in the world. A woman isn't as durable, isn't as strong. A lot of things in the tangible world, the expense of a woman is going to exceed the cost. So what you really need is something intangible. You need an intangible benefit from being with a woman, where she makes you feel a certain way, or she makes you think a certain way, or she makes you believe a certain way, so that the value of that, what might come from that, or be inspired by that, exceeds that margin of cost, incremental increase of cost associated with her. Well, they've removed all that intangible value, and now all you have is just the expense and the cost, and a little overused box every now and then.
Right now you're in the age of indifference, the age of men doing distance, indifference, and withdrawal.
I was able to screenshot what Detroit said. So Detroit said Trump was able to sign 266 executive orders.
Your voice is kind of muffled.
Second, I already know what the problem is. Can y'all hear me better now?
Yeah.
Okay. So Detroit said
Trump signed 266 executive orders between last year and this year. Are y'all ready for him to sign 104 more? That's what Detroit said. So thank you for the super chat, Detroit. Thank you for the super chat. And also Leon, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. So that's what Detroit said. So go. I don't know who that was directed to exactly, but go ahead.
Yeah, well, 104. He's got 104 pending. I mean, I don't. You know, what are the executive orders? I don't know. I mean, you have a Congress that refuses to counter his power, so it doesn't really matter what he decides to do if you have a Congress, and certainly, you know, the Supreme Court is going to be complicit with anything or most shit he comes up with. So who's going to stop him? You know, as you know, as the sisters used to say, who gonna check me, boo? Well, ain't nobody gonna check him. So I guess
I got you, Black Guru.
Who gonna check me, boo?
Exactly. I can see him sign another 104 orders, right?
I just want everybody to appreciate what Black Guru said. I know we hear it from Black women, but the ultimate who gon' check me boo on planet Earth currently is the white man. Black women don't got shit on the white man, especially Trump. Trump is the ultimate white American male. He is the epitome. I don't care what they say.
And when you look at Trump, it kind of makes you angry. Kind of makes you somewhat angry at Obama.
That a dunce could become president.
Because I'm thinking like, well, nigga, you could have been doing some of this stuff too.
And you're a constitutional law professor. You knew exactly where the loopholes were. You knew exactly where the holes were. You knew exactly, and you refused to do it. Exactly. Right. Exactly.
So
you want to know
you either were complicit with the bullshit or you were a punk or both.
I think both, but I think this is the thing. I think that because Obama came up in a neoliberal era, right? He came up in a neoliberal era, and yeah, even though he was one of his mentor was the white dude from whatchamacallit, Weather Underground or whatever the fuck. But he knew better. He knew he couldn't go in that direction if he's trying to be president. If he was eyeing the White House since he was an Occidental in Cali. So because he was raised in that, the difference between Trump is he don't swear allegiance to shit. And that's a bad thing and a good thing. Right?
Got nobody to be holding to.
Exactly. And so because Obama could be, and that's the thing with Clinton too, I think we have to appreciate what Ronald Reagan was to the minds of all the politicians in America. What he was able to bring in 81 and what that showed to Clinton, what that showed to Obama, what that showed to Biden. Well, Biden was already there, but what it showed to Biden. And if you remember, when Biden was trying to run to the right of Bush Sr. and Reagan, he was running to the right of them. Ronald Reagan was a pivotal president in U.S. history. Ronald Reagan stopped the FDR era of U.S. history. He was the end of the FDR era. Every president after FDR was some sort of FDR until you get to Reagan. And then every president after Reagan has been some sort of Reagan, including Clinton. So when I think of Obama, I think of someone who came of age with that.
They all, although, you know, some people would say that, you know, it was the Goldwater revolution that kind of made possible Reagan.
Yes. Yeah.
Because a lot of that conservative stuff and sort of reactionary stuff was kind of born under Goldwater, even though he lost the election. You know, sometimes great victories, sometimes a failure can bring forth a much greater change even than a victory can. And I think Goldwater was evidence of that.
Well, it's that too, but Reagan was a failed actor who got in with GE and he started getting taxed as an actor in California, and that's why he started going right. The motherfucker didn't mean, most of these people don't mean shit. That's why you see the hippies turn into Reaganites. They were hippies in the 60s and they became Reaganites in the 80s. Ronald Reagan was just ahead of them in the game. He was on the left because he was an actor. Look, when he became a
white people have their fun. You know, especially you Californians and whatever. They have their fun. They they dance and party with black folks, have sex with them and orgies and all that kind of stuff. And then they turn 35 and whatever. They say, well, okay, now I got to do my part to maintain the white supremacist status quo.
Yes.
And they plug into that shit. That's what they always do. And that's why whether when you're dealing with white women, like say you laying down with them and stuff like that, always keep in mind that, this chick gonna plug back into that bullshit. She gonna plug back into that system. That's what I believe. She gonna plug back into that. And then it's just a matter of whether or not when she does that, are you gonna be able to benefit from that? And in most cases, you likely won't be unless you have some outsized talent or ability for which she and that white infrastructure around her can exploit. Like if you're some great artist or whatever, you'll be able to benefit from that because everybody can see how they can benefit from helping you. But otherwise, you're just to be discarded at some point, especially as a man, because you're a black man because you got a big dick, and I can't have a big dick around, a big black dick around. I gotta get you up out of here. You're gonna be making me and all other white guys feel insecure.
And you styling and profiling. And you styling, man.
You walking around, your dick print showing at the country club and all that. We can't have that. We can't have that. Gotta get you up out of here.
These goddamn white women is hypnotizing.
Exactly.
Caught up in the rapture, motherfucker.
We only so much of your influence we can have of you up and through here.
Michael B. Jordan just entered the chat.
Yeah. Well, it's gonna be
90s Denzel Washington entered the chat.
For him. For Michael B. Jordan, it's going to be very interesting for him just to see how much they do or don't fuck with him. It'd be interesting to see.
Hey,
it'd be interesting.
Jonathan Majors, up until this scandal, just entered the chat. Named him.
Exactly. You walk.
Yeah, and thank you. And thank you, Louis. It is Bill Ayers. Yeah, that was the one from Weather Underground. Yeah, that was Obama's mentor. Yep. But Obama knew he couldn't really go in that direction, even though that was one of his mentors. And then he went the other direction. And it's because of the shadow of Reagan looms large. He swept the '84 election. That shit was a fucking joke. That shit was a joke.
Reagan made white people, prior to Reagan, there was a lot of sort of white guilt or white confusion. The war in particular, Vietnam War, there was a lot of guilt. And Reagan, is what they call a morning in America again. That was cold for it. Great to be white. And even Nancy Reagan said during that first inauguration, it was good to see all these beautiful white faces. She said that during the inauguration. So they were sending signals, everything from them starting his campaign was that down there where they killed those civil rights guys down there in Mississippi. It was all about signaling to white people. It was great to be white again. And everybody to some degree were responding to that. Clinton, all that neoliberalism shit that came out of the Clinton administration was responsible.
Because the money Reagan was able to amass, and with the Republicans was running roughshod when it came to organizing. This is why Clinton did the air quotes third way, which I always read as Republican light, right? It's Republican light. So the Democratic Party moved to the right with Clinton. Don't ever get that twisted, because Hillary Clinton wanted to institute motherfucking national health care. After that, everything else was right leaning, right? And because
Bush Senior, initiated NAFTA, and Clinton finished the shit. Finished
this is shit. And that was even after the warning of Ross Perot.
The sucking sound.
You know?
The sucking sound, and what's that? Jobs leaving the U.S. And was that Ross Perot? Or was that one of the Congress members that said that? It was one of them that said that shit.
That was the giant sucking sound. Yeah, I mean, and this guy was a billionaire. This was a billionaire warning America about the loss of jobs and the increase of the trade deficits. A billionaire, a man who had already, I mean, Perot might have been as close to a damn political hero this country has had in our lifetime, when you really think about it.
Mm-hmm. And once you get Walmart and China linked up, oh, it was a wrap.
That was it.
It was a wrap.
Exactly. That all came after that. After that. So,
and what I would like for everybody to do, especially young brothers, because y'all don't know who Reagan is and why we keep on bringing him up, especially on my channel. I would like for y'all to go listen to Ronald Reagan speak about when Oliver North got caught up, and speak about my heart and my mind tell me that I had nothing to do with this, but it looks like I did. Shut the fuck up. This nigga got caught red-handed on some drug shit.
I don't know if there's a crack. I don't know if crack happens. It's certainly the way it happened. I don't know if crack happens if Reagan ain't president. And then the response to AIDS. I mean, a lot of people died.
You have to explain that, Black Room. You have to explain that.
Disease spread and well, you know, discover AIDS, what's happening, whatever. The president for years did not respond at all. No investment in discovering what was going on, where it was going on, how the disease was spreading, how to prevent it. People were trying to deal with the issue of condoms and needles and how to try to figure out ways to interdict it. They were totally against all those programs. A lot, I would say hundreds of people, maybe even over, you know, the course of decades, maybe millions of people died that might not have died were it not
because they thought it was a gay disease, and until Reagan's friend died,
evil, and he had all these religious people, these Faldwells and those jokers, that Pat Robertson around them, saying it was God's wrath and all that kind of stuff. Yeah,
and when white women in suburbia was contracting AIDS because their husbands were bisexual.
And one of the great heroes, he don't get enough of it. He don't get enough credit of it. One of the great heroes of the fight against AIDS was Michael Jackson. When he took that stance with that white boy, what's his name? I think it was Ryan White or whatever. Now, of course, it was a white boy and whatever. It wasn't a black kid. And I could understand how we feel about that. But I think it was necessary to humanize the disease to white people. And Michael Jackson taking that position with that white boy changed to some degree the perception of what that disease really was. Because prior to that, it was just some gay evil, you know, wiping out the gay people are evil. So it's a good thing that it came. And so Mike Jackson don't get enough credit for that stance that he took very publicly on that issue. And he didn't have to do that. He did that at the height of his fame.
Let me read this from Mojo Money Major, and thank you for this comment. And he says, by the time Joe Biden got into office, the Democrats weren't even a quote center right. They are straight up right wing. They just claim quote progressive on pointless culture war issues like gay marriage. Ding 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 ding. Now let's be clear.
Joe Biden is in my view the reason why the student loan thing has become a scandal. He sponsored that bankruptcy legislation that excluded student loans from as being declared.
Mr. Credit Card from Delaware.
And that's why, that's to a large extent is why the cost of colleges skyrocketed, because the banks figure, well, shit, if they're going to have to pay it, even to the point of possible re-enslavement for them to have to pay it, then we can charge anything we want for these damn schools.
Yeah.
And that's why for decades, the cost of the increase in the cost of colleges and universities repeatedly exceeded inflation.
The craziest thing is, if you wanted to be a pilot right now, the going rate for a pilot right now, if you wanted to pay yourself through school, is $100,000. There is no way in this goddamn God's green earth that it's cost $100,000 for you to be trained as a pilot. Not $100,000, man.
I mean, unless if you're fortunate enough maybe to come in through the military, which that's going to become, well, we see how these current jokers are operating the military. That's probably going to be a more difficult route for non-white males to utilize, given this current outfit. So yeah, I mean, it's a caste system that's being formed, obviously.
Thank you, Black Uru, for saying it.
That's being formed. It's very obvious. It's very
and Black Uru bought us to the K-shaped economy without even trying. That's exactly what it is. That's exactly what it is.
So is this technically
that's ugly.
Donald Crow? We could call this Donald Crow instead of Jim Crow.
I mean, yes, across racial and economic lines. Yeah. Because what's being solidified here is and this is what makes tech so dubious, is they could close that door. So what our grandfathers were able to do through labor, maybe they didn't become wealthy, but they became stable enough where their kids could go to college and kind of close somewhat of that, maybe a little bit of that wealth gap, but definitely the income gap with white folks. That shit is becoming more and more difficult. I remember reading something that said something along the lines of, like, in the UK has more upward mobility than the US does. And the UK is a literal monarchy.
Now that's a shocking. That's a startling.
If I can find the article right now, I'll bring it up. Go ahead.
What you're basically saying, the elitists have already boarded the space station while we're stuck on Earth.
Figuratively speaking, yes.
This is the beginning of Elysium.
Yeah, exactly. I said that on another panel. And I was talking to this with one of those white guys at my job, right? And he basically asked me, we kind of had like a small little question necessarily, and we basically came to the same conclusion. We was like, I thought the world gonna go, and I was like, One Piece, and he was like, oh, the Pirate King. I was like, yeah, it's gonna be that. And basically, you're gonna have a whole bunch of people out here fighting to be the Pirate King necessarily, and you better have your little fiefdom ready. But I keep saying that shit necessarily to other people or black people on the side. They kind of look at me like I'm crazy, but it's going to be the great pirate race, bro. You need to go get you some clicked up with some people and get your little fiefdom and lock that thing down. It's just that the average people over here don't even understand the concept of why you need to be doing that and why you need to be moving it as such. So,
you mean like Fist of the North Star? How about Fist of the North Star?
One thing you can do is risky, extremely risky. But if you got the stones, the cojones, maybe you just try to go take over the Bloods or the Crips or somebody. I mean, to me, that if you're playing that particular kind of game, then you need to take over some established hierarchy.
Yeah. I already know this. My bad. Let me repeat this. I already know where we're going, right? So I'm already getting my stuff prepared. But we try to tell other people though, it's the it ain't gonna be that bad. It ain't gonna be this. It's gonna be okay. Keisha gonna save me. My mama gonna save me. My dad. I'm sitting here like,
Right.
Let me read this real quick because real quick, Black Room, because I got this from UK.gov, I think it's called, and it says the UK absolute income mobility rate is similar to that of Norway, Finland, Sweden, and the Netherlands, so that's Northern Europe, and greater than Canada, Denmark, and the US. However, it appears to be declining. So it's going down, that upward mobility, but at its current, and I think this was published, I'm gonna look in 2025. So it's published in 2025. So as of last year, the upward mobility in the UK, a literal monarchy, is better than that of the US.
I think all those countries have some kind of hereditary
monarchy. You hear me? And the monarchies is better upward mobility than the goddamn supposed democracy.
I'm like, these countries literally have dukes and kings and queens and shit, and they have more mobility.
Now, it is coming from the UK's own government site. True indeed. So if you want to take it with a grain of salt, understandable. But according to the UK,
to know what criteria they are using to make those assessments. Like home ownership. It's a lot of home ownership. Career advancement or business creation and development, and it'd be interesting to know what they're using to as the metrics for that. But
supposedly it's relative income mobility. So they're not talking about wealth, because you're not competing against some fucking aristocracy in the UK that's been there for 300 years. That you're not competing against that shit. Right. But on income, they're saying that's where the upward mobility is. So I guess
that because you add, okay, well, what sort of industry, particularly in the UK, that is able to produce, I know they have a much smaller population, so maybe it's the kind of thing like the scalability of it is different because it's a much smaller country, but still that's shocking. But maybe it shouldn't be. I mean, I think we all are to some degree kind of avoiding just how badly things are going right now. I think a lot of things are being covered up with window dressing and with sports and I'm gonna say it, don't get mad at me, games. I think I think how badly things are being covered up by a lot of music and porn and OnlyFans and the real dwindling of the sharing of the productivity. Like I say, we got a guy out of nowhere became a trillionaire. Out of fucking nowhere. The guy ain't even a fucking American. This shit ain't right, man.
Hey, Uru, can I give you a little pushback?
Sure.
I think you need the games because, all right, like my parents' generation and yours, you had a lot of like with segregation, the racism, the discrimination with getting loans and all that, but y'all had manufacturing jobs, like Mr. Z said, where you're comfortable enough to have a good paying job, to be the sole provider, to have a home and provide a family, although you're still getting your clock cleaned by the white supremacist government at the time. But now everybody's feeling the pain. If you take these like the games, these escapisms away, and people wake up to what they're experiencing, I don't know what would be worse, like the total uprising that will destroy the country, or what's going on right now. It's like you're between a rock and a hard place.
There we go. Yes, there we go. Because I'm looking at this. I didn't want to say it earlier. It's some white guy named Justin. I think it's Avo, whatever. I think it's ALOV or something like that, right? He basically got this whole little channel. He went down to South America, right, and got some little indigenous chick pregnant or whatever. He out there living out in the bushes or some shit like that. Man, if you read them comments, bro, all you see is the white guy talking about, hey, bro, I'm coming down there, see what I'm saying, to start the great new Columbus to 2.0. I want to, man, realistically, bro, how they looking at that? Like the ones that's in the know, they know what's gonna happen, so they trying to get themselves in the position to go ahead and leave. Like I like when I started to tell you that I used to go like looking for boat.
Shout out to Peter Thiel.
Yeah, I'm looking for these boat auctions. I'm sorry, right? Man, I used to better probably get like a boat auction for a decent amount of money. Man, now I'm fighting people to get to them boats. It's a fight now, bro. Now I got folk outbidding me, see what I'm saying? 25,000, 40,000 out of the way. Man, when I tell you it's going to be the great Pirate King race, bro.
This nigga said it's gonna be one piece in this bitch.
It's gonna be one piece in this bitch, bro. And fuck gonna be out here fighting in the middle of the seas. I'm telling you.
Part of the reason why I say, we were talking about games and whatever. Like, I mean, for example, I hope, with like the gaming, maybe you part of what comes out of these interactions is we get together and form up our own pirate team, or what do you call it?
Not our own guild.
Yeah, what do you call it? Pirate guild. Exactly. I mean,
not the Black Lancer guild for real though.
That's what y'all we already there. We figured a pirate ship or something. I don't know what analogy to use in that regard, but
that's correct. That is
not Mr. Z being Blackbeard. I mean Blackbeard, Blackbeard. Not Mr. Z being Blackbeard.
Blackbeard, and I'm saying this shit because that's where we actually headed to. Because you didn't burn all the resources here, right? The resources in the only place that got resources is here in Africa and in Asia right now, right? You can't go to Asia. The only two places that you can really go to necessarily if you're an American is either South America. If you black, maybe you can go to Africa. Outside of that, bro, there ain't no place to go because Europe is F. So realistically, but the great pirate race is already up upon us. The ones who know, you already know.
Now you move into a Lord of War scenario.
Yeah.
How do you get those weapons? How do you get those weapons to operate that pirate guild?
All I'm gonna say is necessarily right. And out here in Georgia, it's a reason they said you can carry your AR-15 without no license no more. It's a reason why necessarily you got a gunsmith. You got gunsmithing all through Atlanta.
Oh yeah, no, yeah. Is it some bullet smithing out there?
I mean, I know.
That bullet smithing is going to be just as important as that gunsmith.
Hey, you know what? I'm glad Leon said that trillion is not out of nowhere, because part of that $1 trillion package and part of the money that he got from Tesla is, nigga, you better make sure you give us our goddamn robots. I want everyone. By the way, Elon don't get that money if he don't get them they robots. I'm not joking, by the way.
No,
exactly.
You're right. You're right, Leon. I mean, I guess I was looking sort of historically. All of a sudden, you got this guy. Where we are now. You have $1 trillion.
No, call him what he is, Black Guru, that fucking Afrikaner.
You're definitely right. That's not a coincidence. That's not an accident. It's intentional, and it supports the argument that when you were on the panel we were talking about earlier about, as much as you may be educating and training your son, if Musk is essentially being paid to create this future artificial workforce, that may all be for naught. That's the point I'm making. Yeah.
I mean, no, it's still. No, you won't be getting paid, but some of these skills are still important to have. They'll still be important to have.
They definitely have value,
but you just might not be getting paid.
In that pirate guild. That's why.
Yes. Actually, yeah. So you may not be a mechanic per se, or you may not be, but at the same time, your skill will be important, especially because think about this. If what America does is do their own version of the Chinese credit system type shit, when they could turn you off, the social credit score, your social credit score, then you're gonna need
a person that know how to work on cars in the dark, right? On the low. You're gonna need,
you probably want to give somebody who can fix a car pre 2010 or whatever before they start putting all this shit in there to be able to remotely do stuff.
True, and that's very important. And that's very important.
I wanted to ask one thing to Z, right? Even like in the One Piece, don't they got a mechanic on the team?
Yeah, Frankie.
Don't they got a doctor on the team?
Yeah.
Yep.
Don't they got a navigator on the team?
Yep.
Nigga.
Yeah. So
we going to the Power King era, bro.
I mean, in a weird way, you know what? Here goes the land version of that. Cyberpunk 2077. The land version of that is Cyberpunk. Cyberpunk. As a matter of fact, Cyberpunk is what we're talking about. Actually, low key, Cyberpunk is more accurate of what we're talking about. Where everybody played a role, because I do foresee a world. We're still gonna be here. Human beings ain't going extinct. That's I don't see that happening unless we start launching nukes. So yeah. But if we manage to stay here, I do see a world where you're gonna have some version of universal basic income, and then all the rest of us that's not enough for, which is going to be the vast majority of us, especially as men, we're gonna be hustling. You going in a weird way, you're gonna go back to the era of Africa or Europe, where you're not so much bartering, but low key kind of bartering. You know what? Day laborers. Everybody gonna be some type of version of day labor.
But understand, you're gonna be having some gangster in the UBI.
Oh yeah.
You have some pirate outfits gangster in that UPI.
All I'm gonna say right now, out here in certain parts of Georgia, I'm not gonna say what certain parts is, right? They already setting up radio systems that you can have that can basically circumvent the ones that you have in the with the telephone lines. When I started seeing that, and I started rolling with a couple white guys that were doing that, I already knew what the game was. When I started talking to some other cats, they'd be like, "Hey, you want to go out and start playing paintball with us? I heard you was a good shot," and I was like, I know where we going. They know where we going. They trying to recruit people.
Let me read this. Let me read this. And Mojo Money Major says America will still be here. It'll just be like a post-Soviet, less global influence. Yeah, no, but that is what Trump is. That's why he's doing that. What do you call Pax America? That's why he tried to go all the way from Greenland all the way to the tip of Argentina. That's what it's saying. Look, the world done caught up. China done caught up to us. The monopoly we have over the globe after World War II, that gap is closed. China closed it. And so now we have to live in a different globe, a different world where we're talking about Soviet Union. Russia gonna have a certain part of the world where it manages. Regional hegemons. Regional hegemons, exactly. So China's gonna be the regional hegemon, right, of its area, and maybe the only kind of somewhat ally, and I doubt I really don't think they're gonna be able to hold out, is Japan. South Korea, stop it. So it's gonna be Japan.
No, Japan geographically is not gonna be possible.
And so I know, that's what I'm saying. But so there's that. Then you're gonna have the former Soviet bloc, which is gonna still be low key the former Soviet bloc, just not the Soviet Union. Yeah, you see what I'm saying? Zulu? So, and then you're gonna have the European powers, and then you're gonna have the U.S. essentially going back to the Monroe Doctrine.
I don't know if at some point Europe is going to fall to that. So I don't know. I mean, I don't know how Europe. What is Europe standing up with?
I will say this:
regresses.
I agree with you. The only reason we didn't have a World War III yet with the Europeans is because the U.S. has backstopped them and kept them from going at each other's throats. True indeed. And this time, 2 of them got nukes. And the third one could develop them overnight.
So the Europeans true. Gonna go back to fighting and squabbling necessarily, but they're gonna be in their corner. And like you going back to return how the world, I can say what used to was necessarily. Well, you have regional powers, and these regional powers will be fighting and working with each other to necessarily have maybe global dominance or whatever. Like I said, you going back to the Pirate King era, man. I'm not crazy about that.
True. I mean, look, here's the thing. Name me the Gundam show that didn't have the Earth Federation squabbling amongst themselves. Name me the you see what I'm saying? Name me the Japanese anime that takes it projects anything in the future that shows the world is it don't exist. There
don't exist.
I do think you want to know when the state is really competing against right now? Super major corporate powers. Y'all realize that what Elon did with that fucking stock, with the stock he did, was put a bunch of companies under that shit and hide XAI under that shit?
Yeah, I saw that too.
SpaceX.
I did.
That's what he really did.
Yo, see,
like 4
Go
companies
ahead.
under that one company. I was like, oh, you
Serious shit.
See,
Go ahead, Betty. Yeah.
you know, it's actually another giant robot thing that's better indicative of what you're talking about than Gundam.
Go ahead.
And it's Armored Core. Because in the world of Armored Core, everything
I
is run by
missed that. Your background. Say that one more time.
It's Armored Core. Like in that world, everything
You
is
said it's
run
called
by
Armored Core?
yeah, everything is run
Okay,
by
go ahead.
corporations, and they make these giant robots to go fight and do their missions, and everybody's really just working for 3 or 4 companies.
That sounds like the thing is when Obama wasn't checking this shit, and he kind of did with the cell phone companies when he didn't let Verizon and Sprint, I think it was, merge or whatever the hell. So his people checked it a little bit. But when Trump came in and said let it rip, y'all realize that Ellison's is buying up everything? The Ellisons are but these niggas is a problem. With Ellison's, it's like Larry Ellison came out of nowhere. You're like, okay, Larry Ellison, billionaire, okay, Oracle, okay, whatever. And then over the past like decade, the niggas just started buying up everything.
But
really over the past like 4 or 5 years.
But did he already put a stop to what's his name? The land development company. Not land development. Is it Rock? It's not Rockney.
Oh, BlackRock? BlackRock?
Yeah, BlackRock. Yeah.
I
mean, I know
Yeah, go ahead.
I know he claimed to, but I know he was looking to put a stop.
Low key, he low key. What he's really telling them is, I'm looking at y'all. I gotta do something about my young folks, and I'm talking about Trump here. I gotta do something about my young folks not be able to buy homes. I really don't, because remember, at first he was mocking this affordability crisis as some type of democratic ruse to kind of get him out the paint. But really, with what's her name, Marjorie Taylor Greene and them, pretty much saying, no, nigga, this is a real thing.
Yeah.
Even my kids are struggling, and like even my kids, their friends, better yet, are struggling. So when he started hearing Republicans saying, "No, this is a real thing. This ain't just some democratic, leftist bullshit," that's when he started looking into them. But it's not because that's really him. It's because his people. He wants his people to shut the hell up.
Yeah, he wants people to shut the fuck. I know. Yeah. But I mean,
so
at the end
does he really go through with it
and
and tell BlackRock? Because if he tells BlackRock and some of these other lenders and these other fucking speculators and these people to, hey man, we can't have y'all buying up whole neighborhoods, bro. We can't have y'all sitting on 500,000 stock of homes in America. What the fuck?
Like he has no option. Realistically, he has no option.
Your vote, see.
He either helps the people out necessarily, or the people just gonna start doing what I'm doing, but just at a higher level. They're gonna start booking. And then you gonna have to fall of Rome on your hands, something worse, because the United States can't afford to have a quarter of their male population or half the male population leave. They can't afford necessarily to have the half of the black population to get up and bounce. That's the reason they stopped Spirit from
that's why I think at some point, going back to this male-female thing, I think that's going to turn. I think it's going to turn, and I think it's going to turn harder and quicker than we might even imagine it might turn. For that very reason you just stated.
Possibly. I can't disagree.
Because if these white guys can have their way, like Uru said, man, girl gonna be in a cage and a baby making cage, bro. Flat out. And I'm serious on that, bro. When I how I see these white guys, trust me, when I'm in these trucks and I'm having small conversations and because basically we don't listen to the music, right? We listen. I got my iPad in, I got my earphones and whatever. The stuff that I'm hearing on their phone, the same stuff I'm kind of listening on my phone, man. Bro, old girl gonna be in a cage somewhere necessarily pregnant, bro.
And to the brothers, let a pimp put his hoe in check.
Oh yeah.
But Brad, I'll say this: 35 and younger Brad been waiting to backhand. His backhand is itching like a mother. 35 and younger Brad, boy, that backhand is itching like a. Y'all don't understand. I watch their shit too. They barely can contain it. This is not black men.
Yeah, they're dying
Bro,
to backhand him, but that's why.
Hey, what y'all don't know is the powder already on his hand. The powder is already on his hand. Better use your background.
Here's where the diplomatic part comes in. You gonna let me do what I gotta do, or are you gonna get in my business? Because to me, that's the biggest issue between black men and black women. A lot of this shit can get turned around in a couple of generations.
You said I don't even think it will take that long, Black Uru. I really think if we can get a good 10 solid years.
You have to clear out some bullshit, and it's gonna be messy for at least about a 20 or so year period. But you are gonna have to clear out some bullshit, and some folks gonna have to die off. But after enough of them have really seen that the world has changed, then I agree. It won't be as difficult to turn things back in a better direction than we see. Because we hear y'all. Part of the problem is with men. Part of the problem. Damn.
You got jokes. I don't like the way this look, Louis. I don't like the way this look. You got me kind of cooning. You got me kind of cooning right here, Louis. Louis said Z over here eating Popeyes and conquering the 7 seas. The all blue. Go ahead, Black Room.
Well, part of the problem is we in this environment where we've been told that we have to listen to women, and there was a time when men listened to women, but they did not listen to them as intently as they've been made to listen to them. I would say the last 40 or so years. They listen with a certain degree of she letting off steam or, whatever, because in the end, I'm still going to do what I got to do, that kind of thing. It's only
I would
go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. I would like for everyone to listen to Bill Burr speak about his dad and his mom's relationship. Speak about his dad. That's the type of dynamic or Archie Bunker in them. That's the type of dynamic when Black Uru's speaking about the dynamic where pretty much white dudes did whatever and white women ate that shit, and occasionally white women would go off, but really they ain't going nowhere. They ain't really trying to challenge the shit. That's what I hear, right? That's what I hear. Is Bill Burr describing his parents' relationship and Archie Bunker and them relationship.
Yeah, so I can foresee a time where we're going more back to you appreciate that a woman, that's just a woman can't. You would hear like a great uncle say, well, that's just a woman carrying on. That you would hear shit like that. That's she just carrying on, she'll be all right. She'll be okay.
But this is the thing though, and going to what Black Uru was saying, that just carrying on is now nuclear, and she could destroy the whole family. She could take that just carrying on and just talking shit to the divorce court, to child support court, and destroy you.
The government enabled that, though.
Yes, I agree. I agree.
That's an artificial thing.
That's the problem. But that's the problem. The government. The thing about these white dudes that get me, I'm like, y'all are the problem. Y'all are the reason why y'all had the problem with y'all women. Like Nathan, Brad, y'all motherfuckers. Y'all are the reason why you have this problem. You enabled them. No one else did. Mexicans ain't got nothing to do with this. Asians ain't got nothing to do with this.
We don't got nothing to do with this.
Well,
Y'all motherfuckers enabled.
I think, you know, I've said this to white guys before.
No.
You know, your higher class people, well, essentially your higher class men, white men, betrayed you.
Yeah,
They
destroyed the
they
goddamn
created a
world.
system to use the women to control and, when necessary, destroy you. And while it was happening to black men first, and you guys are just mostly snickering at it or talking about how, you know, black men don't know how to be real men and all that kind of shit. And now all that shit is being visited upon you.
Hey, let me go ahead, Louis.
I mean, the only
I had
reason
this
y'all crack
conversation
down-
with Z. I had this conversation with Z, and tell me what you just said. We have always been the canary in the coal mines. Everything that has happened,
Absolutely.
and now
Absolutely.
it's being revisited on a dominant society. And because they allowed this stuff to happen and created it, they did nothing. I think this is divine intervention, to be honest.
Let me play it in chronological order for y'all.
Men never approach me. Men never approach me. Y'all always say this on live or at my comedy shows. And I say, well, why don't you think the men approach you? I don't know. I have resting bitch face. Who want to approach a resting bitch? If I see a bitch, I'm going to let the bitch rest. If I see a bitch trying to rest, I'm going to let her rest. Why would I approach you? You got a resting bitch face. You leave a bitch resting alone. That's the point of the phase. It's to leave me alone phase. Okay? So if you want somebody to approach you, you gotta let your bitch wake up. You can't let your bitch rest. Okay? Okay.
The next man to enter my life literally has to kiss the ground I walk on, worship me, yearn me, give me my autonomy. You're gonna let me live my life, and you're gonna be happy for me, and you're gonna be my yes man, and you're gonna provide for me without making me feel like shit about it. If that doesn't ever happen, then I don't want to be with anybody else.
Let me explain something. If this is the way that you're running your dating life, you will never be happy. Because you will always have this checklist of, well, he didn't do this one, so I'm gonna have to let him go. It's the whole, 90-20, 90-10, whatever the fuck that statistic is. It's like a woman could have
It's really
90%
80-20, but
of the
okay.
man that she wants. But she sees this other 10% and wants this 10%. And then when she gets this 10% without the other 90, she yearns. She's sad as fuck she's not in this 90. You can't go into a relationship expecting this. Because if you want to live your life and la vida loca and not be told no ever and always have a yes man, you don't want a boyfriend. You want somebody to back up and enable your shitty fucking behavior. This is why women are 50 and single. This is why birth rates are down. Women are delusional.
You know it's bad when black women and white women are telling black women and white women, y'all sound crazy.
You sound stupid.
Y'all notice how dumb because y'all sound stupid because y'all have no y'all don't even have any evidence to back up this theory that y'all want. You will worship me. Bitch, if you can have that shit, you'd have it already.
You will have it.
If you can have it, you can have it already.
You know what's sad
Hey,
about
what did it say? If you had it like that, you would have it like that? Go ahead,
Yes,
Black.
you had to if it was all there, you'd have it.
Thank you.
You know what
Go
was
ahead,
sad
Black. Go ahead.
about the video, that the part of, I guess, that featured the black girls, and the one with the RBF, I guess.
Yeah, resting bitch face, RBF. Yep.
You know, I can remember a time. This is old man visualization. I can remember a time when elder black women would not allow a young, attractive black woman to show that kind of face in public. I can remember that. I can remember that face there. An older black woman would, girl.
Look at his face, Black Guru. Goddamn.
I want to see that. I mean, I can literally remember when other women would check women and check them hard. They would check women for the RBF. They would check women for swearing. They would check women for if they walk nasty or didn't cross their legs the right way. I can remember when other women used to really regulate the public misbehavior of women, especially young women. So as I'm watching that video, you guys are young, so, and you're of that age or whatever, so you're gonna view that a certain kind of way. But when I saw that face, I felt sad. I felt like this was a child that had been neglected in this upbringing.
Yep.
That's what I felt.
Hey, Uru, the women will also check girls if they came out unkept out of the house.
Yes.
Their appearance.
Like,
you mean with these hair rollers in?
These girls coming
Exactly.
out and slippers and pajamas.
Pajama
that
pants.
never would have happened.
I literally saw it today.
Yeah.
Well, did you not just see, was it not just a year or two ago when Felicia Rashad and Monique tried to check them and you saw how they responded?
Yep.
It was just a year ago.
Black Uru, I want to say this, right? This how I know we fell so far necessarily, right? At my job, right? We have a white dude and a black dude with the tattoos all on his face. I mean, literally from his feet all the way to his face. And they said he was like, I think I may be able to go for manager position. The first thought when I saw him actually even get hired at the job, I was like, oh, bro, that's how I knew as a society we was going left. And then when I started, I knew we already at the tipping point. Like I think the reality is, I don't know if you ever see what was the alligator roll, what do you call it, the death roll, when they already got one leg, they got one arm or one leg, they already rolling. We already rolling. So I'm sitting here like you so far going that the job is now sending out people who got quote unquote face tattoos to greet customers, and this is the same as normal.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, the tattoo and I'm always troll. It hurts my heart when especially when the girl is particularly attractive and she has
neck tats.
It's like you're ruining a work of art, right?
Yep.
It's like you're spray painting the Mona Lisa or some shit like that. I don't like to use white references, but just come to mind. You have this almost physically perfect thing, and it's marred, and it makes
graffiti on the face. There you go, Black Uru.
Yeah,
graffiti. Yeah, that's what it is. Graffiti.
That's a better example. And it's just marred, and it makes them look cheap and tawdry and easy and.
Uru. But when I showed the Ugandan chicks.
Wait, everyone, wait. But Black Uru, isn't that what they are?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
That's
Real, go ahead, go.
When I showed the pictures, right, of the chicks that's in America, right, and to the girls in Uganda, they were like, why they got tattoos? I was like, that's how they dress. She was like, oh, they prostitutes.
I want to be very clear. We just witnessed, what was the name of the football player, young brother that just got married to that light skinned chick? What's his name?
Travis Hunter.
Okay, Travis Hunter. Okay, we just watched Travis Hunter. Don't she got a whole sleeve tattoo?
Yep.
Thank you. We just watched the most. You see what I'm saying? I want y'all to appreciate our best and brightest is most talented. Maybe not our best and brightest. I won't go that far. But our most talented football players, as juvenile as Shaq is, as fucked up as Shawnee is, Shawnee don't got no fucking whole sleeve tattoo. This nigga is the most, he's the fucking greatest prospect right now. And this nigga got married a bitch with a fucking sleeve tattoo.
No, I mean,
you see what I'm saying?
Athletic ability, not for his smarts, bro.
True, but what I'm saying is this: appreciate what's happening. I'm down here in South Florida. Trick Daddy in South Florida married a square ass sister. I know her mom. Trick married a square ass, cute chocolate sister, right? He as out there as Trick Daddy is, he married, and I think they still married on paper if she finally didn't sign the divorce, right? So even though they've been separated forever, but you see what I'm saying? Uncle Luke married what, an attorney? Y'all see what I'm saying? Uncle Luke, Tootsie Roll, Uncle Luke, Doodle Brown, Uncle Luke.
Well, you know,
Married a square. Wait, because I'm doing something here, right? As bad as Dr. Dre's ex-wife was, and all the money she wanted to walk out the door with, you see what I'm saying?
Well,
These
he knew better.
these newfangles. Wait, everybody, let me land, please.
I got.
What I'm saying is, these bitches at least had to pretend like they wasn't on the bullshit walking in the door. At least they had to pretend. These newfangled hoes is walking in the door, letting you know what they on, and these niggas still wiping them. Oh my god. Anyway, go ahead, y'all. Go ahead.
No,
Go
but
ahead.
here's the thing about what you said about these women you described that they married. Here's the thing. Look at who they married, though. They married millionaires. They married other. They did the hypergamy thing too, but the typical hypergamy thing. They married the rappers and the what's his name. They didn't marry other lawyers. They didn't marry other doctors that were in their class. No, they went straight for the rappers. So in other words, those quote unquote square sisters that you're talking about, maybe they weren't so square.
I will say this. Stars and sparkles and shiny shit is going to attract all the women. You see what I'm saying? It's a wide net you could catch. Remember, Jay Electronica was dating one of them fucking Rothschild bitches. So understand what I'm saying, right? Like the sparkly shit going to attract all them hoes, right? So good point. What I'm saying is, and I don't know sports that well. Y'all can tell me if I'm wrong. As one of the highest ranked prospect NFL niggas, you turned around and brought this bitch a Brabus G-Wagon for a bitch with a tattoo sleeve. Yeah. Like the shit writes itself, nigga. You not gonna have no Sierra situation.
Look at the Ball brothers. The Ball brothers necessarily like it looked like they got
Yep.
No. I'm saying, if you actually look at the women they got, they look like prostitutes that came from the corner off of Figaro.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Instagram has really perverted the attractiveness meter of young, the younger men. I think as boys, you see the Instagram thing, and like you say, Sierra was Russell's fantasy girl. Now Sierra did her stuff, but Sierra still had a decent image. She wasn't, she had a decent image. But when your fantasy figure is the Instagram model, then when you come up, that's why you have all these young NBA players getting with these 40-year-old Instagram model types, because that was their fantasy when they were kids, and it sort of distorted. Instagram has really kind of distorted, or how it's been used has really kind of distorted what a lot of young men and boys deem to be attractive.
So I would like to just say this before you go, Better You. Let me just say this one more thing. Zion Wilson, and Mariah Mills. Go ahead, Better You. Go ahead.
So I'm actually going to try to bring this full circle really quick, because earlier when we were having our debate with the escapism and versus other things, we talked about certain things bringing more problems. And this is one of those where I feel like it's not so much IG. I feel like young black men had a younger sexual debut. We know that. That's been the case for a long damn time. And a lot of us get exposed to adult material really young as well, in addition to that. And I think the reason we or a lot of us are gravitate to certain things, this whole look, for lack of a better term, it's because we grew up enculturated thinking that the chick getting bust down on booty talk 85 was she the shit. she didn't Halle Berry, not Halle Berry. It's Roxy Reynolds.
Yeah, but
It's Jada
but the same thing happens what I'm saying is, what I was bringing to Z is the same thing happens in reverse in the women. They're not looking at the other lawyer or the other doctor. No, they're looking at Uncle Luke. That same lawyer, that same doctor that he married, that she was in college studying to pass the law exam. She was still going to Uncle Luke parties. She was still dancing to Uncle Luke.
So
because when money can't get you unless you're Taylor Swift, it's fame.
On that point, Freaknik was inspired by them girls at Spelman.
Exactly.
Hold on, say what?
That's where it started from.
Yes,
Spelman.
exactly where it started from.
Yeah.
Those girls were leaving college, were coming home to college to shake their ass. What do you think spring break is about? Spring break is a bunch of college kids, are they not?
Yeah. Yeah, want to be hoes. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's not
Ain't no
surprising.
wanna be Black Guru. Ain't no wanna be.
But I will say this though. Oh, my bad. I will say this though. The smart ones, and I can even say this from my own anecdotal. The smart ones, they might go and they might wild out, but they know when it's time to get out the game. I personally went to school with 3 very beautiful girls that they all now are attorneys, and all of them got married right after they got their JD.
Not no more. Ain't that right, Ebony K. Williams?
Oh no, they got married within the last 3-4 years.
Those girls, that usually happens from girls of a certain status, where you effectively have that happens from people from the Jack and Jill crew, where those people are gonna get married and they're gonna have families, because their status requires it. But that's not gonna be the majority, since that's not gonna be the majority of black girls. That's gonna be
talking about the majority.
You have a lot of you have certain girls who go to law school and they're from the hood or whatever, but they were smart, whatever. And they still kind of dealing with Pookie, and they become judges and they still dealing with Pookie fucking them in the judges' chambers, that kind of thing. You got that kind of shit.
Literally.
You also
You also have
these girls
lady got
who
caught to say
came
F
up
in
in the right
the
family, and they might have had a little fun. They might have got a little wild. I saw them when I was at the HBCU way back when. But like I say, a year or so out of law school or medical school or whatever, they would get married. That was going to happen. So there's a status element to what you're describing.
Wait, Black, everyone, wait. Black Guru, say that other half of that. Say, what's the other half of the women that went to law school?
Well,
what did they go to law school to do?
Well, I mean, those girls went to law school because they didn't necessarily want to get married and didn't want to necessarily do a man tell them to do. So they went for the opposite reason.
So this is kind of so.
In fact, some of them girls went to law school specifically so they could lock some of you niggas up.
Mm-hmm. So I would actually argue it's more so from the other end, because with where I'm from, it is consistently one of the poorest counties in the entire country, and their families, they were stable, but families weren't nothing high class. Like there was very few people high class. Matter of fact, the only family that was like that, you can probably see him on that Hulu special, The Murdaugh, where he killed his son and wife. But the thing of it is, for them, from speaking with them and kind of interacting with them, it was one of those ones where like it is status, but it's coming from the other way. It was like, yo, I'm from nothing. And a dude who got a good trajectory, who we in a great field together. He actually out there getting it. Hey, they seen him. They hooked on for dear life. One of them in particular was kind of dealing with one of the dope boys from back home, and you know, whether by fate or whatever, like he got killed, and next thing you know, a couple years later, she was dating one of the dudes that was in a law program. They graduated. 3 years later, married, baby number 1, number 2 on the way. So I think it can go both ways. Where if you from nothing and you're smart enough to recognize the stability of some certain careers, I think some people latch on. I think some women latch on for dear life.
Yeah, some like
I would agree with that.
Some are smart enough to do that.
Some are, yes.
But here's the thing, you know, a lot of black men in particular, young black men, because it's going to be more difficult for that brother to make it through that obstacle course than their sister. So either that dude is not going to get married or not get married too soon, or he going to marry the right kind of girl from the right kind of background. He's not just going to marry Keisha because she got a law degree. You know, I'm talking about a certain kind of dude. Now, if it's, you know, just some regular brother, yeah, he might. But a dude of a certain, quote, breeding is not going to marry Keisha, even if she got a law degree. And you'll hear, for example, the girl you like to talk about,
which one?
From Harvard.
Not Miss Foster.
Yeah, you'll hear them complain about similar situated brothers that don't necessarily want to have anything to do with them.
Yeah,
facts.
The thing, the thing I think at least that kind of makes my little corner of the country more niche is when you and BGS talk about how y'all grew up. In a lot of ways, I have seen and have more in common with that in terms of rearing than some people who are my age and even just, you know, my age cohort. Because it was very Southern, like what you were just talking about, how grandma, how auntie would you ain't had to say anything. Like you just look, it's like, where the hell you think you're going?
Right.
Yeah. So
yeah, no,
like,
it's definitely gonna be situational and environmental, and especially when you have these situations where there's gaps in generation.
Yeah.
Like if for example you got a Z being raised by an old boomer, or hell maybe, well, I mean, ain't a whole lot of silent gen folks left around. You know, because you're talking about somebody that's 80 plus at this point. But certainly an old boomer or whatever, and especially a Southerner, it's going to be a different kind of mentality that has been bred within them.
Yeah. Nah, definitely, 100%.
I was around a old boomer for a few years, and yeah, no, what Black Guru was saying is 100% true. From I don't even remember what town he's from, but yeah, from somewhere in Nowheresville, Georgia. But yeah, no, exactly. It's a whole different aspect of life when they start talking. They. So if you're growing up in that with that upbringing, your outlook and the way you think about relationships and the way you think about marriage and the way it's just different. Unless you go against that and you blow up your situation. Anyway, continue, y'all.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Like
but yeah, a lot of those brothers, you know, now it's funny, when I was at school, I remember when, you know, because I come up from certain backgrounds, in Chicago, kind of poor. I went to HBCU. That was my first experience in observing difference of people from different Black people from different socioeconomic backgrounds. I remember being surprised. For example, I didn't know there were so many Black folks who had college degrees or master's degrees. I remember being surprised and shocked by that. I remember being surprised and shocked by how judgmental the mothers of friends of mine were of the girls that my friends were associating with. They would be very judgmental, you know. They would be judgmental about how she presented herself, about her family background, what part of Mississippi or Alabama or whatever shit like that they came from, you know. They would be very
low-key happens in the Haitian community, by the way.
Yeah, and I don't remember. I thought, you know, I come to school, all black folks are black folks. But man, when I got to the HBCU, that wasn't how it was at all. It was very classist.
That's when I knew I was poor, man.
Yeah,
exactly.
That's when I knew.
Let me do this. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat, and go ahead, y'all.
Yeah, it was a similar experience for me. Like, in a lot of ways, we were insulated in the community I came from in Hampton. Like, we didn't really know we was poor until we left Hampton. And for a lot of us, that was the military and college. And once I got to college, that was when I really realized, oh shit, I'm the poor nigga.
Mm-hmm.
My experience was a little bit different. This is when I started figuring out it was levels to this thing, and then that's when I started figuring out how far my dad went off the reservation.
Yeah, because I remember y'all technically rich. When your folks technically rich.
Well, please, my granddad was rich. I want to say my granddad was rich, and I saw necessarily how far my father went technically off the reservation. My dad was supposed to go marry some woman from was it FSU necessarily from that college and be good. When I started figuring out necessarily how my granddaddy set stuff up and where the kids went, that's when I started figuring out, like, oh yeah, my granddaddy had the wealth. He built everything else. It's just that he ain't had nobody to really give it to because everybody started doing what the fuck they wanted to do.
Yeah, that's the unfortunate part, and that's why, as I said earlier, you would have the families be so, the women in particular, be so, you know, what's her background, who's her family, you know, are any of her what sorority, you know, she's in, or what sorority her mother's in, you know, it would be very clicked, you know, it'd be very clicked. And I remember being shocked by, so black people kind of behave like these quote uppity white people behave.
Mm-hmm. Hey, bro, if you want to keep your money, bro, you got to do certain things. That's when I started figuring out that when I started telling people I want to marry someone from a certain class, right? People start looking, people like, class? Why you care about that? I'm like, boy, that's important, bro, because that means that's the way you see the world. That's the way you look at how your kids should be raised, where you want to send them to, what education they should be going to. Things of this nature. Like when I saw how far my
got into that conversation.
Man.
Let me say this, Zulu, because me and Gitmo had this conversation in private. I'm not gonna give y'all too much of the details, but as blue collar brothers who aren't rich but are okay-ish, right? Ish, we think the same. There was an era where brothers like us, we wouldn't be struggling so much to meet the type of women you're talking about. So maybe our kids wouldn't be Jack and Jill, but we could meet a woman that in the next 2 generations, maybe we could try to aspire for that, right? But you got to start now. And me and Gitmo were talking about being in the kind of socio-economic position, heavy on the socio part of where we are, and kind of the women that are in our vicinity, and what position that puts you in as a man in our particular, once again, socio-economic position. And it's very telling what the world has to offer us, right? And it's grim. It's grim. But go ahead, y'all. I had to say that. Go ahead.
Well, the way things are set up, and what they put in the women, they basically indirectly said that either you were going to be sort of slave to the wishes of some increasingly hostile females, or I don't know what the hell you were going to do.
I mean,
that's kind of what they.
no. Pretty
Yeah.
much, what's left for us is three niggas
The mole.
throwaway chick. Right?
The mole.
It's the three that or the chick that's shaped like a fucking butterball, or the fucking loud mouthy chick, the former stripper hoe chick. Like what's left
Right.
for us is like, god damn, like this is what you think we're deserving of? What
And
the fuck?
you're gonna take it. You're gonna
Yeah.
take it, and you better like it.
Yes. It's insulting. It's insulting.
Yeah.
Me and Gitmo had this conversation, and I think that's what Gitmo was trying to say to you before Black Uru, which is like we gotta still live our life, right? But because I understood what he was saying, because it's grim out here, and if we're holding out or we're working towards a everyday chick, I'm not trying to make it seem like it's impossible, because that's not true. Because I done seen brothers around the same field as me that I actually work with that's married to teachers and whatnot. So it happens. And them sisters, I met them, they cool, at least from what I can see from the outside, right? So I'm not saying it's impossible, but what I am saying is, as a trend, as the narrative goes, oh, it's ugly. It's fucking ugly. And there is a certain spirit of man, black man in specific, like me, that looks at that landscape and says, yeah. What was that you were saying again? Trying to run about the passports, right? Like that's what it is. Go ahead.
Z, right now, bro. I got a partner like this. He's one of the, I don't know, we was, I think, like the mayor or somebody that's over a parish out there in Jamaica, bro. Right? His dad necessarily is a school teacher. His mom is a quote unquote is a doctor, right? Me and him, we meet up on a routine basis, bro. He was like, I can't find me no woman to that date. His mama can't find him a woman to date. Me and him went to Uganda. Repeat this. Me and him went to Uganda to look for wives, bro. You got to understand. That's where we at, bro.
It is somewhat of an escape hatch from what is offered to, and shout out to the Elite Brothers, because I know y'all going through it in your own way too. But man, like for those of us who have a certain mindset, and you're a red pill brother that's from around the way, you make a little bit more than average, and you know what I think the best way to say it is you're blue collar with white collar sensibilities. the world is like, oh nigga, you think you better than them hoes? Oh, yes. The gall.
Yes, yeah. Nigga, I do.
Yes.
There's a certain delusion to some women that I'll be frank, I kind of admire. Like,
what?
That's funny.
No, because there's a particular type of audacity you have to even engage in certain things. Like, I remember, like when I told that story earlier about the chick from Popeyes. You might want to try her. She opened it, but it was like
hysterical.
I remember like the ones I swiped no on. It was like chicks who was 3-4 times my size. I had just spent a year and a half getting my health right. I got into the best shape of my life. I went from 293 down to 185, and I looked great. I felt great. I was at the best at that point in my time, best part of my life. And it's like, damn, like you shoot your shot at me, you big as a full fiesta.
Let me say this. Better you. That's you in your position. Let me tell you what they think brothers like me and Gitmo and a couple of us others are deserving us. Y'all favorite.
As a man, if you don't have house court job, don't be a woman with house court job. And for the men that complain about women that do that, look for a man that has all three, and they don't have all three. We can do that. We are women. You want us.
Line is melting right now.
You need us. Y'all want one thing from us. And mad because we boss y'all around because you're a fucking servant. You're a provider, right? You're a protector, right? You're a security guard, and you're a goddamn assistant. Know your place. Stop being contradicting. And bow down. Because I'm sick of it.
Now
For
y'all know
brothers
that
like
Victor
me and
Mike.
Gitmo, that's why whenever when you meet certain like there's certain dudes when you meet they chick, you be like, nigga, you could have did better than that. And what you don't appreciate is that bitch is not this though. like this in a prettier body. So like you'll be surprised. I think you'll be surprised what black men are willing to deal with in physique and lack of physical appearance to not have this, but in a prettier body. Oh, Jesus
Man,
Christ.
I'm telling
Go
you,
ahead, yo.
I'm going straight Viltrum. With the Viltrum mic with the hand blade, bro. I'm just cutting. But boy, I swear to God, if I ever meet her in real life, bro, I'm telling you, you be like 5'9", 5'10", black man, knock somebody head off, bro. That's me, bro. That's me.
Let me do this. Let me do this, Zulu,
I didn't
because
slice somebody, bro.
let me do this, Zulu, because no placeholder want to torture the crap out of Lion. He trying to waterboard Lion, and he says, "Play Munchkin again, Z." He paid for. I'm sorry, Lion. He paid for it. He paid for it. Go ahead,
bro.
As a man, if you don't have house car job,
give me a second, Zulu.
Don't look for a woman with house car job. And for the man that complain about women that do that, look for a man that has all three, and they don't have all three. We can do that. We are women. You want us. You need us. Y'all want one thing from us. And mad because we boss y'all around because you're a fucking servant. You're a provider, right? You're a protector, right? You're a security guard, and you're a goddamn assistant. Know your place. Stop being contradicting. And bow down. Because I'm sick of it.
Hey, we gonna get Zulu or Lion to wipe this chick. It got to be one of them.
Bro, I'm telling you, every time I be looking at her, I got a little bit to my shit. I just raise my hand and I just be like, bro, I swear to God, bro, I'm just gonna cut you, bro. I'm just gonna. I be doing that to my shot. I be looking at her. I be like, bro, I'm about to pull your jaw off. I'm about to pull your jaw off. I swear to God.
Where's that comment from Trell? Trell had the comment earlier. Where did that comment go, Trell? Trell said, "Unblade that hand." Where did it go?
Bro, I'm telling you, bro.
Where did it go?
I'm about to blade that
there we
hand,
go.
bro.
He said, "Unblade that hand immediately."
Nigga, please.
I think there is gonna have to be a Viltrumite period. I think there's gonna have to be some hand blading for some.
But somebody gonna have to get it, boy. I'm telling you, man. Because you think I'm gonna really have that in my crib, I promise you. Somebody gonna have to leave that crib. And
look. Trail said, "Torture y'all again." God damn, they paying no waterboard y'all niggas. Trail said, "Munchkin one more again." I'm sorry, y'all. Here we go again.
Hey, bro, I want to make sure.
As a man, if you don't have
Zulu gonna die.
Don't look for a woman with house core job. And for the man that complain about women that do that, look for a man that has all three, and they don't have all three. We can do that. We are women. You want us. You need us. Y'all want one thing from us. And mad because we boss y'all around because you're a fucking servant. You're a provider, right? You're a protector, right? You're a security guard, and you're a goddamn assistant. Know your place. Stop being contradicting. And bow down. Because I'm sick of it.
Trey, I don't know what job you live at. I don't know what job you got, bro. But I'm gonna find that motherfucker, bro, and I'm gonna blow it up, bro. And I'm telling you, you ain't gonna have no more money, bro. So you keep playing with me, bro. See, he think I ain't crazy enough to do it, bro. I'm crazy enough to do it, though.
And no placeholder said, "You're a provider, right?" That gets me every time. And thank you for the super chat. No placeholder. When Trell said, "Play it one more again," I died, bro.
That's how I know. But this is what I'm saying.
Okay.
Honestly, I've made a conclusion. Like the more belligerent they are,
the higher their probability of failure. The higher the better they are at failure. Like anyone who is actually successful at getting what they wanted wouldn't talk like that.
Exactly.
Good point.
You
Good
wouldn't
point.
talk like that. If you could actually get it, you wouldn't talk like that. I mean, hence Ebony K. Williams. Like she went all. We have been producing and having children for millions and millions of millennia. You couldn't find one dude. If you wanted to be a mother so bad, you couldn't find one dude to do it the regular way with.
No. She couldn't find the dude that was very specifically what she wanted. And it was a very specific archetype. Let me play the white girl again.
The next man
But the
to enter
fact
my
that
life literally has to kiss the ground I walk on, worship me, yearn me, give me my autonomy. You're gonna let me live my life, and you're gonna be happy for me, and you're gonna be my yes man, and you're gonna provide for me without making me feel like shit about it. If that doesn't ever happen, then I don't want to be with anybody else.
Let me explain something.
And there you go, Lion. That's what Ebony K. Williams was looking for.
That's fine. But my thing is, you look like I don't think she understands how fucking pathetic it looks to go to the lab. I don't think you understand. Like that is the
wait, Lion. But it's pathetic to you. You know what it is to her. To her, it is middle finger. This is what it is. It's a middle finger to two specific groups. The men that she feels like she's deserving of, she's giving them the middle finger because they kicked her off of Mount Olympus by not wifing her. Then the group that she feel like she got kicked down to, she's telling the rest of us, which is the rest of us, nigga, I would rather go get a test tube baby than have a baby from you, nigga. So she's giving both groups the middle finger. So yeah, you're right, by the way. I agree with you. But I'm saying it looks pathetic to us, but to her, it's a form of empowerment to say, I'm not limited by men's choice not to procreate with the type of men I want. Choice not to procreate with me. Go ahead.
But here's the thing: you are no different than the other single mothers who had a baby daddy that quote unquote left. They do.
Lion, you are incorrect. I agree with you, by the way, but you are incorrect, sir, because I chose the baby's father through the DNA, because I think she know clearly she know who the baby father is and blah blah blah. She did one of those type of situations. So when she's saying, I agree with you, but in her mind and for the women like her, it's a form of empowerment to say, I know who the father is. When my kid is ready, 16, 18, 24, I will introduce them to their biological father, but I run this and I don't have to, and she said it too, I don't have to debate on COVID shots. I don't have to debate on school. I don't have to debate on whether we want to send them to a school with uniform or not. They know ain't no dude coming to come see them play basketball. So that for her and for women like her, that's where the empowerment comes in. Right. But I'm agreeing with you, by the way. So go ahead.
The irony of all you said, but the irony in all you said, is that not so you just wanted someone to control and you didn't want to have anyone to battle that control?
There's one other element to Ebony K. Williams. I think Ebony K. Williams did not want a black man. I think she wanted some other dude. She said that she wanted to, let me finish. She even said she dated them all, if you recall when she was talking with Iyanla. And on some other interview, she went in extemporaneously about, Jewish guys and Indian guys. And in fact, I think she mentioned everybody but a black guy. But
she lost her virginity to an Indian guy, I think she said.
Right. So I think she actively avoided dealing with black men until it was painfully made aware to her that none of the other guys really wanted her other than maybe for a fuck, right? Because here's the thing, she's a pretty woman now. She probably was a gorgeous woman when she was younger, but they not gonna put up with a big mouth black bitch, and I'm using that term to emphasize a point, regardless of how pretty she is. Exactly. And for those kind of guys in particular, it's insulting for a quote black bitch to actually think she actually supposed to be bossing somebody around or running something. So she wasn't gonna ever make it with those particular kind of non-black men at that certain level. So after the men she wanted told her they didn't want her that way, then now she got to lower herself to dealing with black men. And well, of course, that's just terrible. I got to lower myself to deal. And so I think what we're witnessing from her is the result of her being rejected from these non-white men that she really were.
And can I add another
failure?
Yes, and let's add another element to that. Not only is it the non-black man rejecting her, but even the type of black man she has to lower herself to, the still elite black men, aren't even checking for her like that. That makes it even worse.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Well, but here's the thing. Because those men they don't have to put up with her shit.
Exactly.
They're the IBM, idea of black men. So they ain't got to put up with her shit, especially after she been rotted out and thoughted out by the UN.
We rotted out and thought it out. Oh, I'm using that, Black Guru. Oh, that's in the repertoire now.
We definitely taking that now.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Rotted out and thought it out.
Like at the end of the day, you still have to contend with men's nature, especially millionaire men.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah. And let me read this from Ainu real quick. And Ainu says, off the clock, time to watch. And shout out to you, Ainu. Now you get to watch in peace and make your comments in peace. And I have to sneak on your phone real quick, type and then submit and go back to work. And shout out to you and thank you for the super chat. Y'all niggas really trying to look. I don't want Lion and Zulu to have a goddamn aneurysm up here. And better you said,
I'm gonna firebomb your job. It's okay.
And better you said, I couldn't hear Munchkin play it again. God damn, they try to warn him.
Y'all know damn well y'all heard her loud.
As a man, if you don't have house
Zulu and Lion gonna die.
Don't look for a woman with house court job. And for the man that complain about women that do that, look for a man that has all three and they don't have all three. We can do that. We are women. You want us. You need us. Y'all want one thing from us. And mad because we boss y'all around because you're a fucking servant. You're a provider, right? You're a protector, right? You're a security guard and you're a goddamn assistant. Know your place. Stop being contradicting. And bow down. Because I'm sick of it.
Clearly sick of it. Fat ass is clearly sick of a diet.
Look, no place. Let me ask y'all this. Zulu and Lion, what the hell did y'all do to No Placeholder? No Placeholder, I think he's still in the islands. No Placeholder is in the islands sending super chats and saying, torture these niggas. He said, I support better use sentiment and double down. God.
No, it's okay though, bro.
As a man,
Zulu, hold that thought. God damn, he paid for it to play again.
Look for a woman with house court job. And for the man that complain about women that do that, look for a man that has all three and they don't have all three. We can do that. We are women. You want us. You need us. Y'all want one thing from us. And mad because we boss y'all around because you're a fucking servant. You're a provider, right? You're a protector, right? You're a security guard and you're a goddamn assistant. Know your place. Stop being contradicting. And bow down. Because I'm sick of it.
All I'm gonna say is
pissed off No Placeholder? That's what I want to know.
I ain't never had an enemy here, bro, but you just made one, bro.
y'all having the need to see this fat bitch. I'm starting to think
She
I'm
kind of
starting.
cute at the
I'm
end
starting
when
to think.
she
I'm starting to
smiles.
think he like fat bitches, bro.
Hold up, because both of these niggas go to the gym, and better use it to lying, it's all there. This nigga using your joke against you right
Fuck
now.
out of here, bro. Fuck out of here.
This nigga that took your controller and put peanut butter hands on it.
I swear to God, I'd rather you play the chicks that were trolling with the hang up
Look,
shit. At
let
least
me tell you what this is. Lying, better you is saying you like you Mr. Biggs and he's R. Kelly. Because this nigga said he putting fingerprints on your controller. This nigga over here playing the fucking Munchkin clip, knowing you about to have an aneurysm.
Fuck out of here, man. I swear to God.
This nigga using your beer gel.
Y'all should just share that game system, man. At this point,
Look, you see what I'm saying? If y'all sharing hoes, y'all might as well share the controller.
Matter of fact, I'm gonna use all the Murrays. You need to get a new can, nigga.
No, fuck off my shit.
What you say? We need a new can. Is there?
We need new shower gel. We need new shower gel, and we.
I swear to God, one name for you better use Thrag. And you know who Thrag is. Thrag,
thank you. Hey, Kevin Murray says Z gonna have to raise the price of the clip. It's too cheap. Yesterday's price is not today's price.
It's $5. It's $5, $10 a hit, bro. It's $10 a hit, nigga. Fuck you, bro.
I need to find that one.
Go ahead, Black Guru.
I need to find this one clip. Guy go to visit his girl, and her baby daddy opened the door, and he got his chest all out, and he eating fruit snacks and shit. And dude talking to him.
Not the baby's fruit snack.
He asking him about his girl, and the guy just eating the snacks, and he ain't saying nothing. And then at some point, he asked her what she, and she said she sleep. And the guy don't say nothing. He just eating the snacks. He said, "Man, so you juiced her into her sleep, man."
Damn.
Look, man. Let me do this. Let me do this, please. I gotta play these because God, y'all gonna hate these dudes. Look, trust it. One more. No, we need to be cleansed now. And wait a minute. No placeholder said, and thank you for the super chat, Sherelle. And no placeholder said, my coffee is empty. No more Munchkin for now. We gotta play it one more again for Trell, and then we gotta play it at least twice. Because Afro Mercy said, fuck it, we rolled the clips, so I gotta play it at least twice.
You know, I'm gonna leave it on back. I come back and y'all play this shit, bro.
You better fuck up the dreamscape of hundreds of brothers, man.
Look, this clip, I want y'all to appreciate this. From this point on, the person y'all need to hate the most of anybody is BGS. Because when BGS played that clip on his channel, I was like, oh, you done fucked the world up. Because I'm going to save that clip will forever be on Mr. Z's channel. Ain't nothing better exemplifies the way these fucking black women think of all black men than this. Not all the sisters think like this, but enough. Most think like this. He said all of them. So, in honor of Trell and Afro Merchant, we're gonna have to play this twice.
Come on.
As a man, if you don't have house core job, don't look for a woman with house core job. And for the man that complain about women that do that, look for a man that has all three, and they don't have all three. We can
Passport
do that.
OG ain't shit. He said play it again. Goddamn.
You want us. You need us. Y'all want one thing from us. And mad because we boss y'all around because you're a fucking servant. You're a provider, right? You're a protector, right? You're a security guard, and you're a goddamn assistant. Know your place. Stop being contradicting. And bow down. Because I'm sick of it.
Wait a minute, we got played 2 more times because Passport OG from Japan said play it again. God damn. Second time.
As a man, if you don't have house car job, don't look for a woman with house car job. And for the man that complain about women that do that, look for a man that has all three and they don't have all three. We can do that. We are women. You want us. You need us. Y'all want one thing from us. And mad because we boss y'all around because you're a fucking servant. You're a provider, right? You're a protector, right? You're a security guard and you're a goddamn assistant. Know your place. Stop being contradicting. And bow down. Because I'm sick of it.
One more again, and then we will cleanse our palate with Trell's super chat. Trust me, everyone. The waterboarding will be worth it at the end. One more again puts Passport OG from Japan sitting this, and shout out to Passport OG, and he says, "Is 800 yen enough? Fire up house car job for the United Nations. God damn, they hate you, Lion. They hate you, nigga. They hate you."
All the damn quests to request.
Passport OG from Japan. There we go.
Fuck.
As a man, if you don't have house car job, don't look for a woman with house car job. And for the man that complain about women that do that, look for a man that has all three and they don't have all three. We can do that. We are women. You want us. You need us. Y'all want one thing from us. And mad because we boss y'all around because you're a fucking servant. You're a provider, right? You're a protector, right? You're a security guard and you're a goddamn assistant. Know your place. Stop being contradicting. And bow down. Because I'm sick of it.
You know, and we will cleanse our palates, everyone, with Trell's super chat. Go, Black Room.
I put the video in the back. If you can play
okay.
it.
Okay. Give me 1 minute. Let me play this, and then we got it. Let me play this for Trell. I got to download it and everything. And Trell says, "I wanted the snow bunny from Britain." I got you, Trell. I got you. And thank you for the super chat. I'm going to highlight that while it's playing. Give me 1 sec.
The Black Kings get divorced, and then what happens? They're like, F it. We're moving on. Snow bunnies are going to clean me right out. So the snow bunnies get on top of things and they mix and they have this beautiful baby and the process continues. So I do find that Black Kings often go to Black Queens first and then they're like, snow bunny time. They'll either divorce them, dump them, and then move on. Swiftly move on. And they'll feel all cleansed, you know? Right. Anyway, on that note, do you like my nails? They're very Christmassy. It's almost Christmas. Divorce season's round the corner, which means snow bunnies warm in January. Yes.
And thank you for the super chat. And Trell said, after all the waterboarding, Trell said, "All right, y'all, we gonna clean it up a little bit. and Afro Merchant said, "Snow cleansed, hysterical."
Nah, Negro. You just made a permanent enemy of me personally, bro. From now on, for wherever chat you into, bro, I will be doing whatever I can to make your life very difficult.
Hysterical. Yeah, look, Zulu said, "I want to hear it. It's on site, Trell."
I had to leave and come back, bro. I had to leave and come back.
And fuck BGS.
I got you, Black Uru. I'm gonna play it in 1 minute.
And fuck BGS for even
I've been
showing
frustrated by all y'all.
Hey, look, like I said, the BGS fucked the world up. When I saw that clip, I was like, "Oh, that is so." It's so blatant. Look, somebody had to spam it because she's so. And let me be clear. She mean that shit. She means it from the depth of her soul. She mean that shit. She said,
but I know it's a damn psyop. I know it's a damn psyop by her because
her blatancy shows that she can't have it.
I mean, she kind of cute at the end when she smiled a little bit. You know, she kind of
This
grown.
nigga ain't shit. No, this nigga ain't shit.
She kind of grown.
You know
You
what?
know,
bro, I'm
Go
gonna start cussing, bro. You almost made
go
me start
shut her
cussing,
up.
bro.
If you really think that, if you really believe that, Mission Impossible. Your
Hey,
mission, should you choose to accept
the better you I know would get off just giving her an orgasm and tell her shut the fuck up.
Man,
just
bro,
Pogo sticking up and down her esophagus and be like, nah, what, bitch?
I don't know if you ever seen that show. Was it Naruto? When I think when Sasuke broke that little dude arms in half or whatever, bro. That's every time she say something, I just think of my back in my mind. I just want to break her arm, bro. I just want to get rid of her, bro. I swear, bro.
Oh man.
Like I said, they only do that when honestly, I've come to find that, you know what? Thank you for Z for showing. You know, that's the thing I will give you, Z. You showing me these videos and showing me their blatantness just gave me a light bulb. I'm like, you bitches can't get it. That's why y'all talking like this.
Yeah. Oh yeah, definitely. But this is the important part about these videos.
Yeah,
I want everybody to appreciate this. This is not candid camera. This is not CCTV. This is not somebody recording you in secret. These fucking women, white, black, Latina, Asian, or otherwise, are pressing record on their phone. If they're not on the app already, they're recording themselves talking crazy, titling the video, uploading it, posting it, and then waiting for the likes to come.
Yep.
That's what's happening here.
But no one's smart enough. So far, I have not seen it. Not even the motherfucker smarter than me have even said it. I don't even think Rolo himself or Coach Greg Adams or anyone in this space have said it. If these bitches could get it, they wouldn't be talking.
I don't recall anyone saying it, but I think you're right. No. They might be able to get piped by that nigga, but ain't no relationship coming out of nothing.
But that's
not from the guys they talking about. Yeah.
Their blatant list proves that they can't get it.
And speaking about that,
it's the possibility, guys.
Yeah, you know what?
Ain't no possibility. Nah, ain't no ain't no possibility no more, Leon. That possibility is gone. The more blatant they are, that quote unquote possibility you talking about is damn near zero. Because if they really could get it, and if it was beyond, and if it was really, really able to have it, they'd have it already, and they wouldn't be on TikTok. They can't get it.
Lion, you just said it. You just said it, bro.
Go ahead.
Well, you just said it. It's about a possibility, not a probability.
Yep. Yes.
The fact that it's not zero.
Even if it is 2%.
Hey,
or
2% means somebody can make that shot.
Yeah, that's good odds. These women, that's what women love to those odds.
It is the line that we say where it's like you said 0.2, and they'd be like, "So you saying I got a chance?" It is the Chris Rock line. It's the Chris Rock line. So you saying I got a chance? Like it is that. So yes, it's infinitesimal itself. This is the thing. But you to sum up what Lion's saying is sample negligent. It's sample negative. True, but with the women here is, but it's a possibility. You talking about probability being practically zero. What they're hearing is, but you didn't say zero.
I'll give you a fucking example. Melissa Ford, Ebony K. Williams, all these failures.
You want me to tell you the line? Let me tell you the line, because if you've been around women long enough, this is the line. But that bitch ain't me. What does Ed say? But I'm me.
I'm different.
Right?
No,
but I'm me.
Though.
Exactly.
I'm different though.
Hey, Z. Let Lion know.
Wait, y'all. Let's let Tunnel Runner go real quick. Go ahead, Tunnel Runner. Go ahead.
Let Lion know if I was a Muslim, have 4 wives, he would be number 5.
Man,
wait.
You just go ahead and get. I hope you run out of raisins.
That little hair flip and the smile at the end. Oh, that's a killer.
I hope your wife put raisins in your potato salad.
For real. Nah. I hope you run out of eggs.
Real talk,
oh man. I hope you run out of egg yolk for your deviled eggs.
I hope the tea is so unsweetened you have to give it to your dog.
Your tea is
Talking
so
about
bitter.
talking about
That's
double eggs. That's
hysterical.
what I had yesterday. It was delicious.
You see, you hear this?
Nah, Z.
Oh man, go ahead.
If you start trying to cite those examples to them chicks, they go flip this shit and pull it out like a Yu-Gi-Oh trap card. They're gonna be like, "I hear you, but Sierra's prayer."
Right, Sierra's prayer, exactly. And you could be like Megan's fumble. I see your Sierra prayer, and I raise you a Megan's fumble.
Yes, I see you, Sierra's prayer, and I raise you your new leader, Lori Harvey.
Oh, no. I see your Sierra's prayer, and I raise you a Klay Thompson's chuckle. Right, like I raise you a Klay Thompson's free Tory. Like that.
The majority of y'all are destined to be the majority of y'all are destined to be hypergamous failures. You think that because y'all talk this manifestation shit, you not a femcel? Honestly, any woman talking that manifestation shit, I'm calling them a femcel.
Well, that is what that is. Like that. But it feels empowering, and for them, that feeling of empower. Somebody said it the other day, and it might have been you, better you. I can't remember who said it, but like somebody might even said it in the comments. I don't remember if I heard it or read it, but it was something like, these folks, these women are mistaking movement for progress. Something along those lines. If you shout yourself out, if you're the one who said what I'm trying to say, or if I might be saying it wrong, but yeah. So for them, it's like the feeling of empowerment, the feeling of feeling like you have your destiny in your hands, or feeling like you're doing something, right, is more important in their case than feeling like you've maxed out. You can't go nowhere else. You got nowhere else to go. Your baby daddy was as high as you gonna go. Your ex-husband was as high as you gonna go. Your ex-boyfriend was as high as you gonna go. So feeling like they can achieve for more than that in men, that feeling of empowerment is more important than anything we talking about.
Yeah. He said, I don't think we want to see these chicks crash out. Yes, I do. Call me Joker. I want to see it.
But let me play
for the fuck of it.
Let me play this for Black Uru, and here go to and shout out to Black. And by the way, the Snow Queen is brought to you by Black Uru, because when Black Uru emailed me that, I was like, yep, that's staying on the channel also. So Black Uru is the person that came through and cleansed y'all. Right? Because the Snow Queen came out of nowhere and she said that, and yeah. So shout out to Black Uru for that. And here go another clip, y'all. This is courtesy of Black Uru. Here we go.
Hey, who the fuck is you, bro? Who is you, bro? What the fuck? What's she at?
That's Blackavelli, nigga. That's Blackavelli.
She sleep? I knew she had somebody in her, bro. Cause she won't answer her phone. What, you juiced her to sleep? You juiced her to sleep? What you sizing me up while you eating? You sizing?
Hey, bro. Hey, that's Blackavelli. Yep. That's lying. That's better than you.
Nah, dog.
Don't let it happen to you, cuz.
I'm gone. Trust me. Trust me. I'm already gone, bro. You wouldn't even know I was there.
Look. Dr. Dizzle said he's drinking the Capri Sun. He's drinking the baby's Capri Sun.
Yeah, he really is. Man. That's a whole new level about it. Nah. That's more so better you, because me personally, I'm already gone, dog. The job's already done. I'm gone. I'm already out. I ain't touching none of her snacks. I probably I'm good.
Look, hey, if you knock on the door and the nigga look like that, shirt off and everything, that's Blackavelli. You might as well just wait till the next morning, well, not even next afternoon, and come get your shit, bro. It's over. It's over.
You saw the charger. You saw the charger
outside.
Come on, man.
You saw the scat pack of the Hellcat outside. It's over. Hey, once you see the scat pack outside, it's a done deal, bro. Once you see the Hellcat outside, man, it's a wrap, bro.
Yeah.
It's a wrap.
You knew what was up. Don't go in there, cuz. Don't do that.
Oh, man, bro. Dude ain't say shit. He was drinking the Capri Sun. Oh, my. Fuck that. No, he wasn't drinking yet. He was putting the straw in the Capri Sun. Oh, my God. It's so disrespectful. And then he closed the door.
Like, dude pulled the damn straw out with his teeth.
Oh, man. Look, man.
The guy asked him,
did you juice her to sleep?
Juice her to the sleep. He kind of nodded.
just nodded, yeah.
Hey,
Yeah, I did.
it was a passive nod too. It was a passive
Passive
nod.
ass nod.
Right.
Look, man.
You like you don't even want to know this shit, man. You don't want to know
Hey,
this.
hey, Kevin Murray, thank you. Kevin Murray said the silence was so disrespectful. Oh,
Now the plot. But the thing about that is the plot.
oh
Twist is,
man.
the plot twist is she doing that out of spite because the nigga already moved on. That's the only.
Possible, but nah, he ain't move on. You heard the way he sounded in his voice. That ain't no move on,
No, that
bro.
particular dude didn't.
You can hear the pain a
Oh,
little bit.
man.
You get a pain a little bit in his voice.
Yeah.
Nah, he probably still no.
Hey,
Niggas do that shit
because
to
wait.
feel some type
Line,
of
there's
way.
move on, and then there's
Look,
move on. Yeah.
even if you moved on, man, you don't want to think about dude fucking your girl into a sleep,
Your ex chick like that, yeah.
Nobody
You
wants to hear
simply
that,
don't.
man.
That nigga said you juiced her to
That's why you
sleep.
don't go there, man. You don't go there, man. You just don't do that.
Oh, that nigga didn't pop. Well, you know what? That's the thing. I did in this particular case. That dude probably didn't move on.
Wait a minute, Black Ura, read this comment for me, please, and thank you.
That nigga, man.
He's like, she's sleeping on drip sheets.
Ew.
Damn.
Yeah, man. Nah, man.
Oh man, look, man.
You just walk away.
Hey, man.
You get away. You walk away. You don't want no prior commentary, man.
That nigga
You
pulled
want
that.
no prior commentary.
I saw that nigga
Look.
pull out a straw with his teeth. That nah.
Hey, I've been waiting 40 minutes.
We line. I'm gonna play. Wait. I'm gonna play this one more again, and then you gotta leave.
Answered the door.
Yep.
Answered the door shirtless, man.
Yeah, on purpose.
All kinds of disrespect coming right out the gate, man.
Hey, but we play it one more again, and then you gotta lean on. Here we go.
Hey, who the fuck is you, bro? Who is you, bro? What the fuck? Where's she at? She sleep? She sleep? I knew she had somebody in her, bro. Cause she wasn't answering her phone. What, you juiced her to sleep? You juiced her to sleep? What you sizing me up while you eating? You sizing?
The closed door at the end is so fucked up.
The closed door. When he was communicating, he was looking. He was silent enough to see what he was gonna do.
Yep.
And then he realized, oh, he ain't gonna do shit. So
Yep.
Hey, Z, one thing, practice makes perfect. That's why he's able to do all that stuff. He's been doing that for a long time. He's been practicing.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
This ain't his first
He a
time.
pro at that kind of
Yeah, he a
action.
pro. He a pro.
Yeah. That's what Splackavelli. Everybody go listen to that Splackavelli song for all you young dudes that never heard it. Splackavelli, it's a song. If you type it in, it's gonna come up on on YouTube. And he said like Turner was saying, practice makes perfect, and he's done this shit before. Yes, absolutely. And I knew says, and thank you for the super chat. He says he said he just put her to sleep at 2 p.m. on a Friday. Her weekend is set.
Damn sure did.
Thank you.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, look, she gonna have a bounce Saturday and Sunday. Yeah.
Whenever she wake up, they go into the Waffle House and everything.
Right.
The whole weekend is over.
Hey, she gonna be talking to her homegirls about it at brunch Saturday afternoon or Sunday afternoon. Yep.
Yeah.
Oh
and
man.
Then don't let her talk. See, you don't want to be in a situation where she talking about you came over trying to get in while he was there. You know?
Oh.
You know.
See, there's this interesting thing.
Yeah, y'all nice in the
What y'all were talking about.
Wait, Leon, read this and then go into your commentary, please, and thank you.
This dude is recharging, stacking calories for around 3.5. I don't get it.
No, go to the video. It's going to the video. But go ahead, Leon. Go ahead. That's hysterical. Shout out to Ainu. Go ahead.
So I think what Black Uru was saying and what y'all were saying is what I've been trying to say for a long time. So when I told y'all I went to that city hall and they were trying to build a low income area, the primary people in there that was voting against it were women. black, white, everything. They were voting against it. And I think people think about hypergamy in the wrong way. And there's simultaneously two cultures going on at once. And that's why I take kind of the position I take that black women are irrelevant. I'll move a whole different group of women in with all my homies, and they're still going to get an education, and they have to endure that process. But what we see is this: guys are socialized, and women are kind to boys because they're trying to keep them part of the tribe without them leaving. Whether they're surplus males or they're the apex males. Women may guard their daughters, but they truly may guard their sons. They don't want you actually interacting with women outside of those clans. Their classes. My mom has shut down relationships I've had and got mad that I didn't participate in relationships. Just like I told you when I went to Mississippi, my grandmother was, the only thing I ever said she was mad at me for was that I would not date that girl. And so they're looking at it like, if he dates her, he's going to end up staying in Mississippi, and how productive I am, I would be a benefit to them regardless. And hypergamy is for women. So they accept a woman engaging in outside community if it's beneficial, because the grandmother still has primary access to the children. But when you're a guy, and your relationship doesn't work out, the other family has primary connection with the children. That's why they mate guard you. Most guys don't think about it, but what they're doing is mate guarding you and courting you through the groups of women that they associate with. You know what I'm saying? And we don't think about it until you finally find out, like Black Ruru said, and like I said, these women are classes as hell. They're the same as white women. They're exactly the same. And we just don't think about it. We don't think about it like that. Yeah. But they're mate guarding their sons from low grade women, just like they vote to not have low income housing, and half of them came from it. Because they don't even want their man in proximity to working class women.
You know
or
what?
Kids.
Now that I think about it, you absolutely right. Because my grandmama, now that I really, really think about my life, my grandmama was always trying to throw me on with her them church girls. She was like, "You want to go with her? You need to go with her." I was like, "Grandmama, she a hoe," but but they kept on trying to throw me on them church girls, and she knew. I was like, I ain't trust none of them chicks.
Yeah, because they're kinship. So that's her network. So if you have a child, just like, okay, my wife and her parents stay one block away from my parents. The grandma's been negotiating stuff amongst each other and all that. And the fact that I'm a black guy that has custody of my children.
Pause for the cause, Leon. Pause for the cause. D name, please slow down. Slow down with the comments, please, and thank you. Slow down with the comments. Thank you. It's, a little too much. Just a little too much. Bring it down to taste. Go ahead, Leon. Go ahead.
And the fact that my mom has known them since I was in middle school, because we lived on Comanche 3 together. Me and her brother played baseball together. They've been on each other. Military together, everything. He knew who I was when I was allowed back into Texas for what I did in 6th grade. I was allowed back in Texas in 10th grade. I got kicked out of all schools. I stabbed a teacher or whatever. But they knew who I was. My grades, my plans, they were all right with us dating. I didn't know that part. And I'm telling y'all, when you decline relationships that your mother is attached to, they hate that shit, because they're really grooming you for those women. Like my grandmother, like I said before, the only thing my grandma ever got, and y'all hear I talk about my grandma a lot, that I would not date that girl. Because if I did, that means she's there, the other grandma's there. They're already talking amongst each other how shit's gonna work, and you think it's really you and your wife talking about shit on how shit's gonna work. The only time it's you and your wife talking about how shit's gonna work is when you have a relationship outside the community,
Yeah.
and they hate that.
I'll say this kind of on. I think this is in the vein that you're referring to, Leon. Definitely, when my mother understood my wife, because there was a few rocky years when she understood my wife, and she realized that they were a lot more similar than they were different, even though they came from different economic backgrounds, but they were very similar. And especially after my mother met my wife's grandmother, who kind of primarily raised her, then my marriage changed instantly, almost after that. In terms of quality, in terms of communication, everything changed after that.
Black Guru, I'm so serious when I tell people that shit. Like we really think when the grandmas are in proximity, they're while you're working and doing what you think is they're talking, and their conversations don't even have to be long. You know what I'm saying? It's like, oh, I talked to Miss Flo yesterday. I'm taking the kids on this day. She's taking on this day. I like, okay, and they already have plans. Like they shape this, and I think what it is at the end of the day is if you have a kid, regardless if the woman's black or white or whatever she is, but the grandmas or that community doesn't have access to that child, that's the simplest way of saying that your 40 to 100 or $200,000 is not in that community. So it's not benefiting the people and the women in that community. And if you split, then the one thing that women want the most is to socialize the child and to smile at the child, because that makes you look at those women like they're wonderful fucking people. But it's all about survival, really. At the base of it is about survival. And the more males you can keep, the more likelihood you survive, because they're labor. Yeah,
That explains a lot, man. That explains a lot, bro. Because on my dad's side of the family, most of the men pretty much are still kind of holding on a little bit. But on my mom's side of the family, they dealt with an extreme passion, bro. And my mom's side of the family is poor and getting poor, bro.
Yeah, there's going to get poor, especially it's like when you talk about community, women, even when I was reading about autonomy, I said, wait, so grandmothers are taking away women's freedom and they're well aware of it. Then you sit down in all the books and all the short conversations you hear women speak about their mothers or grandmothers, it's like they're trying to prove themselves and simultaneously separate at the same time while trying to keep the connection but be equal to their grandma when they're not really equal. And it's like it's women's it is a power play. Their autonomy is a power play because they want to be equal, not subjected to the matrilineal hierarchy. And they say it in books, but they don't get into detail, and that's what me and BGS used to talk about. He's like, no, they have the books that point all that out of how they're destroying their circle of life and how it functions, because autonomy is freedom over the matriarchy and patriarchy. So it's
well, the matriarchy, even though it's female focus from a family standpoint, the matriarchy still has rules and regulations and still has
Yep.
respect and regard for the position of men.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so it's not like this thing where women just get to do whatever they want to do and dictate everything to men, and the men are just these sort of eunuch or what you call concuserve to females just because they happen to be females. That's not what it is at all. In fact, the matriarchy was largely a function of the precarity of the life of the male because of the environment. So you had to maintain the family. You had to center the female to maintain the family because of the precarity of the life of the male. It wasn't just women are better than men, you know, just by virtue of a vagina. That wasn't it at all. It was a function of environment and circumstance.
Yes. Well, I say what it is. I say what it is. When you read the books, they say men did not. They admit that guys did not have knowledge of which child was theirs.
Right.
And I'm like, all right. So I'm telling this girl, read the words that you see on the paper. Don't come to your read what it's actually saying. It's saying that the women were fully aware of who the father was. The men weren't. Then it says, then men created institutions, and then they found out, wow, this is your kid. This is your kid. And then they started, slaughtering the women because they knew the whole time. And so the women were aware of the knowledge that they didn't give to the men, because if man gets knowledge, man create institutions, man does lab tests. After lab tests, and they find out the truth. And
why you talking about like we stupid or something? Like you like man finds institution, man figure. I'm like,
well, my bad. I was talking to a woman about it. That's why I said I told the woman to like actually read. And I told her, these are tribes. These aren't societies. I was like, you hate being in a society because it brings multiple groups together and you don't find yourself at the top. And the women that are so-called afraid of patriarchy keep on producing a patriarchy to smash you and your man. And they gatekeep their boys so you don't get any higher.
Well, look, they're rewarded. They have been rewarded, at least, for maintaining and protecting the status quo. I think that's going away, and maybe it will force many of them to reevaluate their positions on relationships, especially men and that sort of thing. When you maybe have to grow food, for example, or have to kill a deer or some shit like that to be able to have some meat every now and then. You become a little bit more practical about what a man is, for example.
I call it class compression. Like what they're doing is they're compressing people back in. And what we're seeing, just like those videos, you have harems of women moving back in together. Grandma's living there with her Social Security check of $800. And you're seeing that across the board. Like even my grandma is now living with my aunts. You know what I'm saying? And that's how it begins, and the boys live in that, and they're socialized in it. Like my thing is, I look at institutions as patriarchy, and when you're just if you're living amongst women, and they're socializing your behavior, and you change your behavior, that means you're being socialized by the matrilineal side the majority of your damn life. And I think at the end of the day, the only place women really screwed up at is social media. Like cable TV, we were entertained, but social media and the fact that you could just go down and see what these women are liking and what they're saying, and then you hear them on TikTok and the stances that they take. I mean, the conclusion. I've been on TikTok for a little while, just having fun. These ladies, I think you might have heard what I said to those ladies. I said, hey, so you like the men in your community. They're like, yeah, those are our type. We just want them to be more productive. And I say, yeah, but you're not going to educate them to be more productive? I was like, they're not. Women, like, y'all just come into womanhood, y'all women, And she's like, no, we need our community to help build these men. And I said, so y'all select the men that y'all like, but economically, some of them don't meet the expectation that you want. So you want men that you don't like to come in and fix those guys. And the ladies all said yes. And again, I say, so it's y'all are picking the guys you want. It's just the economic outcome that y'all dislike. Y'all want the surplus of men to invest in police the niggas you like and make them more economically viable at the end of the day.
They need. I mean, I don't know what. All I'm hearing is, nigga, I need my slaves in line, nigga. That's all he's basically telling me. And the more I keep hearing this shit, the more I keep focusing on this shit dead, bro. I'm sorry, but Black Uru nigga, this shit gonna burn, bro. This shit burn.
I believe it will burn.
Mr. John on for the day, but he's not on the schedule for tomorrow, so he can't come here and come on the clock.
Somebody got go get the gasoline. Go get the gasoline and speed this shit.
Somebody do the shit with you. That's why I said, bro. We'll do that shit tomorrow.
Somebody mute him, bro.
Yeah, I don't know who. I mean, I think it will burn. Look, I'm not trying to
that's actually Zio.
I'm not trying to protect the things in the status,
the slavery system.
I only speak about like, okay, here's what I foresee happening. The choices you make within it are your own. If the collective of Black men say it's a wrap, it's a wrap. And I'm not here to argue anything contrary to that. But I'm just saying, be clear about and be clear about what your options are. Mm-hmm. Because your options might be very positive and very tantalizing. But if you got a Pirate King scenario going on, brother, you better be able to rock and roll. I mean, really, and are you ready to get down like that?
I remember when I told you necessarily how Genghis Khan look at women, all women are your women if you can claim them, bro.
Yeah. And in that world, a man that ain't a part of his crew, that dude dead. That dude dead. All his sons dead. His daddy dead. His uncles, they all dead. Mm-hmm. Every swinging dick is dead. So, as we embrace this change and evolution and whatever, just have a clear sense of what all that will entail, because it will include some fairly frightening aspects.
Oh, yeah.
For many of us. Yeah.
The lady told me this. You're my type, but I wish you were 6'1" at least.
Oh.
She said, you're exactly my type, but I wish you were 6'1". I looked at her. I was about to say, I wouldn't even, I'm classes anyway. I just let her slide with it and just like they answered the questions, and I've done this 5 times, and they're all in agreement that they're fully aware. And I told the guy, his name is he claims to be red pill, but he's such a blue pill. And I said, literally, when women bring up money, I recognize that women didn't like me when I was younger because I didn't have no money. They liked me for a reason, something else. And so I said, all y'all working towards making more money to get women? I was like, that's y'all problem. And I was like, the women don't like you. What they're basically saying is, if I can't get this particular look, all right, this guy got to make 100,000. You know what I'm saying? You got to work your ass off because they don't like you. And your whole concept around getting a woman is working your ass off. So just recognize that these chicks don't like you.
Well, but the women, that woman didn't like you either, though.
Oh,
She
yeah.
liked some aspect about you,
Mm-hmm.
but she didn't like you either. She just disliked
Yeah.
you for a different reason than what she disliked you for.
Yeah, she
But
couldn't mess
she
with
don't
me
like
because I'm
either
too
one
aware.
of you niggas. She
Yeah,
don't like
I'm
either
too
one of you.
aware. I'm too aware. She needs a guy to learn through experience. That's what they really want. They want you to learn through experience.
They need a good slave, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, and the reason why you got to give, because you look, you need a woman, in my view, that has been trained to have a certain reverence for men just on the basis of them being men.
Yeah.
Because if you been around those kind of women, you know the difference. One of the reasons why my marriage sustained itself was my wife was raised in an environment where there was a baseline level of reverence for men. And the elder women in particular would very freely communicate. Girl, y'all need some men now. I know you mad at him. I know you don't like what he said to you, but you know, I mean, my wife's grandmother, her mother, her aunts, they didn't play about this no men shit. They didn't play
because they
about that at
understood.
all. Yeah.
They understood communal ties, kinships.
Yeah, they understood all that, but listen, don't miss my point. Don't mar my point with what I'm saying. They had a particular reverence for men.
Mm-hmm.
They had the buck stops here with the man.
Okay.
We gotta demand. Yeah, you can do what you want to do, but what do the man say about it? That's what. That's kind of women they were. God rest their souls. And so when I got married to my wife, as rebellious as she was initially, she had to be constantly confronted by those women.
That's
constantly.
Say that again, because this is what I'm trying to articulate to people. Yeah. Say it again, please.
She had to constantly deal with those women, and these were church women. They had even founded churches and all this kind of stuff. So she had to put up a spiritual fight with these women. You know, it wasn't just like, okay, well, they just, you know, whatever. I don't care nothing about them. They old women, or they can't nobody tell me what to do. She was subject to spiritual warfare, and eventually she had to relent to that.
Yeah, because the benefits outweigh the negatives. You know what I'm saying? And that's what I'm saying. It's
but my wife didn't necessarily feel that way for a period of time. You know, so we had to get there. You know, it wasn't just. I mean, because even though my wife was raised in that environment, she was also, you know, college educated, and in the second wave feminism, she was in that first generation of young women born and raised in that second wave generation. So
you gotta get out there,
feminism bullshit, and she was influenced by all of that. So it was a time to get through that, and I had to, of course, do my own maturing as a man as well. So, but so I'm saying, I've said this to make the point of, you know, with the women you all have, they don't even have that sort of baseline reverence for men, for the man, for the position, for the status of a man. And if the women you're dealing with don't have that fundamentally, I don't know what you got. I don't know what you can salvage there.
Yeah, you have a whole bunch of. What it does is I have a paper done. I was telling Compassion and Callous about it, but then when I ran into another part, I needed another part. So, and this comes from feminism. It comes from other studies. They have papers showing guys from small communities, like small towns of 500, that they leave and go to major cities where everything about guys is socialization and incentive. And what literally it says that if guys feel like they're not valuable where they are they shunned, or they're not recognized, they leave.
They should.
Like yeah. It shows it throughout time, where even in small country towns that they go to major cities and perform there, because the belief is they have a better opportunity to gain family, children, home, whatever. But when you're in those smaller towns and everything, or even back then, like, you know how they say, guys would leave and R-word the next tribe of women? No, they would murk the group of guys, and it's like the women would see them just like lions or any other animal and pick them. It just repeats. So you got to be socialized. Like I say, pro-blackness to some extent tries to do it to their boys, and they do it pretty well, to see your identity through the women instead of yourself. And I look at the Bible, and what I recognize, and I've said it plenty of times, I don't remember Saul, I don't remember Solomon, I don't remember Moses, I don't even remember Jesus being in a relationship with any woman from their tribe. They always pick women that aligned with them. Interesting, you know what I'm saying? And it says it all through the Bible. And so if that's true, they never sided with the women in their communities. They just replaced them as they went.
Well,
Yeah, that's what you do.
I'm not astute with the Bible. I don't know the story. I don't really, I'm kind of iffy on a lot of that stuff. But I do know this. Sometimes to build or rebuild something, you gotta let go, or at the very least, you gotta let go of the decadence of the past and of the situation you may have come from. And a lot of times it's just easier to start fresh with something new or different versus to struggle with something that you come from, and there's all this doubt and you gotta defeat whatever negative history associated with mistakes you made or whatever, that sort of thing. So I think that's one of the other reasons why I'm pro SYSBM and Passport, so you guys can have a fresh new start. That you can have a fresh new start. In addition to getting a better woman, you can become maybe a better, a newer, fresher, or better version of yourselves.
Yeah, that's all I see that's left, because the contempt for us is fake. Like you can't really sit down and blame black guys for your positionality. You actually got to blame the Africans that sent you over the last 80 years of slavery. Not you weren't here 250 years. Y'all got sent over to have babies, and a lot of y'all were free after having 10 babies. But that's real history. But
yeah, that part definitely is real history.
Definitely. So I don't look at it like I'm old in anything. And partially I have that mentality because I was a military brat. I lived in Spain, Germany, Hawaii.
Oh yeah. Well, yeah, you were able to see things, a lot of things, just from a societal way, more objectively than other people, because you could just more readily contrast, things.
And I just think I think it's a survival, but I think the biggest part, like I said, if the mother has the ability to smile and give the kid candy and socialize a kid, they don't really give a fuck about nothing else. It's just understanding that you're a guy that gets with a woman outside, that they have no ability to socialize, and she might lean more on her family than, if she disagrees. Well, we've seen videos of how that worked out. That happens in real life.
The hand who rocks the cradle rules the world. They understand it at a fundamental level. And the problem is now, I think, necessarily now the men are starting, some men are starting to understand that. And that's kind of quote unquote chipping away at their power. So
yeah,
if that becomes wholesale, that that the average man in American society understands that, hey bro, you're gonna be in a rude awakening for a lot of these women, bro.
The average man does understand that. They already
Say it again.
They already do. The
No, I'm talking
African
about black men.
understand it.
Black men don't understand. I should have said that. My bad.
No. Don't misunderstand me. Black men understand it. They just don't accept it.
Nah, they don't understand it.
No, they
I
understand
don't
it.
think they. I don't think
No,
they
no, 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 no.
understand it. They don't understand.
What do you do on a daily basis? They don't understand it.
They don't understand it because they don't see the connection and of what you gain if your mother has access to the child. Like you have, like Black Ruru said, these women. Once a woman notices that a situation is beneficial, she will continue to tug. But those women will put her in a place. And I made the joke like, my wife gets 8 hours of sleep. You know what I'm saying? Because the grandmas, my kids be with the grandmas, and she gets 8 hours of sleep. And most women don't get 8 hours of sleep that work full time. You know what I'm saying? And it's like she tells me her mom, pisses her off because she talks so much, and she's like, your mom always has an opinion if she sees something with the boys and this and that. And as we sit down listening and just shaking my head up and down, like I don't care. like you're not gonna let them go. You're not gonna choose a daycare. You know what I'm saying? And they put her in a place.
Black Guru. My wife is well protected. Her mental mind is protected by her sisters and her
Hold
mother
on, wait.
and her
Say,
aunt.
hold on. Is some distortion in? I hear some.
Can you hear me?
I don't know. If
Yeah,
that's
repeat.
you or someone else.
Yeah,
But yeah.
I was saying my wife is mentally protected. Her spirit, her mind, the prayers that go on among them, and she's well protected. Her mind, and all her sisters are married. And that's her aunts and everybody. So it's just she's around a bunch of women that are happily married, and that's something that keeps her. I think it's something that keeps her together and keeps her away from these single, miserable women.
I mean, that's wonderful to hear. And the point you make that's very important is the infrastructure around the women. The reinforcement around the women. What is and what is not reinforced around the women. Part of the problem with all this individualism in America is that all the focus is on you and that woman. That's it. That's all you all think about. And that's not how most of the rest of the world really operates with family. That's pretty specific to America. Maybe other parts of the West, I can't speak as much about Europe.
No, there's still tribal in Europe.
But that whole business where it's just you and some woman, that's not how you build and maintain a family together. It's not.
That's why I've always been against people talking about traditional marriages, and I'm just like, do you understand what you're actually signing up? So you're going to have to depend on daycares and other systems, and then try to figure out how to properly educate. You have to worry about more people socializing your kid with something outside of the bounds of your understanding, and wonder why they want something. Like my son says stuff that my mom says, and I sit there and I hear my mom and I start laughing. And then he says stuff that Miss Flo says and what Mr. Mark says, and I just be sitting there laughing because I know he got it and he says it like them. And I just sit there and laugh because he got it from them, and I know where it comes from. But when you're traditionalism, good luck to you. You're gonna be ate up by the market up front.
Yeah. In the videos that Z show, what I always think about, like I said, because I see I'm older, I'm usually old enough to be the father, probably grandfather of either of some of the women in the videos. So I always see them less from the perspective of a peer and more usually from the perspective of like sort of a misbehaving child or a neglected child. And I'm like, wow, what happened? It was a lot of failure on the part of a lot of people, mostly, especially a lot of failure on a lot of women. A lot of women. Look, when you're seeing a misbehaving 18-year-old female, you're really looking at 3+ generations of failed women.
Mm-hmm.
You're looking at a lot of women who fell off, neglected what they were supposed to do, focused more on their own selfishness than, it's just a lot of, when I see an 20-year-old, I'm thinking of the 35-year-old mother, probably not even a 40-year-old mother, probably a 35-year-old mother, a 50 maybe something grandmother, maybe even a 70-something great grandmother that's still around. So I'm seeing a failure of boomer, Gen X, and millennial. By the time I see that Gen Z mess, I'm looking back on 3 generations of failed females that preceded her, and I'm like, wow, how do you clean up this shit?
I don't even blame the women, really. I think
You don't.
they put it kind of. I do, but I don't, because it's like we have to think like my grandma or my great grandma. They might have went to 10th grade or 12th grade, but their school day wasn't 8 to 10 hours. It was 5 hours of school, and then you were closely connected to people anyway. So it's like, as that extends, then the expectation on education extends. Then let's I'll make it easier. You allow people to get food stamps and housing, and your grandma says, your mom or your grandma says something to you, you don't like it, so you just take the kid with you and go home. Then you don't like what she says, so you put the kid in daycare 4 times a week. And then
Yeah, but those are all decisions that she's making, though.
Yeah,
So when
autonomy.
I blame the women, I'm blaming them on those decisions that they were making, where they could have had, though they could have left little Darrell with, an uncle or, whatever, or a little Denise, she specifically put them in preschool. I mean, in all that bullshit, because they wanted to avoid the accountability of dealing with those elder women. So
Yes.
I am blaming them for that. Yeah.
Okay. Yes. Then I'm in full agreement with you. I'm in full agreement.
I can say one thing though.
This has caused destruction. Like okay, taking males and separating us, but when you displace the women in smart type of ways, you functionally destroy how the hierarchy functions. Totally. And once a woman can behave like she's equal and she can place the baby in front of the grandmother and then pull back if she doesn't like how she's talking to her, it's all over. It's all over.
I mean, we talk about like welfare effect on the power, the status of the fathers and of men, and where we should, but we don't talk enough about how those programs destroyed the accountability between and amongst women across generations. Nobody ever talks about that. And
they have it written.
That's just as important, and in some cases, in some ways, even worse than the breakdown between the men and the women. Because if you were around back then, when I was coming up in the late 60s, early 70s, you saw elder Black women rule over girls and even young Black women with an iron fist.
That's my point. I have it on my paper. I just didn't publish it yet. When I was reading this, I asked my aunties, and she's like, "Yes, so the way that they talk to us, even 20 years ago, they would never pull that shit before 1970." She's like, they wouldn't do it. It didn't matter if they were educated, because they had to lean on us still. And everybody paid in some way so she could go to school. And she's like, just like you said, when your great uncles left from Mississippi, that whole tree branch of the family went into poverty because everybody was surviving off 4 black males' labor. And, all these guys lived at 80 years old. How do you have 4 brothers lived at 80 plus years old? Two of them passed away during the pandemic. My grandfather had kidney cancer. He passed away during the pandemic, and the 2 youngest are 82 now. 82, and I think the other one's 80. But that's one branch of a tree of all the males live to 80 and have skills. That's crazy. So they lived through the crack era. They lived through just going to Chicago. They could read, so they got decent blue collar jobs. Yeah. They had kids. They got family on the north side and south side, and survived all that to the 90s, the 2000s, 2010, all the way to the pandemic. It's I'm not saying it's unheard of, but 4 of them.
You said that the way you saying it,
it kind of is unheard of.
I mean, realistically, I don't know what you're talking about, but you made it seem like as if that's like the most magical thing you've ever heard. Like, damn nigga, I seen somebody turn water into gold, bro.
No, I'm saying, okay, 4 brothers from central Mississippi that could read, write, and have skills. They said, F this, we're leaving. They go to Chicago. They have families. They're productive. They don't end up in prison for 30 years. They make it to 80. My grandfather passed away from kidney cancer. The other 2 passed away from C19, but the other 2 are still alive. So you have 4 black guys.
It's a miracle. It's a miracle. He's describing a miracle. You guys do know the life expectancy of black men right now is under 68 years old.
Because they're married to black women.
To have one group of black men or brothers to live that long, together, it's a miracle. In the modern day, it's a miracle. Unfortunately.
That's why I did say it is unheard of. That's why I said that.
Yeah, it's a miracle.
Hey Z, I'm gonna send you 2 pictures real quick. Hold on. Let's see.
Okay. My apologies, y'all. Y'all already know we was reckless. Y'all already know. Don't put it in the comments. Snipers will snipe your ass. Oh yeah. We're good right now. We're good.
Now, we talk about that, and we say, well, because I appreciate your sort of your initial apprehension, usual, but part of it is you're kind of young, so you don't have as close a like I have an uncle who's in his mid 80s. He's the only one left basically of his particular generation. I have a few aunts that are still around. The women tend to live a little longer, and they're in their 80s as well. And so, when I'm around him, I always feel a kind of uneasiness, like how you doing, man? What what's going on? What you need? Is there any, anything you need, any stress, whatever? I'm okay, nephew. Don't worry about it. Just relax. You getting old too, so you don't need to have any stress on you either. That's kind of how young old guy talking to old guy,
I can't wait to get there.
You tend to get a little, man, you like, you want to be careful. These are precious times. These are precious moments and experiences, man, because You know, my
Black
dad gone. His older sister, who was my mother, she gone. So, you know, you start to think a little bit differently about those kind of things.
You know, before my ex dad passed, he used to recite the same stories over and over and over again, and it annoyed the hell out of her because, of course, she was hearing the stories her whole life. And you know, it's not like it's not like I got used to it, but and to a certain extent I did, because I was telling her, like, you don't get it. And this is the difference between, even though that was her father, you could tell the difference between black men and black women. I'm telling her, man, let that man drink if you want to drink. Let that like you know, if he gonna recite the same story for the umpteenth time, I'm okay with it because I know where that's coming from. I know where that's coming from. You know it in theory. You don't know it in feeling. I'm a black man, so I know it in feeling what that is. And at the time, I wasn't even half his age.
Telling those stories, what you realize is telling them stories is their way of holding on.
Yes.
Like my wife's grandmother, she would tell a lot of stories about her family, but she outlived everybody. She outlived her husband. She outlived her sons, right? She outlived her siblings, you know. So the only way, I think, because she lived to be almost 100, and I think the only reason she was able to stay around so long, in addition to, there was a period of time when her grandmother and my grandmother, her father's mother, and my mother's mother were in our home together. It was a period of time, about 6 months. And that was a wonderful time for our family. I mean, we talked, this was, you know, what, 12 or more, I don't even remember how long it was ago. It was a while ago. But even now we talk, it was just wonderful seeing these what are 90-year-olds? Nextagenarians or what?
They're the end of silence.
But you know another.
Yeah.
No,
well, it just was wonderful because they were talking about the past and the experience. They were talking about, you know, the South in Chicago. One was from Arkansas, the others from Mississippi, and the people and their interactions with white people. And you know, and as I was watching the movie Sinners, I was kind of remembering it was some like connective tissue between what he rather skillfully presented in that movie. Shout out to Ryan Coogler. And some of the things that they talked about, particularly the cotton picking scene, was particularly arresting for me personally. But they brought to life the past, and it was their way of holding on, because all they have is their connection to the past. Everybody else was gone.
Everybody else another what I used to tell her is these are the pivotal things, because you have to appreciate, like, your dad is a boomer, and you know, he passed at 73 years old, and I was telling her, I was like, what you have to, this is the things that stood out to him in his 20s and 30s, because the stories he's recounting are watching Black Silent Jin, right, flex on or say something crazy to a white person, or not be afraid, or like, and yes, your dad was a big hulking dude, but these are the things that stood out to him in his teens, in his 20s, and his 30s, because that's the stories he would really tell, you know, maybe his early 40s, and he would say, like, you know, and then obviously I came around, so he could finally say these stories to somebody who haven't heard them a zillion times, right? So like, right.
Well, let me come down here. You want to sit down here next to me so I can tell you this story? You know?
No, he wouldn't even give you all of that. He wouldn't give you that grace. He'll just bust out to the story. Y'all will be talking about something, and he'll start, and you'll see it coming, and you'll be like, "Well, here we go. Here go 15 minutes, 30 minutes of a story I heard 10 times already." Like, you know, and so, but I would try to emphasize that to her, like,
I get it. You're tired. And and funny enough, she actually warned me that this was going to happen. And it did. It was nothing to me. And I find myself occasionally like recounting stories over because it's things that stand out to you. It's near death experiences. It's something you did that you're proud of. It's something that you saw someone else do that you're like, oh crap, he did that, right? Like it's just things that stand out to you. And if
Yeah.
It's not even.
Yeah, I
It's
mean,
not really
some
that
of
it
us
stands out.
might have missed the Klan. Might have just barely missed getting caught by the Klan or some shit like that. You know, bullshit.
Well, not,
bullshit.
yeah,
he had
you gotta
stories
think
like
about
that.
it. You got to think about it. Like,
He had stories like that about
it's
his
worse
mother
than
being a bootlegger when he was in BFE Georgia and him moving up to Philly and all this other stuff. And it was just it's stories that you hear and I don't know. It wasn't a problem for me hearing it for the 13th time. So yeah.
It's
Go
not
ahead.
that. So like my father-in-law, he grew up in Dade County, right? He's I think he's 71, and he's the way he speaks about it is like, is there really a good moment for guys that age? Like, is it the moment that's good, not the day
Miami
that's
is in
good?
Dade County, everyone, by the way.
It's not. I had a great week and this and that, and it's almost like I went outside and I heard bullets going by my face every day.
I mean, like if you're talking about brothers that were born in the 50s, especially the early 50s, it's a different type of life, right? That's a different type of America.
It's weird.
Yeah.
It's weird because it was pure. I was coming to age in the crack era, or the start of the crack era, and there was a period of time in Chicago where the block was hot, and you knew it was a possibility that there was going to be a drive-by, and you develop this weird kind of kind of similar to I don't want to at all equate it to to this, but just to give you some, it's kind of to some degree like living in a war zone.
Yeah, that's what it was. That's what he said it was. He said,
so your understanding, you accept the possibility of some terrible happening to you in this environment, but you just find some normalcy, I guess, in it. It's a weird kind of thing. Yeah.
And it's like, I'm gonna say this like this. Okay, so we know that women are socialized to be closer to each other, and so when you really think about a black guy that lived to 80, and you just take his 5 friends that you never seen, and understand that those 5 friends are gone.
Yeah.
and I don't think women can really understand it because how they're socialized. But at the same time, it's like all of us have lost a friend, and you're just like, it's like a pipe that you can't fill because nobody can replace that person. And our pipes aren't as the width or the length of women's pipes. It's like you can't replace that. Like even I'm from a military. I'm a military brat. I still live in a military area, and it's like I've taken a friend to the VA, and we just sit out at nighttime. These guys are all 60, 70, and the guy sitting out, he's like, "Yeah, I seen my friend, and we were conversating, and that was my last friend, and blah blah blah." And the guy's just talking, and we're just sitting there listening. And my boy's like, "Where's your friend at? Did you call him?" He was like, "Oh no, he's dead." And my boy was looking at him like, and he looked at me. He's like, "Yeah, man. Every time I talk to him at nighttime, his head is blown open and you can see his brains and all the stuff coming out. But we sit down and talk for a while, then I go to sleep. And my boy's a civilian.
Hmm.
And it's like,
bro, yeah, yeah, yeah.
And it's different. Like a woman outliving everybody, she still sees the offspring of her creation. You know what I'm saying? And all that's her, but a guy, it's like those meaningful connections are just gone at 20, 30, 40. After 40, you might have like a pool buddy or something, play pool with or something. But after that, it's like, I don't want to join this to meet no older guys. You know what I'm saying? My homies is who I came up with and I made it farther than. I'm just sitting around. I talked to T. John Johnson about that actually too. There's a stream of that, and we talked about that on one of his streams. After that, it's like you just waiting to pass away. If it's not for your grandkids seeing you, or you wanting to see something, or like hold your great grandbaby, or anything like that, a man can hang on for a year or two just to see a kid graduate. That's what I mean. Straight up.
Well, I think
Leon, it's gonna be real quick, Leon, it's gonna be a different type of world with as many single millennials and Gen Z. There's gonna be childless single millennial and Gen Z. I don't know what.
I hate to say it, Z. Yep. I think in that world, the self-deletion numbers are gonna be astronomical. I don't think.
Yeah.
I don't think we are designed to live that way in mass. I don't.
It's gonna get real nasty, man. I don't. Man, the mouse utopia. I mean, only.
Well, and here's the thing: we're already hearing reports now where young black men, for like the first time, I guess, in recorded history, at higher number
more than the white
men.
boys. So I just saw that. I just saw that a few days ago. I just saw that maybe 4 days ago.
The fundamental difference between men and women is that women want to live. Men want a reason to live.
Yes.
That's a fundamental difference between men and women. Men want a reason to live. They don't want to just breathe to be breathing.
And that's why I hate those articles that speak about, married guys live longer, and the conclusion is like, because he's married and his wife, it has nothing to do with his wife. If you just ask the guy and the wife, it has zero to do with the wife. It has to do with I have to make sure my kids can have this. You know what I'm saying? I might get to see a grandbaby. Like me, I don't drive my motorcycle 190 miles an hour no more, because I understand the chance, and I've done that so many times that I understand just one rock, one slip, one piece of oil on the ground can take me away from my son. So it has nothing to do with the fucking woman.
Let me do this real quick, Leon, because I gotta have Black Uru read this. Black Uru, do you mind reading this comment for me, please, and thank you.
Passport OG, shout out to you, brother. Men will die for honor. Honor is a word women kick around.
They have none.
It's interesting. I seldomly even hear women reference to the word honor. Now that
they have none.
Because they have
exactly,
none.
they have none.
But we have to understand that statistic that just got kicked around about young black men. It's not accurate. It's not accurate. That number was based on black people, both men and women between the ages of 10 to 24, not exclusively black males between 18 and 24. So the statistic is really about black persons between men and women between the ages of 10 to 24, which is not accurate at all.
Well, then if it includes all black people, so you're saying it includes all black people of that age? Because the only thing they mention are black males.
That was what I saw.
I think when we this is my thing. These articles, if you read the study, they say a whole lot more in them. I like clicking the studies and just putting it all into the AI and asking the questions because they be lying in articles.
They do be lying, bro.
Well, here's what I will say, because I'm not in a position to make an argument about the veracity of the article. But I will say this. It would not at all surprise me that at this point in history of 4 generations or whatever of the active and willful efforts to separate black fathers and sons, it would not at all surprise me that we would have reached a point where black boys will want to check out.
No, I agree with that.
In this society that reinforces the dignity, the life, the purpose, the appreciation of black males. And it's one thing to be, born out of wedlock or whatever, but your grandparents, maybe your grandparents, or maybe whatever, they're still together. There's still some connective tissue in terms of a village. But we're 3-4 generations away from that now. The village is over. There is no village. There is no Uncle Charlie, Uncle Remus, or whatever. That don't exist anymore. So now you're turning black men loose in the world. No allies. None whatsoever. So it would not at all surprise me. I hope you're right, Lion, that things have been misrepresented or misquoted, or there's been some distortion of fact. That I really hope you're distortion. Right. But it would not at all surprise me if that were true right now.
Black Guru, check out.
Wait, Leon, wait. Let me read this real quick. And because we got about 20 minutes, y'all. And Afro Merchant says marathon tax. Keep going. And so you got 20 minutes. Go ahead, y'all. Go ahead. Y'all good.
Check this out.
The CDC finding is noted from 2023. Black people ages from 10 to 24 from 2023 suicide rate is 10.6 per 100,000. So that approximately.
Let's try not to say the word though, but y'all know the YouTube gods. But you good, Line. Yeah, I'm sorry. Self-delete. You're good. Yeah.
The deletion, the X amount, the X self-out amount. So, but 10.6 per 100,000. It would be exactly 0.106%, which is 1/10 of 1%. Does not mean 10 of 100. It means 11 deaths for every 100,000 persons. That's the statistical event. Now, amongst black people in person, it has gone up, but back between black and black men, young black men and young black women, both, not just young black men.
The part that I want to add when they make these statistics, I don't like short-term statistics because this is a creative way. So
you mean like short-term studies because it's not accurate? It doesn't read enough. Yeah, it doesn't read enough.
So check this out. Check this out, Black Root. Check this out. If I say white society has been clearing out the Midwest of white males for the last 10 years, and you look at the numbers of escapade and fentanyl overdoses that lead to death and poverty.
Pause for the cause, Leon. You really hitting on something right now, Leon. I know it too. Hey, go ahead, Leon.
No one's talking about these Brads and Nathans. No.
The way Leon is framing it, Leon is saying something very specific.
It's
Hey,
hard.
borderline Hunger Games, but very soft core. Go ahead, Leon.
It's very hard to sit down and say, oh, black people's rates going up just because in the last 10 years they're missing 500,000 white guys. So it's like, have y'all just cleared out all the ones you wanted to clear out? Now our rate is going up, but if I add those,
Clear them out.
In other words, the ascension of your vice president in many ways is signaling the end of exactly his particular background.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, go ahead.
Because everybody
Yeah,
talks about
and
gentrification, but nobody talks about white people gentrification.
yo,
White people get
white
gentrified all the time.
this bruh, it's so like okay, because BGS was the first to say it. I was like, yo, white boys, they die of fentanyl and
All
esticide
the
a whole
time.
lot. And he was like, do you know the numbers? I was like, well, it's probably like 10,000, 20,000. Yo, he's like, it's 40,000 now, but all previous years it was 70,000 a year.
Yeah.
And if we look it up, and I'm going down just based on how they do the verbiage. If you look at it short term, you come to the wrong conclusion. So you take 10 years, and it's more than 500,000 white guys.
So you think some of these fentanyl incidents are actually like sort of could be qualified as self-deletions, or they're just kind of manipulating,
I put it like this. I put it like this. I have a belief that when I was younger, I used to take some risks that could have ended my life, right? So I'm fully aware that some guys are living in a way that they don't want to pume themselves, but they're living a life to have somebody else do it. For
I got the word for you. Death of despair. It's you don't have the will to go, but you don't have the, I guess for the lack of a better term, the courage to self-delete. So you kind of live in life on the edge. You kind of have that hopeless. I'm ready to die. Like, and you're just existing. You're subsisting almost, right? Yeah, and that's not
and at any
exclusively
moment
a
you
black
could
man
end
thing.
up in a situation where you're dead. Just any,
Yes.
Yes. Yeah.
And
you almost put yourself in the position to do that, almost like deletion by cop type thing. Like you're putting yourself in situations because I don't think it's in the front of your mind thing. I think it's in the back of your mind thing where it's like, I don't really care. Why am I here anyway? This life sucks. I don't really have no way out. And I could, if I as a black man could see other black men, and you could see that on them, you gotta believe the white dude in BFE nowhere. You gotta know he's seeing that too.
Yeah.
He living that too. You know. Yeah.
No, I know what you're talking about. I know.
Because it's like we're finally seeing people, white people make the cops RIP white guys more than black guys. But it's like, okay, y'all don't want to use per capita now. Y'all just want to use numbers. So you start taking, and I'm saying it's my belief because I was confused. I was like, there's more white women in America. My mom was like, no, there's more white men. There's white women select for white men. They have mad, private ABs or whatever. And so I look at the numbers, and I'm looking at the numbers of every state in the Midwest, and I'm like, even with the deaths, there's still more white men. And it's like, just think 70 to 100,000 white guys just thrown away pretty much a year. Then they come to a conclusion in 2023. The black community has a higher, esticide rate. It's like, to me, it's like, so it's if you clear out so many people in such a short time, like that adjustment, the numbers mean nothing. It's like when the ladies try to say older women are having more kids. Look at the percentage, and it's like, no, look at the percentage of 14 to 22 in the last 10 years and you come to the conclusion that they're not having children and they're not getting pregnant, but they're getting pregnant around 25, but it makes the percentage of 40-year-old women look higher because the 14 to 20-year-old girls aren't having kids.
Mm-hmm.
The black people's situation is a bit different, going back to what Basecamp covered, and I covered that a little while ago, which is the thing for black folks is around that median line. And I could tell you that as being a person that's making a little bit above that, but still maintaining your life puts you in a very interesting position concerning family, concerning pair bonding. And that's not even including the waywardness of black women. We're just going off of strictly the work ethic you have just to maintain and keep yourself above water without finding yourself like your cousin is in poverty, and kind of coming to terms with you're not going to be elite like your cousins that went out there and got the masters in a certain window, and they kind of like they missed the gate closing in their face like at by a hair string, right, by a hair. So being in that kind of weird position, if you're lucky, you have one kid from a woman worth a damn. If you're lucky, whether y'all work out or not, if you're lucky. And so that's why when Basecamp showed that the birth rate for kind of that median income black person is 1.3, I'm like, shit, like that. Yeah, that sounds. And shit, I know a number of people, black men and black women, who are my age, who either have no kids or just one kid, hovering around that, let's say, 35 to 45 age group, that 10-year span. They either have no kids or one kid. And like that's the last call for alcohol for the women, especially, is between that 35 and 45. That's the last call for alcohol for them. And for the most part, I don't know that many black men that's having their first kid at 48, 50, 52. I don't see. Yeah, it ain't happening. So yeah, go ahead, yo.
I think when you look at I like looking at 2011 because that's when like we started seeing the intersectionality on social media and certain things changing. But what I really started to notice, like we all work some shitty work shifts. And depending on what you do, you're more likely going into work while women are on lunch break. Or you're getting off of work when women been off work for 3 or 4 hours. The way our work schedules work now, you're more likely not to be in contact with women anyway, like that.
Sounds about Z.
And these work schedules that America has now, it's to the point that, like I said, if I could not find a situation, I would not have kids. I would have had kids in like Brazil or Colombia.
Nah.
I'm serious.
That's what I'm doing, bro.
Think about people like dating nurses sucks, but when you really engage with it, yeah, they cheat a lot because I know a lot of them work with them. But
I want to back you up, Leon, by saying this. Even with my previous situation, I was leaving for work a couple hours before she even started getting ready. Then
that's what I'm saying.
I would be getting home a few hours after. You see what I'm saying? So like, yeah, that and you know, day after day, week after week, month after month, year after year. But how else are you supposed to maintain a life where you could see the things and do the things when you want to do it, when you want to see it, if you're not doing that and you don't have the particular career or the particular, income or wealth, I don't really know how you keep, not just keep your head above water, because that's not good enough if we're going to be honest, but put yourself in the position to do the things and have the things when you need them and when you want them. Not everything, but be able to, I need to go buy toilet paper. Or I need to go buy, damn, the TV conked out. okay, I gotta go spend a good $300-400. Let's say, especially how cheap these TVs are nowadays. I gotta go spend a good $400. Like, how else do you put yourself in a position where, oh damn, a tire blew out, I need to buy the two rear set, the rear set. You know, so that's the position that you find yourself, you know, in, and yeah, that's that. Yeah, that
No,
I really don't know how you
worse than
do
that.
that. Yeah, go ahead.
No, finish what you're saying. I was saying it's worse than that. Go ahead.
No. So that's when because the folks that I know that don't have to do that are doing pretty damn well in one career, right? Or they're okay. It falls into three categories. Either they have that one career that where it pretty much they have that one career that's over $80,000, right? And so they're able to make sun shake. There's that one. Then there's the other folks where they okay what they're earning, and they're kind of finding little ways to mitigate for what they earn, whether it's staying at home with parents, whether it's piping Big Keisha and staying with her, whether it's the 20-year-old car so they don't have to have a car payment, right? And if it conk out every once in a while, they're willing to go through it instead of, you know, like they're finding their parent is paying a cell phone bill for them, their dad or their mom, usually mom, right? So they're finding different ways to kind of mitigate for what they earn. And then there's the third set. The third set is, and this is where women come in and kind of these kind of mama babe, like these mama raised men, which is like, I'm able to live the way I live and don't have no money, even though I make okay-ish money because mom is floating me. Whether I'm in the home or not, mom or dad are paying this bill, that bill, this bill, that bill, and it makes me look far more independent than I am. When Z used to work at the firm, man, when I was working at that firm, it completely blew my mind how many 30-something and 40-something-year-old white folks, attorneys, who staying with their parents is one thing, but their parents made them look way more stable than they actually are. So you're talking about attorneys who are earning $65,000-$70,000 a year, but they live it like they earning $100 because they got a condo and their mom is paying car note. Their dad is paying apartment costs, so they able to go on them expensive ass vacations with the girl they just met. They able to do that because their parents is padding their pockets an extra $20,000, $30,000 a year.
Well, Z, I said it.
It's a thing. Go ahead.
My mom gives me $250 for both of my sons. And y'all forgot. Remember, she was begging me, y'all have a girl. You know what I'm saying? And I told you, I said, hey, bring all the aunties together from both sides. Y'all put $50 in a pot, it'll come out to like $1,800 a month, and y'all can do whatever y'all want with her. They sit down and talk. They're like, nah, we good with just the two boys. Like for real, like the fact that I don't pay daycare, that's already $1,000.
Oh yeah, easy. Well, that 1,000.
You know what I'm saying?
Actually, but
That shit is crazy. When I figured out how much people were paying for daycare, people were paying like $2,000 for daycare. I was that's rent, bitch.
Look, the only reason why really especially the single mother can afford to do the daycare thing is most of that was supplemented.
Supplemented. They don't have to claim the child support.
That was not. They weren't paying the full cost of those daycare services. That state, federal, state, all kinds of charity
programs
was supplementing that stuff, man.
Let me do this. Gitmo, wait, Leon, wait. Read this from Gitmo for me, please, and thank you for the super chat, Gitmo, and then go ahead and make your comment.
You are getting priced out of creature comfort. Oh, I was reading creature comfort and livelihood. I think people believe they're getting priced out because of how they like I say,
they're being
children.
They're being
it's not that they're being priced out. People think the price is higher because they believe in this nuclear idea and how shit should function on their autonomy. That's the issue. When you really look at it, like toddler clothes are like $2, $4. You know what I'm saying? People say they're getting priced out, but these same people you see on social media super chats. Your super chat is literally a 3-kit outfit from Walmart. And I'm saying people are getting priced out of the free market because they want to. They've been socialized that this is my child. I have to figure this out, and it's like your mom can buy a bottle of milk and some hot dogs and fries and feed your kids.
Well, look,
and you pick
there
them up,
there are
you know what I'm saying?
ways to manage a lot of the consumer costs better, but the problem is the biggest problem is how the housing and transportation, and those are more difficult to minimize and to I mean,
Housing and rent.
if it $2,500 for rent or it's $2,500 for rent. I mean, there's no sort of massaging around that.
You can't
figure.
massage
That's
that shit, bro.
What the market rate is for a decent place to live. So I agree with what you're saying from a consumer standpoint or a lot of consumer goods standpoint. You're right. You're definitely right about that. And I mean, you got Goodwill and Salvation Army. There are lots of things you can do around the fringes of things. But some of those core major expenses, those are kind of locked up, and unless you're willing to live in a tent somewhere, you're gonna be kind of stuck.
Yeah.
Wait, yo. Wait. Go ahead, Zulu, and then when you done, Zulu, Black Guru, if you don't mind reading this for me, but go ahead, Zulu. Go ahead, finish for that.
And I think I was just talking to my cousin yesterday. I was like, "How much do you how much money you spend?" He was like stressing out, talking about this amount of money. I'm spending this amount of money. And when I actually sat down there and really looked at his expenses, I think he's paying $1,500 in rent necessarily, right? He's paying about another $12,000. 12,000 necessarily. Was it insurance?
Car payment,
and
insurance.
for a car. By the time
Yes.
you added that up, I was like, bro, I see why you broke his head, because most of your money goes to renting your car, your car, and then your insurance. When you add all those things together, and God forbid he got a weed habit, I'm like, bro, you fucked.
That weed habit go crash him out.
Just put me down. Hey, I died when Black Guru said that weed habit gonna crash him out. It's not about that statement. That shit's funny as hell. It's true. Look, man. If you buying Nick bags and dime bags once and twice a day type shit, yeah, that little $50 a week, that's gonna kill you. Because if think about it, that's $100 every couple weeks. That's $400 every 4 weeks of give or take a month. And by the way, I didn't include the weekend. I didn't include it. I'm only doing 5-day weeks, not 7-day weeks.
You didn't include.
You see what I'm saying? Yeah, I didn't include none of the rolling paper, none of that shit. Just the weed.
Man, he just called me last week. He was like, "Can I borrow 20? I need to get some Relos." I was like, 20, baby, you better go. Hey, bro, you better do something with this thing, bro. You can't be calling me every time, man, for some.
I'm for real.
Look, King Pix says these women smoke more than the men nowadays. Yeah, true indeed. But go ahead.
Yeah, but they smashing. They fucking the dealer.
Wait. Let Black Guru read this real quick, yo.
Well, first of all, it's easy for them to get free stuff, obviously, if they're willing to barter things. But also, the women are much more emotionally, regular. They are consulting artificial means much more regularly to emotionally regulate, including alcohol as well as marijuana and probably even harder stuff than that. So, but to read, you said, was it Mojo Money Major?
Please and thank
White Gen Z and millennial hipsters are gentrifying Philly with their parents' money, living in $3K a month luxury condos, working 20 hours a week at a coffee shop. Yeah, that's
in Miami too. In Miami too.
That's when you have a white supremacist caste system that for generations, perpetuated disparities in earnings and wealth and home ownership and all the other methods in which, and GI Bill going back even 80 years or whatever. When you have that kind of disparity for generations, or artificial disparity for generations, you can have this thing where you have this privileged ne'er-do-well generation of white people who are heavily financed by their wealthier relatives who benefited from all of that white racist caste system.
Yep, and you look at where they go to college and you start seeing, oh, they're turning Philly, Baltimore. They have a whole young area for Baltimore students, and the white girls jogging around.
And you also you see that kind of thing in Chicago as well, that he described.
It's across the board. Yeah. It's across the board. Like it's happening in DC.
Wait. Let me just say this, Leon. Let's tie this in real nice. What was the name of the politician in Alabama that was running some years ago that was accused of messing with little girls from the church? Does anybody remember? Yeah. He was accused of messing because he won. He had won one election once, and then I think this was him trying to be reelected, and he lost because the story came out, right? So that he used to do that when he was either a church leader or pastor or whatever the hell. Anyway, if y'all remember, I think, was it him? Because I might be getting my stories mixed up. I'll be getting my stories mixed up sometimes. I think he ended up sleeping with somebody's wife or one point, or one of these politicians. Because I might be getting my stories mixed up. One of these politicians was sleeping with one of these dudes' wives. His parents were the one who paid the hush money to the husband of the lady that he was sleeping with.
Yeah, I can believe that.
His parents were the ones paying the hush money. And I think it was like 50,000, if something like that, if I remember the story correctly. I almost want to say it was that same politician in Alabama, but I might be getting certain stories mixed up.
Probably been carrying him from everything from paying off chicks from getting abortions and buying them out of DUIs, and you hear about all that kind of stuff. Where you have these sort of privileged. George Bush. There was some dark years with George W. Bush, certain things. And Clinton's got there's a black dude that looks like a carbon copy of him.
And look, we don't mention that picture, Black Guru. We don't mention it before, but we don't say, look, if y'all ever seen that, I know exactly what picture Black Guru talking about. That black and white picture. I've seen it. I've seen it, and it's been floating out there for a couple decades, y'all. We ain't talking about something that just popped up yesterday. This picture been out here way before the AI stuff. Yeah, exactly. Look, man. So a lot of those people, they have family members cleaning shit up behind them. Was it Roy Moore? Roy Moore. I think you're right. Kevin Murray. And this is what I want to stress about that while I'm bringing up these stories. The dude wasn't in his 20s. The politician I'm talking about wasn't in his 20s. I think this dude was like 50 something, right? He wasn't. Maybe late 40s, possibly late 40s, because white dudes. But in aging, but he could have been late 40s. But I want to say he was like 50 something, and his parents was like, y'all understand? This is what many of us are up against. So yeah, I mean, like, if it was a black parent, would they look out for their kid, their 30-something-year-old kid, 40-something-year-old kid? Yes. But there's something about saying that in theory and then watching it actually happen amongst not only blacks. Look, I lived that.
Oh, my dad did the same.
You see it.
Yeah. We saw a highly sensationalized and very popular version of what you're describing in what television series? No, what television series? Scandal.
Oh, the one
Scandal was about covering the ass of the Fitz guy. That was the whole thing. That was what that whole show was about.
Yeah.
And you hear about, oh, she was covering his ass, and then apparently she was covering the father's ass who had raped the wife at some point. It It was a whole lot of just, these white men in particular, the same thing that happened with the senator, the racist senator, and you find out he had a black daughter. What's his name? Strom Thurmond.
The Strom Thurmond.
Yeah,
wait. You don't even got to go that far back. Your former president has a whole crackhead son, and this nigga wrote the 94 crime, 96, 94 crime. Your son was sleeping with his dead brother's wife.
Yep. Hey, think about the politician. What's his name? Beto O'Rourke. Think about Beto O'Rourke.
Yeah.
He's running as a Democrat, right? He marries a lady that comes from a billionaire investment family, right? He works in the Treasury. The Treasury or the what is the place called in every city? It's the document place. He works in there. And
not the Fed. Okay, I'm a little lost. Go ahead. You good.
So it's like the Treasury or whatever place. I forgot what it is. What is his name? The guy that Beto O'Rourke. Okay, he got a DWI. His dad got him out of that. He actually burned up the school gym. His dad got him out of that. He's a weed smoking hippie doing music, and he marries into a billionaire family, and he signs the paper for them to buy part of El Paso old community, right? And somebody finally saw it, and they were like, "This is the whatchamacallit of interest." What is the word?
Let's do this. Let's do this, Leon. Let's do this. Trump and
Trump's too easy.
Wait, no. I'm going somewhere with that because I'm not actually talking about Trump. I'm talking about Kushner's dad.
Oh shit!
If y'all think, thank you. If you think Trump's a slime ball, go look up Kushner's dad and what he was trying to do to his own brother-in-law.
Yeah.
Right? You want to know why he had to serve jail time?
He tried to make him.
If you think that's something, wait. If you think that's something, go look up Chelsea Clinton's father-in-law and what he was on. He had to do jail time.
Savages. These people are
You
savages.
see what? Look, man. Look. Hey, when I tell y'all,
they real savages. The governor of California sent his pulled a what King David move on his campaign manager, sent him on an assignment, and then went and boned his daughter, not his daughter, his wife. While he sent this campaign manager to cover for him on some assignment. And while he was doing, the dude was snaking his wife. The current governor.
Yeah,
Gavin Newsom.
Yep.
I look at it like this before we close out.
Hey, by the way, isn't that an old ass? Like, haven't we heard that in old European wives' tales? Wasn't there? Wait a minute.
It's a
Didn't
continuation.
motherfucking Napoleon pull some shit like that?
All of them.
Yeah,
All
they
of
all,
them.
Yeah.
That's so those guys, man, look, especially if one of them, they'll have this privileged status. I mean, even though people love him, obviously JFK and RFK got away with that shit. Marilyn Monroe and all that.
Literally.
I mean, yeah, literally. I mean, and that's some scandalous stuff.
The president.
You got a Wednesday, I got a Friday.
Look, the president during World War II, the guy that he was in a wheelchair eventually.
FDR.
FDR.
He bailed out Lulu White in Louisiana, the black woman that owned all the brothels. Like, you bailed her out, and it's like she's a big known mulatto or mixed breed black woman that owns brothels that's worth over $1 million during that period. That means you knew her. And it's like, my thing is, when I read Bill,
probably had files on every politician.
No, during that time it didn't matter. During that time it didn't matter. They were doing cocaine. They were in the White House doing the cocaine, all types.
Wait.
You weren't gonna let nothing happen to Lulu.
Me and Black Uru brought up this story before. Barney Frank, who I think he passed. Did he just pass like a couple? He just passed too. Barney Frank got caught up because he had. Remember, y'all. Barney Frank was high-ranking Congress member.
Yeah.
LGBTQ with a lisp. He was really the stereotype. He was the stereotype, right?
Yeah,
okay.
He was.
And he was renting out the basement of one of his homes to a 10-toes LGBTQ dude who he was piping. Then the LGBTQ dude was pretty much running LGBTQ dudes out of the basement.
Damn.
So Congress investigated. Barney Frank did something where the Republicans backed down from the investigation. What the hell he got on them? What you got? Because Barney Frank was a thorn. Pun intended. Barney Frank was a thorn in the Republicans' ass.
Oh yeah, no.
He definitely wanted to.
He was a major, opponent of the Republican Party. So for them to let him slide, he must have had the guns on. He must have had the guns on.
Look, this is what I'm saying.
When I read Hillary Clinton's book and how she framed Bill, it's almost like they're fully aware that you can't police the behavior of these guys, but you have to micromanage it. And that's what I'm saying. These ladies mate guard, and they're fully aware of what
look, what's his name? Bob Woodward wrote a book about them, and she said that in the book he referenced that, look, the major concern I have about the possibility of Bill being able to make a presidential run was all these hoes. She just kind of said
that's what I'm saying.
Like, matter of fact, it wasn't like he's cheating on me and I feel no. It's like, well, how
that's what I'm saying.
In the White House with all these hoes.
That Black Rule. That's what I'm saying though. It's like you read it that way, right? But if you read it a different way, like you read it, you're like, she's fully aware.
Yeah.
Of like we've been building this guy to be this since middle school, and we're watching him as he grows. We're fully aware of the strengths and this weakness and this, and we're just watching as it goes, and we have to manage this to get this outcome.
She was not going to lose her investment. Bill Clinton. I want people to wait, because I want people to understand who Bill Clinton is. Bill Clinton is a Rhodes Scholar. This ain't no fly-by-night nobody dude. Number one. Number two, Bill Clinton came in after Reagan and Bush Sr. Number two, this is magic, y'all. This is magic. Because he pretty much fastened himself as the third wave was some magic shit that they pulled to be like, we Republican light, but kind of not. Okay, number two. Number three, Hillary and Bill already had the plan that he was going to open the door for her and she was going to be the first female president. She was not going to fuck up her investment because this nigga had a fucking habit.
No, even before that, if you understand these families, No, guys, even before that, this is before they were fully aware of Bill Clinton. This is a guy that was clocked.
He was referencing to something that that Hillary had mentioned, I think, before he had even become like Attorney General of Arkansas. This was like at or near the beginning of their relationship. This was way before he got anywhere near a president. I mean, she went. My point is, she went into that relationship knowing
fully aware
he was. Yeah,
but that's what I'm saying.
No, wait. No, because Bill stayed getting caught cheating throughout their entire relationship. So I agree with. No, I see where y'all going.
But what I'm saying is, she went in
Yes.
Knowing that it wasn't
Yeah.
like, it was happening and she was having to respond to it. That really wasn't what it was. She knew, she accepted that as part of the package of what he was. But
Yes, no,
because
I'm
he was
agreeing
so
with that.
talented
Yes.
as a politician, it's like, well, what's our workaround this dick problem?
I mean, and people at that level, I can tell you from the shit that my granddaddy was basically putting down to me before he passed, man. Like these people at that level, like higher than my granddaddy, they got IPs. They got people who actually follow people.
That's what I'm trying to say.
Which
That's
is
what
why
I'm
at a
saying.
certain point, a lot of folks start disappearing around them folks.
Well, this is the thing.
If
What
you're
I'm
old
saying
enough
is,
to know what was going on, folks started disappearing.
this is the thing.
Literally, y'all, but we gonna leave that alone.
When you look at how courting works and how mate garden works, everybody, like people back then know if you sneak off with a particular girl. They know. The mother, the aunt, somebody's gonna know, and they're fully aware. They know this stuff that you're doing on the side, but they're trying to get you to this goal. And you have Hillary Clinton say that in a book, and my eyes just glued to it. I read what the other guy says, my eyes glued to it, and it's like the whole thing was, we understand that this is an issue of his, but all of this can outweigh it and get us here.
I gotta say it different, Leon.
Yeah.
We know he got an issue. We can't stop him, so we gonna have to play mitigate and damage control. That's what we do here.
Well, I mean, and you got to understand, they viewed him, and rightly so. I guess history proved it to be true. They viewed him to be kind of like a Jack Kennedy figure. So that's how they viewed him in terms of his political capability. So if you think you got secretariat from a politician standpoint, then you're going to try to make things work around whatever issues that go along with secretariat, and that's kind of what they did.
How can we cover these issues that keep these good issues front until he was in the White House by himself getting sucked off, and it made it to the news. You know what I'm saying? Mission complete now. Yeah,
you imagine being Hillary and having a fake like you actually give a fuck. Like the only thing you actually give a fuck on is like, nigga, you are fucking up the plan. Nigga, like, look, you go. I gotta pretend like I give a fuck.
But that's what I'm saying.
You imagine?
Think beyond that. She's fully aware. This is what
if you all ever get a chance, watch the movie Primary Colors. It's supposedly sort of a fictionalized version. It doesn't represent itself as representing the Clintons, but it's sort of a fictionalized. It stars John Travolta and a couple other famous people. But there's a moment in the film where he had laid with some underage black girl. And at some point the black girl gets pregnant, and there's a question about whether or not the child is his. Now, I think that they were on the nose with that issue where we mentioned earlier that we won't repeat. But that's what's being alluded to. Now,
my comments keep on spamming that though, Black Guru. Keep going.
Confirmed. Sorry about that.
It's okay. We all know what it is.
In the movie, it wasn't confirmed whether or not the child was his. But the issue was that his wife knew he had impregnated or had laid with this underage child, which, by the way, was a daughter of a dear friend of his, which made it even worse. It was a daughter of a dear friend of his. And at some point, the brother came and asked him about, he was so supportive of him being president, but at the same time, did you impregnate my daughter? It's just it's a painful kind of encounter there. And then it's revealed that she knew about it. And the big blow up was their political aide, their advisor, discovers it, and it breaks her heart. It breaks her heart to the point that she kills herself to discover not just what he did, but the fact that she knew about it and was still trying to help him cover it up.
I think
these people, man, there are reasons why these people get to these positions, because you guys have mentioned this stuff about being black pill. You got people that are a lot closer to that kind of black pill shit than most of y'all.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
I want everyone to appreciate. Chick said, what did she say? We came, we saw, he died. Like,
That's what she
bro,
said.
and
That's
then
what
she
she said.
cackled, and then she cackled on camera. Woo!
I think about this, guys. We're not women, so I can't articulate this right. But you're Hillary, and this is almost like you created a fantasy that you completed, and you had to micromanage, and you had to hire people to keep their eyes. And it's like women envision like this man's beside me, and I'm the reason he got this degree and this position.
Yeah.
And like you made it.
I made him type shit.
But it's president. But it's president. Like I can't even put it together because I'm kind of tired. I had a 14.
Let me read this real quick. Let me read this. And Mojo Money Major, and then you got a Zulu. Mojo Money Major says Hillary didn't have Bill's charisma and tried to strong arm 2016, but she wasn't the right op for Trump's populist campaign. So me and Black Roo have had this conversation. It was always supposed to be Bernie versus Trump. It was always supposed to be Bernie versus Trump, and I think Better You said it the best. I'm a butcher how he said it, but there was two sides, and the Republicans let their pressure relief valve go with Trump. Yeah, he had to do some taking off of heads with Bush, but still, go.
It wasn't Trump who took Hillary's presidency. It wasn't Bernie who took Hillary's presidency. It was Obama who took Hillary's presidency.
Yeah. Because that was supposed to be her goal.
Her presidency.
Yeah. And when she missed that window,
what happened was she kind of got done over by a kind of a black version of her husband.
Low key. Low key. Yep. And that's why Bill said in a previous generation or something like that, he would have been serving us our drinks, or he wouldn't even be good enough to serve us our drinks, something like that. Yep.
Can you believe this shit?
Yeah. But see, Bill was savvy enough to know, oh, it's a wrap. I don't think he could have told Hillary that shit, but he knew. Oh shit.
Yeah, because he knew it was a similar kind of guy. They're similar kind of people that particular kind of charisma and magic or whatever.
And he realized that wasn't Jesse Jackson he was dealing with. No, he knew he wasn't the
Barack was a lot much more difficult to get than Jesse had lived too much like a Black American man from a particular period of time to have really had a shot to be president.
Let's pause for the cause right there. Think about what you're really saying. By the way, I agree with you 1,000,000,000%. But think about what we're saying about the difference between Jesse and Obama. That you couldn't actually have a stereotypical Black experience.
No.
To become president, you had to have been the weird kid from the island state that was raised by your white grandparents from Kansas.
Well, I mean, you definitely
and your dad not in the picture, and your dad's not even ADOS.
I mean, could have had a brother who was L. Rookin affiliated either.
True, but man, look, it had to be someone like him.
It had to be, at least for the first, it had to be someone like him.
You couldn't have really had an FBA living and made it through that process, because you'd have been connected to too many things that would have bothered white people.
I mean,
you've been connected to too many things.
Me personally, I just believe that white people have the policy that what is it? None of our quote unquote slaves will ever get in this position, and they will do whatever they can to uphold that goddamn rule. Just in the same way, like
I think that is a real thing.
That is their policy. Because if you ever look at Roman society, they did the same thing. They didn't want their certain groups of people to get
Jesse Jackson.
So
Jesse Jackson was dangerous.
Just in the same way how they don't allow you to go back to Africa necessarily. They won't give you no money, right? Like they could have been did that, but you know, it's better for them to keep you right where you are in your position.
Jesse Jackson was dangerous because he was like the People's Party, where he talked to white people, he talked to the LGBT, he talked to women, he talked to guys. And the issue with him is the bourgeoisie, blacks did not like him because you know they're functionally hierarchical operating Negroes, and the mega sci-fis didn't like him because he wasn't truly part of them. Even though he joined, he didn't really rock with them. And I think America as a whole, how the hierarchy functions, saw him as the biggest threat. Especially if you can talk to working class whites and they'll listen.
But I gave y'all an extra goddamn like 45 minutes after I said I was gonna end out. But Panda Man asked again, Black Uru, what movie was it that you referenced that we should watch concerning
Primary Colors? Primary Colors.
There y'all go. Because there was a couple of people asking.
It's a pretty entertaining movie, and it's a fabulous performance by John Travolta. He definitely encapsulates the spirit of Bill Clinton in that movie. I think most people will enjoy the movie. Yeah.
There y'all go. They're going to answer everyone. But yeah, so we know a bit more about the Clintons, but look, man, we already know about the Trump and his shiesty dealings. We know how Biden was moving with the whole crackhead son, with just out there. And I think isn't his other kid like acting crazy too? Is there so much? Look, man, and these folks, this is how they moving. This is how they're moving. So the Bush twins, we know how they was getting down. You saw that in the paparazzi for all of 5 nanoseconds. Then they shut that down, and then they let them live their life. And then one of them got.
And now
you missed a big part.
Is on daytime TV, right?
Nah,
one of them is on daytime TV.
Y'all forgot.
Yeah.
Z, y'all forget Black Uru. Y'all forgot the part during the pandemic when Joe Biden and his son was going to court to make sure that his daughter could not have their surname. Y'all forgot all about that.
Wait. I missed that. I did miss that. I didn't know that was a thing. Yeah. I didn't know that was a thing.
They kept it.
Repeat that.
Okay. Joe Biden's son got a woman pregnant.
Oh, okay.
And
the young chick. The young chick?
Yes. And
yeah.
They went to court to separate her and the surname, having Biden is the daughter's last name.
Oh wow!
Like these people's dirty. Silenced her.
Well, look, if you walking around here, you got that name, but you ain't connected to our process. Then yeah, I probably don't want you walking around with that name either.
By the way,
Joe Biden,
real quick. Hunter Biden is doing a whole about face campaign in interviews right now. I don't know if y'all done seen him lately. Dude been on a tear, going at Trump, going at the Trump's kid. He's like, oh, you want to talk about me? So y'all ain't dealing with, at least overtly, crackhead, cokehead Hunter Biden right now. Y'all dealing with the one that said, okay, you know what? And now my whole situation, all my cases done cleared up. Okay, now the gloves is on, or the gloves are off, better yet. So yeah, like I don't know, because I watched a portion of his interview. I gotta go finish, and that was the one with Gavin Newsom. It might have been, which low key they kind of look like they could be related. Anyway, but yeah, though I'm gonna finish watching it because he did an interview recently. Was it with Gavin? Because he did a couple, and I'm getting the interviews mixed up. But anyway, yeah. So if y'all want to catch him talking like he got a little bit of sense, a little bit, teeny tiny bit, yeah, he's on a tear right now with the interviews. At least he was for a couple months. So yeah. So all of these politicians and their kids have some weirdness going on. I'm not, especially actually all of them, because even local, if you really want to do some digging, so.
Well, look, one
yeah.
thing you will discover, I've been affiliated with the, run for office a couple of times, right? And one thing you realize is that when you get in that arena, there's a interesting sort of collegiality, even amongst political opponents, and even very often across the political aisle. It's almost a kind of an aristocratic sort of thing that happens, where we're here, and then they're the peons beneath us. That's the citizens. Right? So you'll observe those people will observe how super duper chummy Michelle Obama is with
Bush Jr.
Bush Jr.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
It's like they be dry humping in public, man.
Low key.
I mean, what the hell? So they have this weird kind of, sort of, like I say, collegiality amongst aristocrats sort of thing.
Yeah.
And even like the Hunter Biden thing, what was interesting about that was how particularly viciously they went after him, given that issue. But that was largely because of how so hard they went after Trump in particular, because they went after Trump in a way that's not typical, And so look, as much as I dislike a lot of what Trump has done, I do think a lot of what Trump has done has been a response to what happened in that first election and that first administration. I do. I believe that. And it's not to make any sort of excuse. For example, I also think what we got from Clarence Thompson, I think he was forever impacted by that confirmation process. And I think he has been out to make hell to pay for that.
All right, can I touch that?
I want to, but real quick, because I want to say this about Trump also. Although Trump has the money, although he's bought off politicians, although he's been a staple in popular consciousness for over 40 years, the thing that you have to remember about Trump and his father is they're not the ones. They're the people that got the money, but in a lot of these people's mind, they don't got the class. You don't got the panache. You're not blue blood. Exactly. You're not blue blood. So you got the money, and even in their way, it's kind of sleazy. Like y'all are kind of sleazy, and Trump still kind of gives off that vibe, right? It's kind of like gaudy gold, and like you don't have that class, that panache, that je ne sais quoi about yourself. You're not blue blood enough, even for fucking Bill Clinton, who came out of Arkansas.
Why did JFK marry Jacqueline Bouvier?
But to solidify that.
But because the Bouviers were pilgrims. They were blue bloods.
Yeah.
That's why he married her.
And JFK then
the
runners.
Kennedys were upshot rogues, bootleggers, and he married her to legitimize Jack's standing politically.
Yep.
So yeah, Trump. In fact, they say Trump is the only. Ironically, Trump is the only president to not have ancestry who have owned slaves. He's the only president, ironically, and that includes the black guy.
Yep. Facts. By the way. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Bro.
Now, that does not mean he's clean going back, because his granddad used to run hoes. His dad was a slumlord.
They're not clean at all. I'm just saying they're the only ones who
true.
back to what this country is really.
Because they just got here. They got here with the granddad.
Yeah,
they just got here with the granddad, and before they changed it. Yes, exactly.
When they talk about he's the only president, he's not from America. Trump is basically a second generation American. He wasn't the only one that. Oh, my bad, my son's in the back. They said that his dad. He said, and others said that his dad was born in Germany, but the paperwork says that he was born here in the United States. And my thing is, after 2 generations, y'all are already multi-millionaire billionaires. Like when they say he's not blue blood, yes, he's not the group of people that produced America, but he's part of the cast of people that just came up in here and automatically was on TV and rich. It's just real. It's just something about it don't make sense to me. And
what? Wait. Pull back
up Passport's comment.
Okay, yeah. Because this is everything. Here we go. Because I know he's here we go. Mm-hmm.
So I'm gonna read this and respond to it. Passport. Gotta own slaves to be a blue blood. I guess I mean talking about black people.
Yeah, I think that's what I meant.
How else would you be a blue blood in America if you didn't own slaves?
That's what I thought.
How could you be a blue blood in the United States of America if at some point some people in your line did not own slaves?
No, I understand that, but
wait. I want to expand what Black Uru's saying to say America is the home of the scammer elites. And when I say that, I'm saying going from the Chinese running away from what's going on in China, and they trying to buy real estate to hide the money here. I'm saying whether you talking about Elon's history, whether you talking about Peter Thiel's history, whether you talking about Arnold Schwarzenegger's most likely history, he don't want to claim it, but we all know what it probably is, right?
I don't think he. I don't think he has kept. Walk away from the fact that his dad was a riding computer. Right. Yeah.
So, and what I'm saying is this is the home of that, and so even if you're not the lineage of the slave holding class of Americans, this is the home of like the shiesty.
This is the anti-life society. I've been saying that before, man.
Right. And quite frankly, with once you start getting to like notable folks, that it's always that. I can't think of anybody that's coming. Like Clinton might have came from humble beginnings, right? Okay, cool. But like outside of that, Hillary don't necessarily come from humble begins, right?
It's pretty humble. Oh no, my bad. It's not humble.
No, yeah. But I was about right. So like, I can't think of anyone who is notable, and I'm not just talking about politicians. Like, look at Bill Gates' history with his dad and how he was able to maneuver. Look at Mark Zuckerberg's history. Mark Zuckerberg was going to be okay anyway. If y'all know Mark Zuckerberg's history, he was going to be okay anyway. Jeff Bezos was going to be okay anyway. They wasn't going to be billionaires if they went a different route.
Bezos worked for Goldman Sachs before.
Yeah.
Before he started Amazon.
That's my
Yep.
point. When I look at a lot of stuff and these people look like entrepreneurs, and it's like, no, Golden
Yeah.
Sachs. You find Golden Sachs, you find BlackRock, you find banking institutions.
Elon
It's
Musk,
like,
dad, goddamn owner, goddamn what? Diamond mine, gold. God damn it! You see what I'm saying?
and then when you
Literally
really
in South Africa, bro.
when you really look at it, everybody that went to the college that are extremely wealthy now robbed everybody. Like
Emerald mine.
they
Thank you,
finally
Mojo.
they finally paid the super soaker black guy like 3 years ago
Yeah.
or 2 years ago.
You see?
You know, but when you really look at how much wealth they gained from taking that from him, it's like 500 million ain't nothing. All the years, 500 million is nothing to them.
You know what I mean?
And
Wait. When you, cause you know they sell those things that say as a almost like a cultural item now in Thailand. So every year when they have that festival, when they literally have water guns that's been selling for like $5 and $7 this city, and every person is having that shit from Thailand all the way to Malaysia. If you actually did the money on how much money that dude will really have, he will be a billionaire by now.
no, billion. You have it built there and sell it in the United States. Water guns are still, people still purchase them. So when you really think about it, it's like 70 billion within the span of 20 years. And he made the water gun way back then.
Let me say this. And Afro Merchant says more or less the same with Obama. Obama was left like $500,000 by his white grandmother back in the early 2000s, late 90s. He was left $500,000. What black person you know is left? Don't give me no shit about he used to drive a car with a hole in it. Fuck that. What black person you know in the 90s was being left $500,000?
I mean, guys, let's be honest. Like that $500,000, Obama comes from a straight line of wealth anyway. That money means
His people
nothing.
come from Kenya, bro.
Okay, his father's side are 1% Kenyans. His mother's side goes straight to the King of England. Like $500,000 for somebody that traveled all around the globe, their entire elementary to high school, then lived in Hawaii. Bro, I said I lived in Hawaii for 4 years. You do not get a black experience from living in Hawaii.
He's Kenya. I don't think people understand. Like, I actually been to Kenya. I've seen the place. I've been there. I took time. I was in East Africa. But the average African does not have that kind of money. So for the fact that this is how I generally know how wealthy an African is. If they tell me, where I've traveled to necessarily, I'll be like, oh, this person's got money. And I mean real substantial money.
Like, I think y'all really need to look at Barack Obama's mother, because he has small hat cousins. He has a Hawaiian sister that's a politician. That he has a sister.
That's the sister that his mom had with the Indonesian dude.
This shit.
Yeah.
This lady.
Indonesian dude.
Yes, bro. His mother is like the silent Hillary Clinton. That's like it doesn't make sense to me. The story, his story doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't make sense at all. Then when you add all the places he went on,
Look, sir. Look. Hey, Leon. By the way, I'm agreeing with you, but I'm just saying. Look,
it's late.
Dudes done tried to say that they done had situations with him, and dudes done supposedly disappeared. I'm just saying. When it comes to the Clintons and when it comes to Obama,
leave it alone.
Okay, I'm just making sure we
at this point was done. What they was done is done.
Right?
And really, what I'm doing is I'm speaking about his mom. It's like,
Look, I think there's definitely a reason to be curious about a lot of stuff
That lady.
About things, because I'm just this guy skated scot-free, blemish-free through Chicago politics. That part there alone was just amazing to me. I'm still trying to figure out, you know,
It was white women.
We've had 4 governors, 4 of the last 10 governors do federal prison time. So, you know, the fact that he got through Chicago politics unscathed let me know something extra magical was going on there. So I don't even.
Let me make sure I say this, because I want wait, Leon, let me, because I gotta read this and I want Black Widow to say his piece, and then we go in and out in a minute. And Turkish Tyrone says, and thank you for the super chat. Given Barry's background, Black America was collectively out of our minds to think he was with us. He proved it with his constant anti-Black comments. I would say this to that. That's what Michelle was there for, and that's what Reverend Wright was there for. That's where he got the bona fides, and that's why it was important for him to be an air quotes community organizer. That he was not. Look, this. If you speaking about someone that went to Harvard, he studied Negro. I'm not taking away his air quotes Black card. What I am saying is he had to study this too.
President, and I'm gonna style for a minute. He became president. He became everything he became because he came to Chicago. And he came to Chicago at the right time. He came to Walter Payton, Chicago. He came to Michael Jordan, Chicago. He came to Oprah Winfrey, Chicago. He came to Harold Washington, Chicago. He
Michael Jordan, Chicago.
Place, the Jesse Jackson, Chicago. He came to the perfect place at the perfect time for Black people in particular. Get his bona fides. Carol Moseley Braun, the first Black female senator. He helped with that.
Wasn't that the one that he outmaneuvered?
No. He did take her. She was replaced by a Republican, and he replaced a Republican. So he did get her seat, but he didn't do it as an opponent of hers, but more as a successor. So, and then there was a thing where the guy he was running against was like this perfect white Republican candidate. He was great looking. He had this great record of volunteering to a Black school. Just a perfect opponent. And then suddenly out of nowhere, they opened up the guy's divorce, sealed divorce agreement. And as it turns out, dude liked the wife swap. So his candidacy was over with, and we never heard from him again.
What? Oh my God!
So a lot of magical things happened around Barack Obama. A lot of magical things. So
like white liberal women telling Black women we're picking him. Because Black women didn't know who Obama was. I don't know if they cared that his wife was Black in Chicago, but they weren't rocking with him.
Y'all don't. I remember Obama going down to Louisiana. I remember that.
No, white women love Obama. I mean, Obama was very good at charming white women. Very good at
because he always had to.
He went down there to Iowa, 95% white, and styled all over them white women down there. And because even the thought of the possibility of his becoming president started in Iowa when he charmed all them white women in Iowa. People could not believe that he could win a 95% white state like Iowa, and he was going to win it over a white woman, and he won that state. And it was they like, oh, white people like him. White people love him.
It's not him. It's his mother.
Even the opponents of Obama, they love Obama. Trump love Obama.
McCain actually liked Obama. I think McCain actually liked Obama for real though. I think he hated to run against him.
White people either love him or they love him. But they love him in spite of their hatred of him.
Number Speaker of the House, Boehner.
Magic over white people as he have over black folks.
A
Yeah,
black
I
Uro.
don't think it's
Yeah, I
him.
think so.
I
Let,
think
let,
it's
let, let,
beyond him.
let Louis go real quick. Let Louis go real quick. Leon. Go ahead, Louis.
A Uro. Remember how Speaker of the House Boehner was with Obama?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, he was like he was
Yeah.
his girlfriend or somebody.
Yeah. Look.
I mean, he had. I call him the super adaptoid. That's an old Marvel reference. For those who read comic books back in the 70s, he's a super adaptoid. You put him anywhere and he can become that environment. He can, you put him around any type of group, you can put him around some bikers, you can drop him off with the Crips, you can put him on, in a university.
Yeah.
You could put him on a 63rd and Halsted in Chicago. You can put that dude anywhere, he adapt.
You know who I think hate loved him and low-key had a hard on for him? Eric Cantor.
Yeah.
Eric Cantor. Eric Cantor. Every time I looked at Eric Cantor talking about Obama, I was like, you're weird. You low-key getting a hard on.
Look at him with his stylish tan suits.
Yeah.
He's smiling and walking around like, that man.
I think it's surface level.
Love.
And look at the relationship he had with the Bushes.
No, guys. Really look up how many European monarchs he's related to. That's what I'm saying. It's like I'm saying, yeah, 500,000. 500,000 didn't mean shit to him. Like I'm telling y'all, he's related to monarchs of Europe. Like directly.
I'm not
under. That's what. Yeah, we hear you, but what? I gotta do it. What the hell? I gotta do what we talking about right now, Leon? I'm just saying.
Well, why do you think people admire him? You're talking about Anglo-Saxon.
That's not why. You think that's why Eric Cantor admired him? Definitely not.
No,
definitely not.
We're talking about every fucking place that guy went. He was smoozing people. That ain't got nothing to do with whether or not he's third cousin to Queen Elizabeth. That might all be true. But the shit that he had, it was specific and unique to him. And that's why he became president.
And look at the relationship he had with the Bush family. How they got along.
They're related. They're related.
We're talking about two different things.
Yes.
All kinds of people are related to the Bushes. But,
I guess I'm a conspiracy guy.
None of them people could have been president.
Yeah.
None of them people could have been president.
If I'm not mistaken, the Bushes were one of the original families on the Mayflower. If I'm not mistaken, I might be wrong. If I remember correctly. So of course everybody's related to their ass.
Bro, if you
right? So yeah.
When you actually take the time and really look at this man history, like for me, I actually look at the African side a little bit more, man. If you understand the power that the Luos have in Kenya, bro, alone, part of the most second powerful tribe necessarily in that entire nation, and they've been pushing the China to kick the Kikuyus out of their position for like the last 500, 2,000 years, really. So like
that's all well and good, but that dude was on TV singing like Al Green, man.
Facts.
Yeah. I get what y'all saying about his background. I'm not discounting his background. Obviously, he had to be somebody to get put in the position. But just because you get put in a position, that don't mean you can perform.
Wait, everyone. I was correct. The Bushes were on the Mayflower. They're direct descendants of folks that was on the Mayflower. So I was right about that. Okay, just wanted to make sure. Go ahead. Yeah. No, I agree with Black Rule on that. Yeah, no. Obama is a different breed, and it had to be someone like that to be your first air quotes black president.
Yeah,
it had to be. It had to be.
Yeah, you're right, but my thing is, when you read into what China and Russia said and this banking and what they said, it was just amazing the timing. Like y'all saying, he just went there, and you're talking about elite people he was talking to that are just like Bill Clinton. You're aware of who these people are since they're children. I just look at I have a hard time watching cable TV when they put somebody out front, and during that period of time, Chicago women did not side with him. They didn't even know who he was. It's like, yeah, you got this done, but who are you and why? Like it's the same way I feel about Kamala Harris that I try to explain. I said this person didn't serve any time with y'all. They went to your college because they got a scholarship. Their parents are academics. They have no real attachment to you, but they just get lifted up so high. And hers was easy. It's just bothersome to me.
Notice it did not work for Kamala.
Kamala
never won one damn primary.
Yeah.
She ain't had a time.
So even though they tried to maneuver
that's my
her
point.
a certain kind of way, and she had help getting to a certain point, but they could only artificially enhance her up to a certain point, and then eventually her talent level and or lack thereof prevailed.
Or lack thereof.
And that's the difference. And that's the difference between her and Obama. His talent level and her talent level. So I'm not discounting what y'all saying from a qualification standpoint, but I'm saying he would not have gotten there unless he had the actual talent.
Let me say this. Let me say this. Wait, Leon. So this is important. Nobody could do Obama. No one. Kamala couldn't do it. Deval Patrick couldn't do it. Cory Booker couldn't do it. What's your small hat dude out of Philly? I forgot his name. Shapiro can. Thank you. Shapiro can't do it. Beto O'Rourke can't do it. None of them could do Obama. Nobody could do it. Nobody could pull Obama. Go ahead.
But
I agree.
Like Obama, he's the perfect black cosplayer because look,
yes,
he was raised by his grandparents who was in intelligence.
That's what I'm saying.
But then he got his refined in African American culture over there in the political scene in Chicago.
This
let me say it real quick, Leo. Let me say this to Trell. I ain't gonna read that comment out loud. I wouldn't be surprised though. Go ahead, Leo.
That's what I'm saying. It's like this guy was molded and created. Then when you listen to him now, we're just like, nigga, fuck you, shut up. You know what I'm saying? It's not this. It's like the job is done, the job is complete, and when he speaks, everyone's just like, yo, shut the fuck up. But
play the video. Play the video I put in the back. And just put up.
I got you.
Let me add one more part. Like y'all think y'all know Michelle, but I don't think. Okay, her family comes from the Cohens, of North Carolina. Mother, everything, great grandmother, and it's just like, particularly people that came out of that seem to be bourgeois blacks, and it's like you don't have no background of her life, and they tried to delete the ownership of the Cohens and her mother having the kids from that lineage. And I'm just saying, it's just I'm bothered. It's just like it is what it is. But yeah, I never liked the guy. I voted for him once, and it was just too perfect of timing for me. And then backgrounds, moms, and it's like, Doug, you got to marry a black woman to be there. It's just not real to me. It was like he said. What did his grandparents do again? Where were they? What were their positions?
His grandfather was in intelligence, the predecessor to the CIA.
Think about that. That's all I got to say. Yeah. Same family. They all love each other. Same Harvard University groups. It's all fake to me. That's all I'm saying. When you don't produce somebody and you're giving somebody, and it's like the white women are cheering and you can't understand, but then you look up the white women and you're like, oh, these are elite white women. And then it's like, they know the family, their kids work for CIA, they work for intelligence, they work for this. Yeah. and then you watch TV and you get absorbed in the moment. It's like, okay, yeah.
But here's the thing too with the before you play the video, Z, the Obamas represented something that what African Americans wanted, who would be in the office of the presidency. Think about it. Highly educated black people that would not embarrass us. That would not embarrass us.
Black daughters.
He executed perfectly. If we're gonna be honest about that part of Obama, beautiful execution. Beautiful family. Kept it. What was the term that they used to use? No drama, Obama. He kept it. He kept it classy. He kept it professional. Yeah. No, I gotta give it. I gotta give it.
Look, husband and wife. Yeah. Husband and wife didn't have no children out of wedlock. Educated, highly articulate, astute. So they were the representation of what we dreamed of. If someone in our community will aspire to that position to represent us, and they did it very well.
They did.
Yeah. Here you go, Black Guru. Here you go.
Voting is not only a civic duty, it can be fun, a chance to socialize with your neighbors. We'll watch as Mike Jones takes that chance with one of his neighbors during early voting in Chicago. Yes, that was Mike Jones telling the President of the United States to keep his hands off his girlfriend, Aya Cooper.
I really wasn't planning on it.
I am sorry. Please
know, there's an example of a brother just embarrassing you for no reason.
Embarrassing.
Just for no reason whatsoever.
I knew he was going to say something smart, but I didn't know what he was going to say.
And now you'll be going back home and talking to your friends about not believe. What's his name?
Mike.
I can't believe Mike. He is such a fool.
He really is.
Oh, I was just mortified.
She's having a conversation with the president.
Fortunately, the president was nice about it.
He was nice about it, but the president couldn't resist a parting shot.
You're going to kiss him, give him something to talk about.
Take care of him.
Just a little constituent service from the President of the United States.
Obama was playing, but he meant that though. But he meant that though. He meant it. Look, hey, you look. I want to remember. I want to remind us of a story. Black Hole, you might know where I'm going to go. Barack had a situation of a lady that got herself deleted for trying to get close to the White House. I'm just saying, I think this dude was doing things and we just ain't know. I'm just saying, I wouldn't be surprised. Because if he's this smooth on camera, I'm just saying. And going to what Leon said, look,
the man was smooth.
No, he was really smooth. Real smooth. Yeah. Damn.
See how he, that's why I say super adaptory. See how he totally
effortlessly
adapted to that situation without it didn't appear unnatural or it didn't. It just came out of him. Like I say, I think he was kind of like I think he has kind of a mutant power almost.
I think that comes from the upbringing. I think that comes from the upbringing.
I mean, I think it's more than that though, because how do you go from being a Hawaiian kid and whatever, and now you know you the macaroni in Chicago? That's a particular kind of dude. That's not. A lot of guys can't just move around and so seamlessly in different environments like that.
Hey Uru, are you saying the game is in them?
Yeah, before you the game.
Wait. If y'all gonna be saying that, Black Uru, if you don't mind reading Passport OG's comment, if we're gonna be talking about games, go ahead.
Oh yeah, okay. All right. Passport OG. Yo, bitch chose me. Bury the Mac Obama. That's what he basically did.
Yeah, the game.
what he did.
I mean, I can pull that in Brazil, Colombia, and all that. But,
Look.
yeah, I get it.
We
I'm a hater.
gonna wrap it. We gonna wrap it up because this is all I wanted. This. I was just look. Hey, y'all tell the Roger Report get his weight up. Okay, tell the Roger Report get his weight up.
Right.
That's one shot from Miami to Chicago. Tell him get his weight up. Look, and the second he hit, I did that puts you up here, Black Room. The second he hit 10 hours, I'm gonna drop 12 hours on his ass. Tell him that's what I'm gonna do. You're lucky. And by the way, I was stupidly reckless today at one point. I mean, retardedly risking life and limb reckless earlier today, and I still pulled it off. Thank y'all. And Detroit says, and thank you for the super chat, Detroit, commemorating. And Detroit says, damn, 10 hours Z, today is your day off or something? Nope. we ain't go. And later on, well, no, I can still say tomorrow for the next few minutes. Later on tomorrow, nope. So Mr. Z out here, oh man. You're hour off, Bad Black Gamer, and Bad Black Gamer says, and thank you for the super chat. He says 9 hour live chat. Damn, 10 hour live, 10 hour, right? And Struck Sim says Roger ain't doing 10 hours. Hell no. Rod said you can have that. You can have that Z. Look, once I saw, I was like, damn, we had 9:25. I'm gonna just do the 10 hours. Fuck it. I said, I'm gonna just do it 10. Fuck it. We just gonna do 10 hours and claim it. So we did 10 hours. Look, anybody get close, I'm gonna pick a day. I'm gonna say, fuck it. We taking this day off. We gonna do 12 hours. And actually, we spent the past few hours not actually talking about the hoes. We stopped talking about the hoes a few hours ago. we just started talking politics and history and shit, and then geopolitics and all of it. Yeah. So on that note, everyone. Thank y'all for the 10 hours. Thank y'all for everyone who rode out with me for 10 goddamn hours. Everybody that left and came back, right? So this is what we do, right?
You were longer than my work day. Z. You covered my whole shit.
Yeah. No, seriously though. Look, Detroit, now we ain't doing that. I can't see that one. I can't pull that one. Not today. And Detroit says, and thank you for the super chat. Detroit says, might as well do 24 hours. Look, maybe one day, but not today. Telethon, exactly. Who we trying to save, Detroit? If I do 24 hours, we got to be doing this for to save somebody, to send canned food to somewhere. We send them toilet rolls and napkins somewhere.
I woke up one time and BGS was streaming because I had to go to sleep because I had to wake up at 6 in the morning. And 20 minutes later, they ended the streaming. I was like, what the fuck is going on here?
Leon trying to make sure we keep on. No, it ain't going to work, Leon. And so what we're going to do, everyone, is we going to pause right here. Love, peace, and chicken grease. Y'all go check out other Black Manosphere content, other non-Manosphere content, for the love of God, because Mr. Z got to go take a shower and whatnot. We just sitting in the car yapping. So y'all enjoy your rest of y'all night, y'all morning, because we on the East Coast, we only about 3 minutes away from tomorrow. So y'all enjoy the rest of y'all night. Love, peace, and chicken grease, y'all. And y'all go check out the Black Manosphere content, other non-Manosphere content, for the love of God. And Mr. Z out. All right, everybody. Y'all have a great rest of y'all night. All right, bye.
You are now listening to Mr. Z Blackneffect.